The girl tearfully asks Takato to wake up. The hero opens his eyes and asks who she is. She replies that she is Nura. The young man recognizes her as the girl with the strange name. They were on a school trip. The girl doesn't understand why he is so calm. She doesn't understand how he can even sleep when this is going on here. Takato looked at his classmates lying in blood. He said it was not a very pleasant situation. He asked what was going on here. Nora replied that she didn't know. The young man noticed something outside the window. It's a huge snake pressed against the bus. Or maybe it's a lizard. First, he should free his classmate. He threw something at the monster. He released the boy and unhooked himself from the bus. The monster flew away from the transport where the children were. It was a wyvern. Takato doesn't understand what they were doing in the meadow. When he fell asleep, there was snow all around and it was night. Nora says it doesn't matter now. They need to get rid of them somehow. He assumed it was the same dragon-machine coupling. The girl doesn't understand what he's even talking about. The monster rushed to attack. He's about to ram them. Takato thinks he's too fast, they'll hardly have time to escape. He thinks this is the end. Donarara pressed herself against the guy and screamed that they were finished. The young man thinks it's not so bad. Although, shouldn't he protect the girls? Then he must use the power he swore never to use. The monster flew and then suddenly fell near him. Takato wonders what they should do now. He tells the girl that they seem to be saved. Donora doesn't understand what's going on here. The young man wanted to ask her. She's overdressed, so first she needs to calm down, and then tell him what happened here. He decides to wait and talk to her about how she'll calm down. He takes out the game. She's shocked that he's going to play Monster Hunter right now. Donora suggested going outside. He asked what they would do there. They couldn't be sure it was safe. The girl agreed but asked him not to say such things while playing the game. Besides, she'd already watched his game and he was clearly bad at it. Takato said it was unrealistic. He constantly had a delay after the third spear strike. He hadn't been that bad before. Donora explained that it's because he's playing a samurai. She recommends trying a marksman. He won't have the delay. Then she mentioned that now isn't the best time to play. It's hard for her to watch people die. She's still a little shocked, but her breathing seems to have calmed down. Takato asked her to tell him what happened here. She doesn't know him well, but he seems capable of assessing the situation clearly. Donora says they've entered another world, and the others who ended up here are candidates. Yazaki has taken control. There was snow everywhere, but when they drove through the tunnel, it was gone. Donora asked her friend Mikochi what it was. Wasn't there snow outside? Just a couple of minutes ago, he was everywhere. They asked the teacher what had happened. Maybe they had taken a wrong turn. The man asked the driver. The driver replied that he didn't understand what was going on. Lately, the bus had been driving on its own. They stopped abruptly and now the door opened on its own. A girl boarded the bus. She greeted the sage candidates. Her name is Shiion, and she is the great-granddaughter of the great sage. The teacher approached the girl and asked who she was. She grabbed his head and yanked it off. She asked him not to interrupt her. Shiion said all they had to do was sit and tremble with fear. She asked them not to make any unnecessary movements and to listen to her. She didn't mean to hurt anyone, but she won't be responsible for herself if they anger her. Her power level is 530,000. Then she tells them that at that moment they should all be laughing. She set fire to the ranks. Her joke fell flat, so she got a little angry and killed him. They might think it was unreasonable, but that's how the world works. Now she thinks they should explain what's going on. She thinks they realized this was another world, and she was one of those who called them here. They called them because they needed candidates for the sages. Donora thinks about something she doesn't have time to comprehend. Everything is so sudden. Shion is saying that the sages, the people who rule this world, are dwindling in number over time, and they need new people to fill that position. She's going to do something about it. She asks them to open their eyes and not be afraid. She advises them to mentally identify the strongest among them. Donora doesn't understand why everyone else glows, but she doesn't. The girl explains that the glow will soon fade. Its color determines their strength. But it's better for them to simply understand the brighter the light, the stronger the person. She installed a system called the battle song in each of them. If the installation was successful, they should see company logos. She asks them to wait for it to start. Danora couldn't see anything. She asked Mikochi what she saw. She replied that there were strange hieroglyphs she couldn't read. It was in English, and it said, "Status." It seems everyone but the girl can see her. She doesn't understand why. It's not that she wants to be seen, but she wonders if it will make things worse for her. Shiion explained that in this world, this system is called the gift, and it will help them become sages. It sets a time limit of 1 month. They have 1 month to become sages. Danora raised her hand. She decides to ask a question. She doesn't glow and doesn't see any logos in front of her eyes. Shiion said that, unfortunately, some people are simply incompatible with this system. She couldn't do anything about it, so she just had to give in. Danora thought this was terrible news for her. As she said, they will be a team called a clan. She asks them to choose a sage from their class. They will decide everything themselves. She will not tell them what to do. The girl asked why them. Shiion replied that it was based on statistics. They were the best option. Danora asked again what would happen if none of them became sages. She replied that he would squeeze all the magical power out of them and treat them like animals, after which they would be locked in a dark magical vessel and remain there for the rest of their lives. They all have to try hard. The girl thinks that everything is much worse than she could have imagined. But if even one of them becomes a sage, the rest will become his servants and gain some power over this world. And so their first mission begins in an hour. She swaggered off the bus. Danora didn't understand. They had a mission. Reach the city north of the Dragon Meadow. Izaki stood up. He didn't quite understand, but apparently they had no choice but to complete the mission. And they were stuck working and communicating to accomplish it. Mikochi had said she was strong and smart. He was the best fit for this role. First, he'd like to know each of them's abilities. He asks them to write down their names and statuses. All the information has been collected. Everyone has completely different abilities, from offensive to supportive. Apparently, unless they work together, this mission will be impossible. Danora doesn't understand what he means by they. She's incompatible with this thing, so it's useless. It seems she has no choice but to keep an eye on Yazaki. Come to think of it, there were only 2 or 3 other people on the bus who weren't lit up. His name was Takato, I think. All she remembers about him is that he always sleeps in class. The source of all the problems, Kiryu and the rich girl Ayaka Shinozaki were outraged that the hero was sleeping. Everyone stopped talking and left the bus. They decided to get off too. Danora started waking Takato. Ayaka told him not to disturb him as he liked to sleep. Yazaki said they couldn't take them with them. They would stay here. Kiryu was outraged. He didn't understand how this guy could command everyone at will. The guy said they didn't even have a gift. This is the power of the main one. Even at the first level, he is so strong. If they take them, ordinary people with them, they will only drag them down. It was difficult for Yazaki to make such a choice, but it was part of the escape plan. He turned to Koriyama. She used her charm skill. Her class is Beauty Coordinator, and she can temporarily influence other people's stats. They decided to use them as bait. She used a spell to attract monsters. According to their data, there is only one enemy here, a dragon. They'll sit here on the bus and attract monsters. They've thought it through and decided it's the best option. Danora says Mikochi would never agree, but Yazaki dashes her hopes. Koriyama regrets it, but for those without abilities, the bus is the safest place. Once they get stronger, they'll come for them. The school children are screaming and begging not to be abandoned here. He broke the door. They won't be able to open it. Perhaps they can escape through the window. Koriyama heard some noise. It comes from the sky and gets closer. She has never heard such a sound. It was a terrifying roar. Then something crashed into the bus with incredible force. They were thrown into the sky. Kiryu and Shinozaki were defeated. And something had been sleeping all this time. And she didn't know what to do. Takato wondered how he was going to charge the console now. Danora was shocked by his words. The young man realized that since he too wasn't glowing, he too was powerless here. Danora had said that those who glowed could see their status within their field of vision. He couldn't see anything either. but most of their class could see it. Takato realized that her friend Mikuchi had also agreed to leave her. Danura suggests that maybe Azaki did something and used some skill. Judging by the name, he likely has a skill that affects the minds of those around him. It seems like some kind of game. According to him, there was only a dragon here, so it's safe outside. She said the door was broken, but there was a huge hole, so they could get out through it. Danora really felt sorry for the people who died here, and she felt a little bad about leaving their classmates and teacher like this. They could at least cover them with something. Takato would cover them, and she should gather the curtains and hand them to him. They look at the entire past situation, the broken bus, the dead dragon, and the peaceful meadow. Takato said he didn't see anything supernatural other than the dragon. Denora said it was because he hadn't seen Shiion. Fire was coming out of her hands. The hero is a little dubious about her story. He can't simply believe the words of a stranger. Perhaps the rich man is just playing a joke on them by forcing them to star in his film. The girl screams that a dragon has attacked them. Denora wondered why the dragon had suddenly died. Had it done anything? The young man replied that it had simply fallen from the sky and died. The young lady remarked that this sounded so false. Takato says she doesn't have to believe him. It's not that he's trying to hide his ability. He's just too lazy to explain everything to her. Danora's implication that he died on his own doesn't sound very plausible. The girls spotted a floating castle in the clouds. If something like that was hovering, they were definitely in another world. The hero noted that she had a keen eye to notice it. Now something was flying toward them. There are 3 people there. They are heading towards them. These are 3 of their classmates: Kiyachida, Fukuhara, and Hanekawa. She doesn't understand why they're flying. Takato is shocked that she can actually see them from such a distance. The hero thinks they should kill them. The girl disagrees. If their classmates are heading their way, they should kill them. What should they do then? Does she really want to have a peaceful conversation with them after they've abandoned them here? They abandoned them. It's tantamount to murder. Nothing will happen if they simply pay them back. Takato assumes they left Miyazaki and decided to act independently. If so, they might have come for the luggage on the bus. He decided to protect the girl. He would like to get rid of potential danger, but he won't ignore it. He decides to listen to what they have to say. The classmates realized they'd survived. The charm didn't last long. Had the dragon crashed into a bus and broken its neck? They discussed the use of their powers. One of the guys took the servant collar. Since they're alive, he doesn't need his ability. At first they resist, but then they obey, which makes it twice as fun. Denora and Takato listen to their conversations and stand in shock. The hero said that they cannot be trusted. He has no idea what they are talking about. Suddenly there is an explosion. Something just flew past the girl. Everything within its radius was simply torn apart. The boys praised one of their friends for his skill. They expected nothing less from a hero like him. He replied that he only had control over basic magic. He had worked hard. But now he was capable of overthrowing even the Demon King. Hiyashido was lucky to be a hero. Hanekawa started out as a soulmancer from the bottom of the Demon King's karma. Danora asked why they were doing this. They say they've decided to do what they want, which is in fact what they're doing now. They told the girl to come over. They were going to use her body. Takato is surprised that they could say such things in their situation. The hero tells Higashida not to joke like that or he will make him wash his pants. Suddenly, Hiyashira fell. The boys couldn't understand what had happened to him. Takeda said that he had told him to die. He advised them to think before they spoke. He told them to stand still if they wanted to live. Takato told his classmates to stand still. One wrong move, and they were dead. They couldn't understand what had happened to their friend Higashida. One of them rushed toward him, and the next moment he too fell dead. The hero decided to tell her about his ability. Denora was surprised. She felt he didn't want to talk about it, so she tried not to ask. Wasn't it a secret? He answered something that wasn't quite right. It was just difficult to tell him about it beforehand. Hanekawa didn't understand what was happening, so he's afraid he'll get into another fight. The girl asked what kind of ability he had. Takato asked Hanekawa to check on his friends to see if they were dead. He gave him permission to move. He leaned over and began using the heal skill. He says that no matter what, a scratch or a broken bone, everything heals in a blink of an eye. It's a cheating ability that helped him survive so many beatings. However, his friends didn't get up. He didn't understand why. Danora is surprised that the restorative magic isn't working. Hanekawa called the hero a monster. Killing everyone left and right is not normal. Takato reminded him of the fireball, which, even though it wasn't aimed at them, was dangerous. Didn't he have the right to self-defense? He couldn't understand what Fukuhara and he had to do with it, since Hikashito was the one who did it. The hero explained that his ability was to instantly take the life of any target. He simply had to want to kill someone, and he would be sent to the next world. Hanekawa doesn't understand how this even works. He has no status. Takato doesn't even know what that status looks like. Denora asked if it was a good idea to tell him about his power. He replied that it was to intimidate him. He needs to explain to the enemy team what's going on here. Even if he does, it will still be difficult for them to understand what happened. Hanekawa understood everything. He asked the hero not to look at him with the gaze of an invincible protagonist, as if he intended to take his life. The young man said he had several questions for him. He wanted to discuss them. Suddenly, Takato turned and asked about what he'd just tried to do. Hanekawa looked away. The hero had forgotten to mention another ability. It lets him know if anyone has the slightest desire to kill him. Therefore, he can defeat anyone who harbors even the slightest desire to kill him. Speaking of abilities, they apparently had already gotten used to these gifts. The guy replied that the three of them are not new to this world. Amen. Some time ago, they were summoned to this world by the chief mage of the Amen kingdom to get rid of demons. So they destroyed the demon lord and were returned home. Hanekawa asks him not to describe his year-long adventure in one sentence. There are several demon lords here. The one they destroyed was simply interfering with the Amen kingdom. When they returned, their world was only a couple of hours old. Time flows differently in these worlds. Unfortunately, they lost the abilities they had acquired in this world. But after being summoned back to this world, they regained them. Takato thinks that the most important thing now is to survive and adapt to this world. But he wants to quickly return home, to his world. Well, at least Danora is okay. Kiyachida and Fukuhara knew how to use power, and they decided to act independently, separate from the class. Danora is shocked that her three classmates are no strangers to another world. Takato approached him and asked if that was all he knew. Hanekawa panicked. He asked not to kill him and promised to become his servant. The hero asked where he got it from. He was thinking about how he had no desire to take his life. The guy replied that it was from his vault. It's a very rare skill. It'll be entirely at his disposal if they become friends. He can carry an infinite amount of things and uses restorative magic power. This makes him very useful as a porter. He asks not to be killed. Takato thinks he doesn't intend to take everyone's lives. However, he shouldn't let his opponent go. Hanekawa said that he would do anything and put the collar on himself. It's an incredibly rare item that compels the wearer to obey all orders. He asked Danora to give him an order. She, confused by his gaze, asked him not to come closer. Takato understands everything, but what if he's just pretending? The girl said it was a bit disgusting and repulsive. She might stop being his master. Hanekawa doesn't want to say it, but he can't resist orders. It's impossible to shed one's status as a servant, but one can change one's master. Denora handed over the reins to Takato. The girl asked why they hadn't dealt with that dragon, considering they were strong enough and familiar with this world. He replied that they had frightened him. The average dragon level in this area is 1,000. Normal humans have a level cap of 99, but Higashida had a skill that eliminated that limit. He was level 1,000s, so the dragon wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. This Shiion was terrible news for them. Her level was over 100,000 and growing with every second. There was no way they could defeat a monster like her. If she has decided that they must go through the first mission, they have no choice but to follow her plan. There was a knock on Shion's door. She asked what had happened. Yuichi said he had come with the report she had requested. She told him he didn't have to speak so formally when they were alone. The guy is simply afraid of screwing up by communicating with her like this. He doesn't think it would be good if someone overheard their conversation. Kiriyama was driven away by the sage Santero. The sage Lane drove out the hungry Wolf King. It says here that they escaped. In the case of the hedgehog, the sage Yumehisa went to deal with it but was defeated. This is the second death in a year. Shiion asked about the candidates. They successfully completed their mission. A total of 4 casualties. Speaking of those who died, there were 2 without skills, 2 ranks and a dragon. Both us ranks and the dragon died of unknown causes. It appears to be a form of instant death magic. Shiion asked if they should be worried, since the dragon was level 1000. Yurigi thinks that, for Shiion, whose level exceeds 100,000, the dragon is just a bug. In any case, he'll keep an eye on this person. He could be useful as a sage. He will assign them to C-Crank's candidates and continue monitoring. Hanekawa said he could show them the way to town. Takato said he wasn't going to take him along. Donora says that she's only still alive thanks to Takato, even though he doesn't want to leave people in trouble. She doesn't think she can tell the hero how to treat him. The boy asked what kind of forest it was. Hanekawa replied that it was a forest teeming with magical beasts. As long as no one entered the forest, the beasts would not attack. The hero told him to go there and await further instructions. He also asked that he not say a word about them to anyone. He also asked that all his belongings be left here. Gold, silver, and a bunch of strange things. Takato wondered what value they had in this world. Donora asked if it was okay to leave Hanekawa like that. He replied that taking him along wasn't a good idea. Moreover, he still had some suspicions. The girl wondered if she might betray him. The hero replied that he wouldn't judge her. Protecting her was his initiative. But what she would do was up to her. They had barely spoken before that day. Why was he going so far to protect him? The young man noted that it was a good question. They arrived in a huge city. According to Hanekawa, they were supposed to come here to complete a quest. The heroes noticed that the guards were closing the gates and rushed towards them. Takato realized this was definitely a different world. The people didn't understand Japanese. The guards realized they were Japanese. The hero asked permission to enter. He told them to wait. He'd call the feudal lord. Donora noticed the young man was sleepy again. He'd slept on the way here. He replied that there was nothing to be done. Using his abilities was too tiring. The feudal lord came out and suggested that they were Japanese from a different group. The girl thinks he looks Japanese. Perhaps he's one of the followers of the sage Shiion told them about. Takato mentioned that they'd split off from the group. Could they get into the city? He replied that they usually demanded an entrance fee, but he doubted they had the money. They were lucky that the sages had ordered that the candidates not be hindered, so there was nothing they could do. The girl asked if the others were in the city. He replied that he didn't know. It wasn't his problem. Takato suggested they stay in town for the night. The Lord suggested that since they had no money, he wouldn't mind if the girl stayed with him. Donora declined. She thanked the Lord, grabbed the hero, and entered the town. It's just like in fantasy games here. There are even beastmen here. Takato asked why she had run away so suddenly. Did she really dislike the feudal lord? She replied that she didn't particularly like him, but she was more afraid for him. What if the boy decided to take his life? The hero said he wasn't some kind of serial killer. He wouldn't kill anyone without reason. She should reconsider her views on people. Someone approached them and asked if they needed any help. She's seeing them in the city for the first time. She offers to give them a tour. Donora remarked on how well the inhabitant of this world spoke Japanese. She replied that most of the girls in the city were learning Japanese. They hoped to start a relationship with Japanese men, who are known for their successful futures and happy marriages. The girl is shocked that she speaks about this so openly. Besides finding a husband, he wants to get to know more Japanese people, and this way, she could meet a lot of guys. Takato asked Donora's opinion. She replied that they didn't know what was going on here, so she offered to take her along. The girl's name is Morale. They met. The girl asked whether they would like to go shopping or eat first. Donora bought herself some clothes. You can't find anything like that in Japan. She asked the hero if he was satisfied with his things. He bought neither clothes nor weapons. He replied that he didn't need anything. She bought a bow at a gunsmith's. Was she really a member of an archery club? She replied that she wasn't a member, but she had used a bow before. Takato asked Myrail for food recommendations. She said there was Japanese food here, too. There was even a menu in Japanese. The city is protected by sages from the monsters outside. While everyone has a gift inherited from their parents, it's nowhere near the gifts of a sage. The Japanese people who learned to use them and became sages are very important people. The girl said it didn't seem like they had any special gift. Takato asked her why. She answered something that was easy to understand. Even if their level is low, the analysis says it's weak. In their case, very weak. The hero remembered Hanekawa's words about how a lack of a gift could have a negative impact in certain situations. He should be prepared. Suddenly, a gang of robbers appeared. Takato said he'd expected this turn of events. Donora apologized. She'd simply blindly followed her instructions. He never imagined the cat girl would sell them out. Myrail welcomed them back to the real world. The hero assumed they needed money. The leader replied that he was sure he had plenty. They would take their money, but that was not all. The young man realized they were Japanese. He replied that the Japanese were hated by the nobles for sowing chaos in this world. However, the gifted Japanese were too powerful. And that's where they come in. They can sell deprived Japanese people at high prices to nobles to relieve their stress. The hero noticed that there's a shortage of friendly people in this world. Takato understood what they wanted. He considered taking their lives for it. The bandits said they had no intention of killing them. Death would be bliss compared to what would happen to them. Donora tells Mirai they'll forget about it and asked her to stop. They don't stand a chance against Takato. She asked if she really thought such a stupid bluff would work. Gifts are everything in this world. And they both lack them. Which of them has no chance here? They can't do anything to them. Takato thinks that there are 6 in front and 5 blocking the passage behind. He told everyone behind him to die. They fell dead. The bandits are shocked. Only 6 remain. He pointed to one of the bandits and said that he was next. He ordered him to die halfway. The hero ordered the robber to die halfway. He thinks his entire lower body is too much. He started experimenting. Donora asked him what he was doing. He replied that he thought he could deal with them this way. This was his first attempt at killing individual body parts. But it didn't seem to be working fully, despite using so much energy. He killed his eyes. The bandit fell and clutched his eyes. Myrail doesn't understand what this is. Takato said that explaining it would be too much trouble. Myrail began begging them for help and saying she was forced to work for this Japanese man. Her mother was ill and she needed money. Her father had abandoned her ailing mother and she had a younger brother at home. Takato asked her if she really thought that this would be a worthy justification for stealing and selling people. He's thinking that killing individual body parts isn't very effective. And he doesn't particularly enjoy deliberately torturing people. There's really no point in it. The leader has asked for mercy. It's the only way to survive in this world. The young man said not to compare him to himself and told him to die. Magic enveloped them, but nothing happened. Myrail decided to run away. The girl asked if it was okay to just let them go. Takato asked her if she really thought that he had let them go. Myrail runs, thinking that she's not far enough from this monster. The leader runs after her. The girl hid behind a pipe. She said that now should be enough. As she thought, he wouldn't be able to catch her here. She wonders who he is. The hero says his power is irreversible. The target of everything dies. But it's impossible to say exactly how quickly the target will die, so it's not that simple, which means they're most likely dying somewhere right now. Myrail's heart stops. She falls into the water. Suddenly, the guard stops the heroes. The girl had a couple of questions for them. She asked what had happened to all those people. Takato replied that they had wandered into this alley and they were already lying there. The guards said it was a lie. They saw the robbers surrounding them suddenly collapse. Donora asked if they, the guards, had been watching, so why hadn't they helped? She replied that they were currently monitoring this criminal syndicate to find the nobles involved. In other words, they were planning to let them kidnap the heroes and would simply follow them. The girl confirmed this. Donora said that there really is a shortage of normal people in this world. Takato said that she's more stupid than bad. Edelgard asks them not to do anything strange. They, the guardians, are blessed, so the gifts bestowed upon them by the sages will have no effect on them. Her companion said that, according to his analysis skill, these two have no gifts. The girl asks why they lied. The young man apologizes and says he doesn't know what happened. Suddenly, the robbers start falling to the floor. He knows it's hard to believe. She decided to go and examine the bodies. George apologized for his captain's rudeness and asked them to accompany him to headquarters to give their reports as witnesses. The captain shouted that another one was alive, the dogman. The hero thought he'd only killed the eyes, nose, and ears. He might as well have spared anyone he could easily have dealt with. They arrived at a luxury hotel. The guard said it would be the safest place for them. They agreed to meet in the lobby in the morning. Takato settled into the next room. Danura entered the room. It was very large, and the entire room was for one person. Everything inside the hotel is so Japanese. She can't believe a school trip has turned into this. If it weren't for Takato, who knows what would have happened to her? She wonders if he's interested in her or just her breasts. Suddenly, someone appeared next to her. A very familiar spherical silhouette. It's her sister. Danura doesn't understand how she ended up in this world. The spirit said that she could call her Mokomoko. She is her family guardian. The girl asked why she looked like her sister. She replied that they shared the same bloodline, which is why they look so similar. She appeared because she was in an emergency. Danura had a few more questions. Where had her guardian been all this time? There had already been countless situations where she could have helped her. Mokomoko replied that she had been waiting for her to be alone. The young man with her was truly terrifying. If he had appeared, he could have wiped her off the face of the earth. As a high-level spirit, she can identify problematic things. Danura said she'd tell Takato about her, so she should be fine. She asked him why she came to help her. She replied that she couldn't help her physically since he was a spirit. Therefore, she could only help with spiritual protection. In fact, it was she who had blocked this gift and the system. The girl started scolding her. Mokomoko was shocked that she actually wanted something so absurd. It was created for battle. After its installation, people become more aggressive and less afraid of death. Moreover, it suppresses the aversion to killing. The person simply becomes addicted to battle. And for survival in this world, they are inevitable. So it is very beneficial to be able to fight without regret. It's just a guess, but the sages who gave them these abilities knew what they were. Her ability only had a negative effect, so she wouldn't trust it. They simply make people soulless. Once he's accepted the ability, he becomes the sage's puppet. Danura assumed that those who hadn't established this system also had guardians. Mokomoko had no idea. She was the only guardian spirit to have come to this world. It is her wish to bring the successor of the Danura archery style back to her world safe and sound. Yes, she would like to return to Yamayama Island. She now relies entirely on Takato. In this world where dragons and magical skills exist, Danura archery, a Heian-era style combining weaponry and hand-to-hand combat, was practiced at the Danura estate to this day. However, even if she mastered it perfectly, she wouldn't be safe. She would teach her the true Danura style. She would call it the strategy her guardian spirit is so powerful that even the other world is no match for her. The next morning, the heroes greeted each other. The girl asked about their plans to look for their class. Takato confirmed it. After they parted ways, he spoke with the concierge. She found out the location of their classmates, showed them several ways to get to them, prepared an item for them to use to overcome the language barrier, and even suggested how to charge her console. She's very talented. 3 days later, Danura doesn't understand why she has to start the charger while she's half drunk. Takato mentioned that his console was completely dead and the concierge had made this charger for him, so he could use it. Mokomoko explained that she didn't take up any physical space, so she shouldn't be too much of a nuisance. The girl said she owed Takato a lot, so everything was fine. They were just supposed to get there in half a day, but it had already been 2. There was nothing they could do about it since the train had been attacked by demons. The driver said he'd never been this late. Usually, the sage's servants who ride the train erect a barrier to keep demons out. This prevents the demons from approaching the train. But today, despite the servants' strength, the train had already stopped several times. They had to make several rest stops because the servants needed to replenish their energy to maintain the barrier. However, Hanabusa Station was a little further away. Mokomoko said the characters looked like a couple. Donura said it was because everyone else couldn't see her. Takato has been able to see her ever since the girl told him about her. Mokomoko said she'd been with them as a guardian spirit from the very beginning. He could just see her. The young man said that noticing something new can be something incredible. If she'd mistaken him for an enemy, she wouldn't exist anymore. Now she feels calmer knowing he can see her. Donura says it seems this world is much more dangerous than she imagined. Suddenly, something jolted the train. The hero felt this and said the girl's name. The next moment he pushed her down and covered her with himself. A strange power enveloped them. The train's roof was on fire. The passengers were covered in blood. Takato felt the urge to kill. However, he didn't think about them being their target. The passengers were told that a sage had entered into battle with an aggressor nearby. According to official wartime regulations, all shipments have been cancelled. Donura doesn't understand what to make of this. The young man interpreted his meaning that whatever happens is none of their business. He thinks that the train workers don't care about the fate of their passengers. They need to get out of here as quickly as possible. They came out into a rocky area. The girl noticed a robot on the mountain. Takato assumes that this is the aggressor. He is looking for the sage. There is some guy hovering next to the robot. The boy can't see it. Mokomoko said it was the superior physical ability of the Danora family. The Danora family regularly defeats the descendants of famous figures like Nobunaga Oda and Encho Santayutai. The sage fights the aggressor. The enemy demolished the mountain. The young man jumped back and prepared for a new attack. The robot swung his sword and knocked down part of the mountain. Then he took out a gun and started shooting. While these two can dodge each other's attacks, they don't care where their attacks end up. Mokomoko suspects that the sage's attack destroyed the train. Escaping from here will be quite difficult. Donura asked the hero if he was going to deal with these two since they were in their way. The young man was surprised and asked if it would be okay to kill the people walking slowly in front of her. Besides, they weren't their target. If he doesn't limit himself, he'll end up taking lives left and right because you don't like them. He'd like to avoid that. Donura apologized. It was stupid of her. The hero doesn't blame her. In any case, he doesn't think it would be difficult to dodge their attacks. Suddenly, the robot appeared next to the people. They started screaming and running away. People noticed a sage. His name is Santaro. They started shouting his name. He asked who they were. Suddenly, Takato sensed something and told the girl to be careful. Santaro attacked the heroes. The sage became angry. He didn't understand how they had evaded him. Takato asked him why he attacked them. Wasn't that guy his adversary? Santaro didn't answer. He asked how he dared speak to him. He should do his duty and grovel before him. The hero thinks that in this case, everything is fine and he can act. Santaro called him a pain in the ass and suddenly began to fall. He fell without any signs of life. Donura assumed the boy had taken his life. He confirmed it. A perfect reason to use force, if that's what she meant. Then she asked about that robot. The hero thinks about whether he should attack him first. The aggressor asked him to wait. He wasn't going to fight. The aggressor asked him to wait. He wasn't going to fight. Donura shouted that the robot had spoken to Takata. He said he resembled a dragon in his unreality. He suggested that someone was sitting inside. He replied that there were no passengers. Her voice suddenly became so sweet. Perhaps she was the girl controlling the robot. The robot replied that it was completely autonomous. To avoid a fight, she chose this voice to impress the young man. Mokomoko says that the machine thinks quite reasonably because this guy is very dangerous. The robot doesn't know how they perceive her existence, but she would prefer to stay alive. Takato asked why he fought the sage. He replied that it was self-defense. He suggested that he viewed him as a foreign enemy. Furthermore, they called them aggressors. The young man repeated the words about the foreign enemy and asked where he was from. He replied that he was from outside this world. The heroes were surprised. They asked if he knew how to return to his home world. 3 days earlier, in the Lord's castle town, the survivor lies on a table begging the boss or Mirel for help. His eyes, ears, and nose are all gone. The people couldn't interrogate him. They had to handcuff him to prevent him from causing a pogrom. The girl approached the victim and opened his eye. She commented that it was interesting. The doctor explained that she had tried restorative magic, but it hadn't worked. The next moment, the girl tore out the monster's eye. This is Sage Lane. She said she's the kind of person who believes her eyes, not rumors. She used the healing magic on the dog and its eye appeared. People were shocked. They had never seen such powerful healing magic. The victim doesn't understand what just happened. He can't see anything. Lane realized he still can't see, even though his organ had been rebuilt from scratch. She decided to try something else. Her fangs grew and she sank into the dog's neck. Lane's class is Bloodlord, the highest rank among the undead. She is also known as the Queen of the Dead and the Immortal Empress. She is very different from the average undead. The Lord is quite knowledgeable about this matter. He replied that it was because Lane was a sage, even when he was still a candidate. The body of anyone bitten by the girl should be dramatically strengthened. The dog tried to get up, but still fell. He couldn't see anything. The girl says that even direct contact between his blood and her fangs doesn't help. Telepathy doesn't work. This is interesting. Suddenly they felt some kind of shaking. The Lord's castle began to shake. He didn't understand what was happening. A stranger appeared in the doorway. He was simply waving his sword. They didn't understand who he was. This is a hero. The knight said he used analysis and it gave him this result. This ability is a gift from a holy swordsman. He is a hero. The hero began to swing his sword. The attack fell on Lane. However, she was instantly cured. The Lord reminded her that she was immortal. Lane decided to use the skills Lightning Force, Ice Break, and Relentless Clash. She says she really likes this outfit. She doesn't have a scratch on her after all those attacks. The young man replies that she's recovering faster than they can replace her. They don't understand why he's attacking the sage. Shouldn't the hero be destroying the demon lord? He said not to trifle with him. They are nothing more than pests to this world. Lane asked if they, the sages, weren't the ones who protect this world. The guy told her that they shouldn't forgive their outrages. They simply don't understand how many people have died because of them. The girl assumed that the sage had either killed one of his loved ones or, conversely, toyed with him. In any case, he rarely comes here, so it clearly wasn't her. He was wrong. The boy told her to shut up. He would destroy every single one of them. He didn't care about immortality. He wanted to see what her regeneration would say when he burned her down to her body. There was an explosion. The witness was caught in flames. Lord said the boy's strength was significantly different from what it had been before. He told them not to leave the barrier. He decides to use his power to destroy Lane. He asks the holy swordsman to give him strength. The castle exploded. People don't understand what's happening. They're looking for the head of the guard, Edelgard. They don't understand who did this or who's in the castle now. There's nothing left of the tower. The hero kneels and says he did it. Even though it cost him Carton's holy sword, he was able to defeat the sage. He uttered Ariel's name. Lane suggested that Ariel was his dead lover. He couldn't understand how she dodged it. She replied that she hadn't. Why would she do that if she couldn't be killed? The knight commander ran to Lane and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she had been reduced to nothing for a moment, but had instantly regenerated. Such immortality could hardly be called a gift. She dreaded to think how much longer she had to live. Edelgard asked what they should do with him. Attacking a sage is a grave crime. The young man begged for his life to be taken. Lane asked if he really thought his only purpose as a hero was to fight. He'd even lost his gift as a holy swordsman in a fit of hatred for the sages. Killing him made no sense. She picked him up and threw him off the tower. She suggested that they assume he had never been here, and Edelgard agreed. Lane said she came here because her report interested her, about those dead robbers. She suggested we consider them dead for the sake of the experiment. She asked about the witnesses to this incident, Takato Yogiri and Danura Tomachika. Apparently they were near the dragon sent by the sage when it died. They killed the dragon. One of the servants thought it was a form of instant death magic. Lane wants the guards to find these two. There's no evidence that instant death exists. However, it's dangerous if it does exist. She ordered them to contact her immediately when they're found. Takato asked if the robot really knew how to return to its own world. They were simply forcibly summoned to this world. The robot wanted to finish her sentence. She would provide them with all the information she knew. In exchange, they wouldn't attack him. Danura noted that the robot was so cautious because of the protagonist's skill. The boy asked how they could return to their world. The aggressor replied that he only knew how to return to his own world. Takato offered to take them with him, but he replied that it was impossible. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he doesn't have all his power in this world. He's currently in a state where part of him remains in his world, to which he's connected. That is, he can return to his world, but only without them. It's as if he's diving into this world, tethered to a lifeline. This world is at the bottom of its energetic potential. Descending is easy, but ascending requires a great deal of energy. In his case, his connection to his world provides the necessary energy for the return, the coordinates of the world to which the return will take place, and the energy. These two things are necessary to make the return possible. Any other issues are minor compared to these two. Takato tells her to find all of this and advise him on it. These will be the terms of the negotiations. He still didn't know how to return. Besides, he didn't need anything else. He asked Danora if she had any questions. Mokomoko said she had a proposition. The girl blushed. Takato turned to the robot and asked about the second reason he couldn't bring them to his world. He replied that he could not bring such a dangerous creature as him into his world. Protecting his world took greater priority than his life. A few hours later, they reached the town of Hanabusa. Danora remarked that it looked Japanese. The atmosphere was completely different from Quenza. She noticed the pillars marking the boundary. Everything inside was probably protected by the sage's power. Takato was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. The girl remarked that they should have asked that robot to carry them. He replied that it would be troublesome if he were seen here. He seemed to be an enemy to the people of this world. The girl suggested he train his body by taking up sports. He replied that he was forced to train, so he was somewhat agile, but lacked stamina. They should have at least asked the robot for transportation. Was there a reason they had to suddenly leave? The hero felt a murderous urge and a sense of danger to his life. Danura compared him to the famous Aikido master Morihei Ueshiba, who could dodge bullets by seeing their trajectory as beams of light. The young man confirmed this and added that in his case, they were more like black lines than beams of light, like shadows. The girl said it was as if this city had no walls. She wouldn't be surprised if they thought there was no need to worry about danger. Takeda wasn't so sure. In fact, this world was full of dangers outside the protection of the sages. The young lady didn't understand what he was talking about, since they hadn't met anyone on their way here. The young man replied that it was because he'd been killing everyone. Groups of monsters and thugs, they'd all been targeting them. He'd simply thought it was worth mentioning. In any case, they needed to hurry and get into town. Weren't they planning to wait there for the rest of the class? The city of Hanabusa. They arrived at a skyscraper hotel. The concierge had recommended it as they were leaving. They decided to stay there until they could join class. Suddenly, someone called out to Danura. It was Tachibana. The girl asked him why he was there. Was everyone in the class still in the primeval forest? Had they really boarded the train ahead of them? The boy replied that he'd separated from the rest of the class. There was no point in using an ineffective leveling method. Erika asked Tachibana who the woman was. She was acting so familiar with him. He reassured her and told her they were his classmates. Another girl said it was wonderful. A tolerant attitude even toward uncultured people. A true monarch. Danura asked what was going on here. Tachibana realized he still hadn't introduced them. These girls are his guards, chosen from among his many slaves. The guard leader is Riza. Second rank is Euphemia. Third rank is Chelsea. Fourth rank is Stephanie. And fifth rank is Erika. They spoke unflatteringly of the girl. Danora doesn't understand why they're so hostile toward her. What did she ever do to them? Tachibana replied that he couldn't be strict with girls and asked his guards to keep quiet. He's one of the classmates who left them on the bus. He doesn't know what power he's acquired, but he's confident. The girl replied that he's been like this from the start. His narcissism and self-confidence have always made him popular with girls. Takato noticed that high school might be more interesting than he thought. Maybe he was wrong to spend all his time sleeping at school. Tachibana said it was probably fate to meet them here. He suggested that Danora be his lover. The girls looked at her angrily. The heroine was shocked. The bird flies towards the floating mansion. She had come to deliver Edelgard's message to Lane. Following Takato and Danarora's trail, they stumbled upon an incident on the Hanabusa train tracks. The sage Santero was found dead there. The cause of death is unknown. A report from Captain Quenza of the guards. That's why she invited the sage Shiion. She'd already heard the story about instant death magic from his assistant, Yuichi. Santero had gone to intercept some large mercenary, but he hadn't killed him. However, they had no proof. She didn't think leaving these two alone would be a good idea. Shiion had seen them up close. None of them seemed like they had much potential. And what reason would they have to kill Santero? Lane had mentioned there was no evidence of the Philosopher's Stone being extracted. That was puzzling. She decided to discuss the matter beforehand, since they'd already summoned them. Santero was attached to Koriyama, and she thinks he drove him away. But he remains in this world. The question is, who will be responsible for containing him next time? Shion said that if Lane could handle it, she could do whatever she wanted with these sage candidates. The girl replied that she could handle it. She summoned her servant. She ordered him to assemble a battalion of undead and head to Hanabusa. He was to find 2 Japanese men named Takato and Danara. He was to deal with them. Miyakushi was surprised that a 2-man battalion was needed. Lane said that yes, there were only 2 of them, but they needed to be eliminated. They possessed something similar to instant death magic. There was a decent chance that regular troops wouldn't be able to handle them. If necessary, he could recruit soldiers on the spot. The man smiled and asked if he could really destroy Hanabusa. The woman told him not to worry, she'd handle it so he could go and do well. Tachibana offered Danura the chance to be his lover. He remarked that it was a rare opportunity. The girl was shocked. The guy started explaining the benefits of being his lover. The heroine tried to stop him. She doesn't understand, but it's just ridiculous. Takato says it's such nonsense that she doesn't even want to kill him. Danora told him there was no benefit to it right now, and asked what her classmate was doing there. He decided to explain, but he thought they'd regret not joining them. First of all, they don't need to worry. Everyone needs to be tamed if their class doesn't allow them to become a sage, but they are guaranteed to become one. His class is Dominator, the most powerful class, the one that rules all. It just took him a while to realize the true power of this class. It was during the celebration of the completion of his first mission. Tachibana was sitting at the table and someone approached him to talk. It was Utori. He said he wanted to give him a little advice. His class is consultant. His role is to offer advice on how to fix the problem. The guy asked what advice he was going to give him. He replied that he knew his class was Dominator. Everyone avoided him because of his class name, though the details of his ability were unknown. He's talking about harnessing the full power of his class. He doesn't yet know how it works. Tachibana responded by saying he's more of a practitioner than a theorist. He can figure it out through practice. Utori has a place to practice. This tavern is stuffy. He quietly offered them. He said that while looking for a place to celebrate, he found an interesting place. This is the city's servant shop. Having received the sage's gift, they were able to understand the language of this world. There might be some difficult business negotiations. What he needs to do is buy a lot of servants. The Dominator's power depends on the number of those under its control. However, to control someone, certain conditions must be met. First, the Dominator's level must be higher than the target's. Second, the target must consent. There's an exception to the second condition. It's easier to demonstrate in practice. They decide to buy a cheap first-level servant. To begin with, they decided to buy her. Buying a servant is considered the same as mutual consent, because they are sold without regard for their consent. He must be capable of dominating the first level. He told her to do something, and she did it. Next up is that beggar. Initially, this class should be able to control monsters you can't talk to. He needs to be brought to the brink of death and have his head stomped on. Tachibana was saying that he'd get his shoes dirty if he stepped on it. Utori said not to worry about it. He could make that big-eared thing do it. This is the Dominator's specialty. His subordinates become part of him. He just needs to try. He told the girl to do it. She did what the guy said. He can dominate him. Then he'll be able to send teams of 5 to hunt monsters for him. Even if they're close to death, He'll be able to force them to risk their lives to control the monster. And if they manage to kill him, he'll receive a reward for killing the monster. Another nice aspect of the Dominator is that if a subordinate defeats a monster, they'll receive half the experience points. In other words, by purchasing servants and sending them out hunting, he automatically gains money and experience. Can't he just create an army of servants? He needs to head to the mining town of Aktal as soon as he's done here. The selection of servants there is better than here. Hanabusa would be the best choice. There are several monsters in the ruins nearby, where he can increase his number of subordinates. Tachibana asked why he was sending him away. He replied that it just seemed that way. Some of the other kids saw him as an obstacle to getting the class together. The young man isn't sure they'll unite without him around. Plus, he thinks they don't need to stick together. There are different ways to become a sage. As a consultant, he'll help improve the performance of most likely promising people with his advice. This is his survival strategy. A way to reach an agreement when communication is difficult. Utori seemed oblivious. There are other useful creatures besides monsters. He'll go and start right now. He'll be able to manipulate everyone. Utori wished him luck. He told him to rest and not worry because he would definitely become a sage. Following this advice, he separated himself from the rest of the class. Denora asked if support classes were truly universal in this world. Takato realized that even now, he was gaining new subordinates and his level was rising. Besides, he's increasing their numbers right now. His strength is growing faster than rats reproduce. He again offered the girl to become his lover. She replied that she didn't want it. She doesn't understand why he's clinging to her. Doesn't he have those beautiful girls and many others behind him? He agreed, but then he confessed that he needed her body. He had needed it even before they were summoned into this world. Her popularity at school was quite high. He has to point out that she's a super beautiful high school student. Just looking at her, you'd think she was a model. She's literally dazzling with her beauty. Denora is shocked that she's so popular. Tachibana thought it would be difficult to respond to such a sudden offer. In any case, he was being generous. He'd be on the top floor of this hotel. She could stop by whenever she wanted. The girl says it stopped being funny in the end. Takato suggests simply ignoring him as long as he's not hostile. He asks if that's a good deal. Being his companion is safer than staying with the hero. Denora asked if he really wanted to anger her. He replied that he didn't understand and apologized. The girl isn't sure what to make of such an apology. He tells her that traveling with someone who himself said he wants her body is just weird. Suddenly, she realizes the hero has the same motivation. The guy apologizes. Somehow, Takato hears a familiar sound. Someone is waking him up and calling him to breakfast. He opens his eyes. He dreamed of the past. He remembered being at Hanabusa's hotel. Tachibana had left, and they were left waiting for their class. They had been here for 2 days. Then he heard the crackling sound of the phone. It was Denora. She apologized for waking him. Something strange had just happened outside. She was asking him to be careful. Even if something had happened outside the window, it was now in the hallway and aimed at him. It seems to be able to turn invisible. Mokomoko can only sense its presence, not see it. Takato said he would handle it. He asked her to wait. He approached the door. There was definitely someone in the hallway. He feels a thirst for murder. His thirst is directed toward the girl's room. Who would hide behind magic or something and not conceal their thirst for death? He doesn't know who it is, but his life will have to be taken. Denora wonders if it's okay to let him handle this on his own, since the enemy is invisible. Is there anything she can do for him? Mokomoko suggests offering him her high school body. She must hold him tightly, otherwise he will leave her. The girl asked her how to perform the guardian spirit exorcism. Mokomoko spent much of her time sneaking into bedrooms at night, searching for powerful blood to enrich her family. Denora felt sorry for her powerful ancestors. Suddenly the doorbell rang. It was Denora. He came in and said there was someone in the hallway. They were invisible, so he didn't see them. The murderous intent was directed solely at the girl. It seemed she wasn't interested in them. The lady asked if they could interrogate her. Takato replied that he'd never used his interrogation abilities before. He decided to borrow their phone. He called the front desk and reported an unconscious girl lying in the hallway on the 5th floor. It would have been strange if they hadn't reported a dead body in the hallway. He took her life. After her death, the magic dissipated, and a dead girl appeared. Danura told him he should have told her earlier. She went out into the hallway and looked at the body. It seemed familiar to her. At that moment, Tachibana turned around. The girl asked him what had happened. He replied that Erika's signal had disappeared. Danura said she was one of Tachibana's guards. The other guards called her Erika. Takato understands that they feel they'll have to fight him. They'd better get away from here quickly. The hero doesn't know the strength of him, the Dominator. Mokomoko replied that he's aware of his subordinates' actions. The Denoras decided to pack their things. The young man was shocked that she was so calm, even after seeing the body. She replied that he was actually a little shocked, but it seemed she was starting to get used to it. She wasn't sure how she felt about it. Mokomoko says that people will die eventually. She shouldn't think that the daughter of a family of natural-born warriors would be so easily upset. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Hanabusa, in the dungeon, Tachibana realizes that Erika's signal has disappeared. The girl shouts at the master to turn around. The enemy is over level 1000. The monster attacks the guy, who manages to set up a barrier. He says that he is disappointed. He chopped off the monster's arm. Their boss isn't strong enough. There's no one with a higher level than their boss. The young man is shocked that some monsters can speak. The girl says that this only happens after reaching a certain level. The monster's intelligence rises to the point where they can speak like humans. Tachibana uses the skill Firebomb. An explosion occurs. He then stepped on the monster and used Contract. The monster submitted to him. The young man asked Stephanie to heal him. The other two died in the firebomb. Euphemia suggested collecting them as trophies of conquest. The girl says a monster on the 100th floor doesn't stand a chance against the master. With a level 10 times higher, that's to be expected. After all, his level has already reached 10,000. Even while doing all this, the other servants were also earning experience for him. He asked how many floors there were in these ruins. The monster replied that there were only 150. He ordered him to descend to the bottom and gather new servants. For real combat experience, that should be enough. Now he knows that using a skill mid-battle can be a bit difficult. He used the skill Borrow Servant skill. He can borrow any skills from the servants serving under him. It's quite convenient. These skills also become stronger as they level up. Now he must be careful not to take anyone's life. Euphemia noted that he'd already surpassed the point where the real battle was taking place. Tachibana suggested they go home. Erika's signal had been lost for a while. That's odd. She and the other two should wait at the hotel. He doesn't understand. He tried to look into Erika's memory. It seems she died after hiding in the hotel hallway for a while. She was probably attacked from behind. His skill can only reveal what the servants saw. They don't understand why she was hiding in the hallway. Stephanie suspects she was in front of that girl with a strange name, Danura. Perhaps to spy on her or kidnap her. Tachibana didn't order this. Perhaps Erika planned to bring her in hopes of pleasing the owner, or she tried to eliminate her, considering her unworthy of the owner. The guy asks if she's trying not to create problems for her master. Euphemia replies that one can act voluntarily if one sincerely believes it will benefit the master. Their desires may not coincide with their intentions. Tachibana said it was a shame. She was valuable. The girl mentioned that there were several settlements nearby with forest people like Erika. They could attack them if the Lord so desired. He glared at her and asked what she was trying to tell him. She bowed and said she was simply stating a fact. He hoped Danora knew something about the cause of Erika's death. The heroine thanked the guy for waiting. Suddenly, they were met by the hunter leader, Riza. She asked them what could have happened between them, causing them to rush off in such a hurry. She told them to do as she said. She used magic and bound the heroes in an ice cage. Yuki told her to take Danora with her, so if she just went along quietly, they wouldn't have any problems. Suddenly, Takato broke her cage and said that they could get out of here. Danura said they were more fragile than they looked. She tapped them, but they were hard. The hero explained that he killed the part of the ice he hits. It seemed to work. Riza doesn't understand what he is and conjures a huge ice flow. Takato told the ice flow to die, and it shattered. Then he repeated the same with the staff. It broke. The girl fell to her knees. She couldn't use magic without the wand, but the last mages they'd encountered hadn't used a wand. Her class was Wand Master. That wasn't a class that could cast spells without a wand with magic sealed within. If that's true, then with his powers he could render someone powerless. Although, it only works on people who rely on objects. It's possible it worked this time, but there's no guarantee. He tells her he'll kill her immediately if she tries anything. If she understands, he'll ask her a few questions. He suggests she probably has more than one wand. The girl confirms this. She hid it in her chest. Denora doesn't understand why she hid it there. Mokomoko says that if she has wands that size, she could have more. They should undress her. He's sure he could take off her clothes, but he's never tried. The girl is outraged. Takato doesn't understand her. She never complained about the murders, but undressing them feels strange to her. The spirit offered to take her life. The young man replied that if he killed everyone who was potentially dangerous, soon there would be no one left around him. The hero asked her if she had companions and where they were. Riza confirmed this. The guy asked if they had received the same orders. Suddenly, someone appeared from above. However, Denora managed to strike her opponent on the head. The hero is shocked by his companion's actions. The girl began to examine what had attacked her. It was a doll. There were a lot of them, and they were crawling along the ceiling. Mokomoko said it seemed like the time had come for her bow to be useful. Riza said she thought she could handle it herself. Takato realized that she was simply stalling for time and not answering honestly. They must defeat the puppeteer, who was hiding somewhere. Denora asked the boy to use his skill to find the puppeteer. He replied that it shouldn't be too difficult. He told her to go to the emergency stairwell. The dolls say they were told to take this woman, but they weren't told to leave her unharmed. They rushed to attack. The young man neutralized them all. The girl sat by the emergency stairs. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her dolls. They weren't moving. Denora recognized her as Chelsea, one of the guards. She noticed them and asked them not to kill her. The girl asked if it was just her or if they both looked like bad guys. He replied that he was just protecting them. Tachibana said that Riza died. He doesn't know all the details, but it seems so. Chelsea has lost the will to fight and is giving them information. Knowing there's no weakness in the Dominator's abilities will only drive them to despair. According to Riza and Chelsea's memories, all of this happened because of Takato. He says he can defeat his opponents, and it's worth considering. Euphemia says there are 3 options. First, they have a gift of the highest order. The other option is simply a huge difference in levels. Except for the sages, it is hard to believe that anyone can crush Lord Dominator. Third, they may possess unknown power outside the system of the gifts of the Holy Sage and the Sword. Tachibana decides to observe for a while and figure out what the trick is, be it a hidden device, a skill, or something like that. He will begin by ordering everyone who will be useful to gather outside the city. Denora screamed when she saw the huge number of cockroaches. These aren't ordinary beetles, they're being controlled. Their gaze makes you feel like they're simply observing. He also sees some sort of network connecting them. It could be a Dominator-class command system. These bugs can crawl into their mouths and block their breathing. There are so many of them that he can see it happening. Denora was angry at the guy. She imagined this happening. She asked the boy to use his power for good and kill them, but then changed her mind when she learned that their corpses would fall from the walls and scatter down the stairs. Mokomoko suggested they leave. Tachibana was waiting for them outside the city. They decided to meet there. Takato says there will be no need for that. He will take Yuki Tachibana's life. The guy says that he is surrounded, so he cannot use his power. Euphemia tells him that in his case, further contact with them would be easy to avoid. He's full of confidence, and even though his life has had its ups and downs, everything has always worked out the way he wanted. Although one could say that's encouraging. The Dominator's power can do anything. However, right now, she has a bad feeling about it. Tachibana ordered that Takato Yogiri be taken out of the city and his life taken. The hero realized something had happened to the bugs. There was a certain malice in them. It was different from the killing lust. They are attacking. The young man realized that this murderous intent belonged to Yuki Tachibana. He told him to die. The next moment, the guy started to fall. The cockroaches began to scream that the owner had been killed. The hero can't guarantee that misfires are impossible, but that hasn't happened yet. If all goes well, Tachibana will simply die. He tried to take his life with bugs and he killed him first. He was able to trace the team's origins. If he can contact him, it's logical that he can contact him too. Life is harsh. When he tries to harm someone, they risk harming themselves. The cockroaches began to move again. Takato assumed they were now free of the mind control. The Nora said it was terrifying. The heroes have finally escaped. Even if Tachibana is dead, he has servants who will attack them of their own free will. It would be best if they headed to the capital. The main street of the city is too noisy. It was a shame they had to exit the alley this way, but it seemed the main street was the only way to the station. They heard a strange sound. There was a crowd of zombies standing in front of them. Danura doesn't understand what this is. She knew it was some kind of fantasy world, but now it's a zombie apocalypse. Recovery magic doesn't work either. Dominator Yuki Tachibana is dead. The servant status she once held has disappeared. Euphemia is shocked that Stefania is actually crying because of a person like him. The girl decided to leave. First, she would go and look for her family. Then she would rebuild her home, which had been destroyed by this man. Euphemia was walking up the stairs thinking about her village. Suddenly, she noticed a light. She has a bad feeling. Something happened outside. She emerged from the dungeon and was surprised. The entrance to the ruins and everyone around them were gone. She turned around and saw someone's huge silhouette. This monster is not of this world. It is an aggressor. Lane noticed the appearance of Kurayami's aggressor. She commented that this was not a good fit for her. The monster noticed her and took a step forward. Everything it touches instantly dries up and dies. It's like a fog. Lane punches him but walks right through him. She dies as soon as she touches him, but her vampire regeneration is faster. However, the enemy took no damage. She was pondering what to do and noticed a half-demon girl below. She was unharmed after Kurayami passed through here. Ryuta asks Masayuki what he's doing here. Didn't Lane entrust him with Hanabusa? He asks his friend not to be angry and reminds him of old times. Masayuki asks him to clear the undead from the city. Masayuki said that he was here on Lane's orders and that he was in charge. Ryuta asked what he was trying to do. He replied that they were simply looking for some people. Danura doesn't understand why the city is full of zombies. Shouldn't it be protected by the sages? The girl wondered if they could help the citizens. The young man replied that they could help one or two, but it was unlikely he could save the entire city. The time of zombies has come to an end. Masayuki announces that he has acquired the key to the city's barriers. No one will be able to buy the city. All undead are also contained within the barrier. He tells them to help find some people in the city and names the traits of Takato and Danura. He gives them an hour to bring the two to the city's central square. If they don't bring them, the undead will no longer stop. Ryuta was outraged. Masayuki had promised not to harm the residents. He waved it off, saying it was a ploy to get people to start searching. They will start searching as if their life depends on it now. The guy thinks that he just wants his undead army to go berserk. People started looking for heroes. They grabbed anyone with black hair. Denora remarked that this was worse than zombies. Takato realized they couldn't escape without being found. It won't be so safe now. It will be quite annoying to kill innocent people. The people found the heroes and decided to capture them. The young man told them not to come near, otherwise they would die. One of the residents rushed to attack, but the guy neutralized him. They think he won't kill them if they approach him with the intent to kill. Takato decides to make a deal with Masayuki and go to the square. Anabusa Central Park. Masayuki and Ryuta are already in the park. Takato and Danura came to them and told them that they were the ones he was looking for. Masayuki laughed at them and said that they were boring. The hero said they had come to talk. They wanted to travel to the imperial capital and get there by train. He asked that the barrier be removed so they could use the station. Masayuki was surprised at first and then angry. He started cursing at them and then ordered the undead to attack them. Takato neutralized all the undead with one word. The man was shocked. Masayuki's army fell. He thinks it must be a joke. His immortal body in an instant. Ryuta says he's the owner of this region and has nothing to do with this whole situation, even if they say that they are already dead. He didn't know that from the start. Aren't they alive since they move? Masayuki doesn't understand how he kills something that's already dead. Takato decides what death means. He's alive if he moves, and he stops when he's dead. He doesn't care what he thinks. The man was furious and confused. It has begun to transform. Takato doesn't understand why he should wait for the guy to fully motivate himself. Denora asked about the negotiations. He replied that everything was fine. Ryuta confirmed this. Lane asked Euphemia where she was from and how she survived Kurayami. She doesn't look strong. For some reason, she doesn't even seem worried. She used charm and started asking questions. Although she is enchanted, the answer is still unclear. The sage decides to convert her. She is the Sage Lane, the first vampire. She tells Euphemia to tell her everything she knows when she becomes her bloodline. Ryuta asks them not to kill him. Masayuki did all this himself. He doesn't intend to harm them. He simply doesn't want to cause any more damage to the city. Takato asked what was going on. He replied that the Sage Lane had ordered Masayuki to kill them. Because he was a bit crazy, he resorted to such means. He tried to stop him, but he couldn't go against the sage. Denora asked if the sage's name wasn't Shiion. He replied that she was also a sage, but that this region was under Lane's control. Mokomoko turned to the hero. The boy said that she noticed it. This is highly suspicious. Some kind of mental manipulation has taken hold of this area. The spirit has already protected her family's heir. There's murderous intent coming from all directions heading toward this square. This time, it's not zombies, but living citizens. Ryuta rushed to find the key to the city barrier. He could restore everyone's sanity by using the barrier. But there was no answer. The barrier was based on Lane's power. It reacted when he used it. Right now, the sage is near the city and is directly controlling the barrier. Euphemia asked if this method wasn't very risky. They didn't know how strong Takato was. Lane asked how much of a threat she considered him. She replied that they shouldn't involve themselves any more than that. The woman wants to test his capabilities. She wants to know if he's capable of killing her. Euphemia asked about what she had said. She replied that nothing. She wanted to try something. The heroes are completely surrounded. Suddenly, one of the residents will take his own life. It was a diversionary tactic. The other two began attacking from both sides at once. It seemed they were testing him. There is someone who tests the limits of his power in various ways. Takato told Ryuta to come to them for protection. He asked Denora to be careful. The shadow has grown much darker. It's predicted to grow by 50%. Suddenly, the girl noticed something and asked what it was. The aggressor loomed over the city. Ryuta said it was Kurayami. He's the aggressor who appeared recently. That's why Lane is far away from here. The monster began to walk through the city. It's heading towards the square. Denora asked if the hero could handle it. He replied that he probably could. Ryuta asked for help. He would repay them in any way he could. Takato has a bad feeling about this. However, he can't leave it like this. He told him to die. The monster began to crumble. The hero shouted for everyone to take cover. There were explosions in the city. Kurayami was killed. The young man thinks that this is the same person who tested him. Denora asked the guy to let her go. The attack was over. And besides, he was moving too fast for him to see what it was. Denora noticed something. The young man asked what it was. She replied that they were women in red dresses. There were a lot of them, and they were flying through the sky. Takato thinks it's Lane's attack. Denora asks if there's anything she can do about it. He replies that they are aimlessly destroying everything and have no intention of killing. Ryuta asks him to help his city. All these women look the same. Lane must have cracked. She might be copying herself. Takato asked Ryuta for ideas on how to solve this problem. A few minutes earlier, Lane cloned herself. Lane B possesses an exact copy of her, except that all memories of the certain person are omitted. She cannot have killing intent toward that person. She tells the clones to wait and attack the city on her signal. Magic isn't her strong suit. Besides, it would be incredibly powerful with that speed and power. If this attack is successful, defeating him will also result in the destruction of the entire city. She made Lane B's bodies disappear after their deaths to avoid tracing the source. The sage orders his clones to destroy the city of Hanabusa. She expects something unusual. Kurayami might pursue her after the attack this time, or perhaps he'll die right here. Ryuta's class is the mayor. He's given the city a real-time, bird's-eye view. They don't attack the same place twice. People tend to develop unconscious patterns when they try to do something randomly. Takato decided to head to the right place. The girl in the spirit also wanted to go with him. He replied that it would be safer for them to hide with Ryuta. The mayor suggested they hurry. The next attack was coming soon. He'd teleport them away. They've arrived. Next stop. The clones are almost here. Denure pointed at them. He told this object to die. Suddenly, something began to envelop the hero. It was the ball in which the children took refuge from the explosion. This is Mokomoko's trump card. She got it from that time with the robot aggressor. In any case, they defeated one. It was just one of the duplicates. Takato would like to see them change their strategy. They think they'll probably be okay. Lane realized Takato took her clone's life. She assumes his killing of one of them led to the death of all those same templates. People who are not synchronized with the main body will soon disappear. It would be nice if next time he simply made duplicates, each with a slightly different configuration. That way, if one dies, it won't affect the others. It seems Takato is unable to kill the real blood after all. Now that Karai's suppression was complete, she would return. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her main body is unresponsive. This situation is only possible if her main body is dead. She's shocked that Takato was able to deliver and kill the main body through an incomplete Lane B. It's too irrational. Authority with power to such a degree. It's stupid. Lane B's body has disappeared. Primeval forest. A girl fights a monster. She managed to destroy him. Her friends applaud her. Sage candidates. Temporary camp. A girl hears something inside her tent. She walked inside and noticed Charon. She came to return her phone, which she lost last night. She secretly took it. She's here to return it because it seems the battery is almost dead. She wanted to use the surveillance tool on his smartphone, but it was impossible to determine before the battery died. She is an American ninja. She says they've always had a special satellite to monitor Takato. He's still alive. The first gate is open. Since he was the one who placed the seal on himself, it makes sense that he alone would be able to remove it. Ryota asks what Carol was planning to do. Won't they meet him eventually if they continue to act as they are? Killing someone just by thinking about it. Even in his sealed state, she can't be at peace. Carol replied that it was called the being that controls the death of all living things. They would be shocked when they found out what this being really was. In some city in Japan, at an Institute of Advanced Life Sciences, a girl writes something down and says that she knows she is not very smart. But are they sure that this is a valid document? It's a legal document that says someone won't complain even if they die on the job. The man says they're practically meaningless legally, so can she sign it? Even if she dies, it can be disposed of. The woman is shocked by this. The man says they're currently experiencing a lot of intense conflict, and even if something trivial happens, he'll be blamed if he doesn't do it. So he'd like to say he got the man's permission ahead of time. The woman wants to go home, but this is the last interview of her casual statements. If she goes home now, she will have to look for a job again. She has an amazing salary and benefits, in addition to the necessary dormitory. She decides to go home and think it over. But the man stops her and tells her that the experiments in the lab are quite simple. She just needs to work according to the conditions. The man says that if she doesn't sign this document, he'll throw her in there without explanation. She's shocked and wonders what she expected when she came here. She says she understands, signs, and the man decides to give her the card. They walk and the girl asks what kind of research institute this is. Is it a secret evil organization? The man says no. They protect Japan and the world. They have a little time until they get there, so he'll explain as they go along that the door can't be opened without a card. The term mutually assured destruction is an important factor. It is obvious that the use of nuclear weapons will lead to the destruction of both sides. They do not use them on each other. This theory is that having weapons will protect a country from the nuclear weapons of another country. The girl asks if they're conducting nuclear weapons research here. He tells her no. Research isn't permitted in Japan, so they're researching ways to compete with the nuclear bomb, studying curses. In other words, if they use nuclear attacks, they will curse their country. The girl is perplexed by this. At first, he also thought it was stupid. But even if she doesn't understand, she can't help but fall silent due to the repetition of phenomena. This category is also covered by science. When he said she could die, he meant because of the curse. When he says curse, It might depict death after writhing in pain, but it's okay because she'll die instantly. The girl is in shock, and he suggests they go for a walk. She doesn't understand what this terrible scene is in front of her. What compact writing is everywhere. In fact, it's a sutra. The girl sighs. The man says the upper floors are afraid and want to keep Takato's workstation deep underground. They were supposed to create passages like this one in elevators. Takato's job is to take care of a specific object. In fact, they are still at the stage where they know very little about it. The report is part of the letter for fear of being killed just by looking at it. The subject's code name is Alpha Omega. Takato will be writing reports and taking care of him. The girl asks who he is. If they had known, it wouldn't have been a problem. All they know is that the subject can kill anything just by thinking. They haven't found a way to prevent it. It can't be used as a weapon because there is no control. The girl asks if it's invulnerable. The man says no, there must be a way to kill it. It detects attacks in advance and counterattacks. It can kill an enemy with the power of thought, but they cannot be the target of a curse. It is impossible to think about someone you don't know or see. If he was targeting people in Japan, it's possible that he could indiscriminately kill people all over the world just by thinking. The man says he wishes the creature had a Japanese mentality so it would fight back when Japan is in danger. Does Takato have a license? The girl is shocked to realize why she was hired. And was it worth it to be greedy and apply for everything? The man says she can get there and back simply by following the directions. They give her instructions and say that there is nothing complicated. He leaves. She didn't know that people had gone so far. Then the girl puts the card and the door opens. This door is like a bank safe. If it needs to be restricted, then it is probably bad. The girl looks around and doesn't understand what kind of rural environment is deep underground. She looks at the door and notices that it has disappeared, like a landscape painting. She must be going into the building. She is afraid of what kind of person is here. She comes to the Japanese house and asks if there is anyone there. Suddenly she notices something moving there, maybe this room. The girl doesn't understand what kind of monster the Alpha Omega is. She then slowly opens the door and sees a little boy sitting on the floor, looking at her in confusion. The girl suddenly screams and asks how such a child can do anything, whether big adults want to lock him in the basement. Then she angrily asks him what he's doing so quietly, locked in such a place. He says he's always been here, and she grabs him and runs away. She throws him out on the street and orders him to play with crayfish, shrimp, firecrackers, let him feel emotions. She threw him into the water and he sees a frog. She is so angry that she was scared of a trifle and now she is tired. He points with his hand and says to die. However, he kills something behind her back. The girl in shock asks what it is. The boy does not know. It looks like a bad spirit. She got angry and forgot about whether he really was an Alpha Omega who could kill with a thought. The boy asks if she's Misaki's replacement. She was with him in the house, so is she replacing her? The boy says he's hungry and he says Misaki always cooked. People here call him Alpha Omega, but that's their code name. What's his real name? Before coming here, his name was Okakushi. He asks if there's food on the table. The girl says they need to sort this out tonight. The girl didn't cook for herself because it was expensive. He tries it and likes it, even though he's never eaten it before. She asks him what his mother called him. Awkward not to have a name. She suggests coming up with a name for him, the first one being Yogiri, the name of a dog she had had for a long time. He says he's Takato Yogiri, and the girl asks why he chose her last name. Why did it become like parent and child? He might know better. She shakes his hand and tells him that he is now Takato Yogiri. She calls him Yoroshiku. The guy asks why their car stopped. The girl thought he'd be fast asleep on these roads. He's a little sleepy. She says he can't get back to sleep. The road is broken, so they stopped. It hasn't been used since the railroad was built, but it would take time to get to the capital to repair it. Reddy told them to take the car and drive it. She says that if it's just an obstacle, she can remove it with the weapon the robot gave her, but she won't be able to do anything if the road collapses. First, she needs to look at their situation from a different angle. The guy asks why they're going to the capital. The girl is surprised he only asked now. Their goal is to return to Japan. They need to talk to the sage Shiion. They decided to meet up with their classmates heading to the capital. It would be great for them to hang out carefree in the city. If they wait, they might come for them. They can't even talk to them because they attack suddenly. Moko Moko says she's here and has scouted the road ahead. She has bad news. They need to stop because the bridge has collapsed. It's best to turn back and look for another way. The girl decides to turn around, but they notice something behind them. There's some creature behind them. It turns out to be a dragon. They seem to really like cars. Suddenly, the dragon starts to roar and everyone is shocked to realize that the car is about to fall. Takato wonders if this is the dragon's territory. They ask him to do something, but he says that since he doesn't understand them, there's nothing he can do. Then they look out the window and are shocked to realize that there are other dragons in the sky far away. Many dragons, and they are all getting closer to them. The girl has a feeling that they want them to leave here. In fact, this is bad. This time they are coming with fire. They all have the intention to kill, in which case they will all die themselves. After this, all the dragons fell dead. The girl says that it looks like an advertisement for an insecticide against dragons. The girl says that they appeared suddenly. They enter their territory, so it is their fault. But shouldn't they defend themselves? In any case, they should remove the dragon's body behind them. Suddenly, a huge dragon appears above them. The girl in shock asks what to do now. Then she asks if this is normal. Maybe he wants to shoot lightning at them. The protagonist does not feel the intent to kill. Maybe he is just testing them. The dragon suddenly announces that they've passed, and suddenly flies away. The protagonist asks it to wait. If it understands them, he wants to know why they attacked. He asks the dragon if he saw what happened to the other dragons. The dragon suddenly freezes. The little girl says that she would like to fly away without talking. She knows that it is a bad idea to say that. They do not understand why the golden thunder dragon became a little girl. Perhaps this happens often in parallel worlds. They ask her why the dragons attacked them. The girl says they were her assistants. She was trying to determine if they were worthy of facing the holy sword. The protagonist thinks he's heard this before. Didn't Myray mention it? They were walking this way to get to the capital. She says that no one goes this way. They were told that there should be a road here. The holy sword is not in this canyon. If they meet him, he might give them a gift. But it is not for everyone. The guy leaves and a girl says that they have already passed. Do they want to meet with the holy sword? She was told to bring promising people with her. The girl screams about the holy sword, a creature rivaling the sages. Don't they want to experience at least some of this power? The guy says that he might know where they should return to in their world. They have lost their way. This does not mean that they will change their destination. She decides to be their guide, to take them to the capital. It's impossible for them to get there on their own anyway. The girl says her name is Atira and asks what their names are. Takato and Donara introduce themselves. In the canyon, people await the holy sword, wondering who they are. The girl says that today is the day of the Holy King's election. If they become a knight, they can become the sword's apprentice. Everyone wants to become the holy sword. The guy tells them they are disqualified, but the man says there are no disqualifications. Being able to get here is just a requirement to join in the action. They think that he looks quite strong. Maybe he is the holy sword. The man says that there are too many of them here. The man talks about them killing each other until he tells them to stop. He talks about how those who survive will move on. One guy asks if killing everyone here means he automatically passes. The man says he should think before he speaks. If this were an interview about personality, there would only be one word that would describe them. The girl says that a kind person wouldn't tell everyone to kill everyone else. The man asks if they heard what he just said. The guy genuinely doesn't care if he gets disqualified. They were just passing by, and he doesn't really want to kill people. The protagonist says he should now lead them to the exit. Sword asks if they've arrived here by accident. In any case, he can't allow it. If anyone escapes, everyone will be disqualified. He asks about the time limit. 10 minutes. If half of them are not dead in 10 minutes, then they will all be disqualified. Then the battle begins. One guy overcomes the other, and the girl gets scared by this. She asks her friend if she should scream. The main character says that it is becoming a bit troublesome. It would be better to hide. But the knights say that the two of them should stand together. They have nowhere to go. The boy says he will protect them. He tells the enemies that they misunderstood the Holy Sword's intentions, that this is a test and that the Holy King's knights are not behaving appropriately. The girl asks if he is really good, but it is not so easy for him. Her friend sees that his skills are quite high. The guy takes the blows from the sword with his brush. The girl thinks that everyone here looks quite capable. This guy stands out from all the others. This guy can easily take on multiple opponents at once, and he even adjusts his moves based on the attacks of these guys. But it doesn't look like he wants to kill them. The protagonist thinks about the intention to kill, whether the attack is really directed at them. He orders to die. Several people near the guy die, and he doesn't understand what just happened. The girl is in shock because of this. The boy thinks it must be the power of the holy sword. It truly did punish the sinful people. He didn't even notice the movement and is stunned. It looks like they've changed their target. They should be safe now. The fair-haired boy said he heard they'd ended up here by accident, that it was bad luck, but this test was important. He'd do everything he could to ensure they didn't make any enemies. A guy is crawling on the ground, asking for a stone. The girls wonder if this is the right guy, if it's bad luck, if he's asking them not to give up on him, and if he's asking the girl to help him. He points to a rainbow-colored stone, and she asks if it's the same stone and hands it to him. The guy takes it in his hand and the stone disappears. He joyfully says that he is saved. He thought that it was the end for him. The girl asks what it was. The guy explains that it's a star crystal, which he received as an item of forgiveness. It's convenient and can be used for various things, such as healing serious wounds. The girl asks what and to whom he was apologizing. The man orders everyone to stand and says that this number is enough. They change location, let everyone follow him. Everyone follows him, and the girl is surprised that this time they will all go into the forest. She asks Takato if this is Oponso. Maybe they should just go to the capital now. They are told to keep going if they can. She wants them to take part in the test. Takato tells her that all she said was that they should meet the holy sword. She says that the recommender of the person who becomes a knight, the holy king, can become the servant of the knight of the holy king. That's why she told them to aim to become the disciple of the holy sword. They still haven't collected any information. Everything is becoming more and more troublesome. The girl says that they need to hurry because the others have already gone ahead. Rick apologizes for the long introduction and introduces himself, although they may know him by different names, so let them just call him Rick. Even if they say he is a celebrity traveling incognito, how would they know that? They all introduce themselves, and the new guy says his name is Reiner, and he's not really interested in the challenge, but his friends got him into it. They ask him where his friends are. They probably thought he died and went back. He's glad she didn't take the star crystals with her. They can't be used by anyone but him. They're tied to his existence, so to speak. He is a true Japanese and has always been unlucky. It's a miracle he even lived to high school. He was kidnapped by a cult and killed as a sacrifice for a ritual. When he thought he was dead, a woman appeared who called herself a goddess, and it so happened that he received the stones of forgiveness. The story jumps too abruptly. He was reborn, but his luck hadn't changed. He received crystals as compensation. He wanted to get a powerful item, but his luck was terrible here too. He hoards 10 crystals to guarantee a rare item. The girl asks if the gods really do things like control when it comes to people. Some are protected by spirits like her, but there are also those whose fates are decided by God. The guy asks about the holy sword. Firstly, the various threats facing the world can be divided into 2 types. The first are aggressors who come from beyond this world. They are usually dealt with by sages who have heard of them before. The other threat, sealed by the gods, is the so-called demons. They say they too are not of this world, but this history is over 1,000 years old. Even now, they are considered a threat to their world. The Holy King is directly related to them. They were all sealed by the hands of the Holy King about 1,000 years ago. There are also powerful demon children and their followers. They sow panic everywhere, trying to revive the demons. The Knights of the Holy King deal with them. It is the Holy Sword that leads the Knights of the Holy King. The protagonist asks why the Holy King isn't leading them. It seems even he continues to suppress the demons within the barrier. The girl suddenly looks at the people in shock, wondering if they've gone mad. There's an invisible barrier here, and the things inside can't be seen from the outside. They can enter without any problem, but they shouldn't worry. They also notice a tower in front of them, and they are shocked to think about what it is. Moko tells everyone to leave right now. She asks if she noticed the miasma. Let them turn around. There is something ominous there. The girl asks if there's a tower there. She doesn't really understand such things. The guy looks at her thoughtfully and the girl gets angry. Suddenly, the guy feels ill and they worry about him. He seems to have fallen under the influence of miasma. They tell Reiner that he will cope. Takato says that even despite the barrier, there is some presence of death, but at first it should not be dangerous. Reiner says that he was able to gain resistance thanks to the stones. He asks Atira if it is safe to enter this tower. He understands that Atria did not go with him. She was not allowed into the barrier. Only those who participate in the test can enter here. They head towards the door in the center, and inside this tower is very spacious. The man says that they should hurry up or they will leave them. The guy asks if it looks like they don't care. The girl asks about the elevator. It's somehow too much even for a fantasy-style tower, but it's better than climbing the stairs. The man says that they are now on the roof. Let them come and look around. Someone says that this cannot be. There is a huge clot of monsters, and a man looks at the fact that it is the end of the world. The main character asks the girl about it. She reports that in the center of this clot of monsters, there is a man in black and a woman in white. The woman's sword, it seems, is pierced between both of them. But they seem to be frozen. But he only sees a huge sphere of monsters. It must be the Holy King and the demon. Isn't the sphere surrounding them a barrier? The man says that it would not be a lie to say that this world is on the brink. It is just barely standing on its feet. Even the holy sword is just a simple guard in the face of this. The girl says that she knew it. She is here to end the war against the demons. Didn't she solve all the problems by just killing him? The man says that she has a strong spirit. She tells him that her role will become meaningless today. He will be able to sleep peacefully after what happens here. The girl uses a flash of sun rays. Then people looking at this ask why she did it so suddenly. The guy excitedly turns to Frederica. The girl launches a projectile and announces that with this, the demon and his minions will be finished off. She defeated the demon that even the Holy King could not defeat and finally restored peace to the earth. Her attack stops and the man reports that time is slowed down inside the barrier, and it will take hundreds of years before the attack reaches the demon. That is why he cannot resign peacefully. And now it is necessary to begin the selection for the title of Holy King. He asks to listen to further instructions. And so the flow of time here is slowed down due to the effect of the barrier, so the time outside will differ from this one. The girl asks to pay attention. She is a magical doll responsible for this selection. Inside the tower there are other machines of the same model. In this tower, the roof is white because it is a safe zone. Fights in the safe zone will lead to disqualification. There are also battle zones. They are gray. They can ask the magic doll about their score. That's all. From this moment, the selection has officially begun. The girl asks to challenge anyone they want. The guy asks if he can ask a question. The woman in the maid costume, Teresa, has the rank of Roaring Sword. She has already taken part in the selection. Why is she here? It is strange to meet in such a place. A guy in a skull mask, also a male magician in a golden robe, Japanese, surrounded by girls. And this girl too. She feels that she is hiding something. This man has some kind of power, and she is more careful than ever. The guy thinks that the girl who used magic, her name is Frederica, she's the one who dragged her into this. Will it be okay to leave her there alone? The thing is that she is in complete shock. It will only get worse if she tries to comfort her. He understands why he didn't know about the demons or the Holy King when he came here. Didn't she say she was going to defeat the demon? She believes it won't be easy to attack him outside the barrier. The girl ponders Takato's ability. He could have simply killed the demon from outside the barrier. He would have said there was a reason to kill him. She still doesn't know which one is the demon. The other one looks angrier, which doesn't mean anything. She asks if she remembers that miasma in the beginning. It became very frightening, so he killed the source. It came from there. In the beginning, it was the one who bestowed blessings. It appeared out of nowhere, wandering aimlessly throughout the world. It answered the prayers of people, never did anything for itself. But it did not care about the intent of prayers. As if it were a machine, it fulfilled any wish as long as sacrifices were made. Naturally, people shed blood because of this. But despite this, they continued to fulfill the desires of people as they wanted. It did not take humanity much time to reduce one population to half. People realized that it was something beyond human control. It was something that had to be sealed away and inaccessible to humanity. They all attacked without knowing what it was thinking, but none of the attacks reached their target. But it did not even resist. Humanity was not even able to somehow limit it to any place. If so, they will pray for him to die, and then he will surely die. This prayer was immediately fulfilled. It showed its intentions. It said that this is wonderful, but the price for this desire is the lives of everyone in this world. It began to spread miasma everywhere, creating its subordinates to crush the entire world. Humanity had no chance against the subordinates of this monster. Everything was heading for extinction. But then the sages appeared, and they began to call him a demon, listening to this story. The guy feels that it would be terrible if a stranger came and killed him so easily. But doesn't it seem that people in the world are in danger? But the miasma is still seeping through. Time must pass before it stops. No one will guess about this incident if they remain silent. The main character thinks so too. The guy suggests going down to the first floor of the tower quickly to talk to the Holy Sword and leave here. The girl happily agrees with him. Frederica turns to Reiner and asks him if he has any magic stones left, and if he should give her another one. They ask her what she plans to do with him. She wants to restore my magical powers. He thought he'd already explained. The stones are bound to him and don't work on other people. She angrily asks why he followed her here. He's useless. Everyone understands that she probably wants to go alone. They're the last ones left here. Do they really mind? What about Rick? He says it's fine, but earning points in the tower while protecting them is a less dangerous idea. They also notice the tower's design is full of traps. They should thank those who came first. It seems most of them were eliminated by monsters, traps, and the like. It seems traps only work once. No one would fall into a trap that someone else had already walked into. You'd have to be a loser to fall into a trap someone else had already missed. Suddenly, Reiner is caught in a trap, and a spear flies into him, leaving everyone in shock. He apologizes and says he really isn't a fool. The girl says it's definitely a fatal wound. Someone uses a stone and the guy recovers, and everyone is amazed that even his clothes have been restored. This is the first time the guy sees these crystals. It seems that Reiner is the only one who has them. They can be used for 3 things: full recovery, increasing strength, and he can use 3 of them to try his luck in opening 1 gacha, or 30 to open 10 at once. Reiner suggests to start and throws 3 stones. He understands that he got a brush. This is how he can get a random item. It is an ordinary brush. He also can't use stones unless they're in his hand, so he'd like to ask them to move 1 from his backpack to his hand if he's dying and only has 3 left. At midnight, he gets new ones in exchange for all the bad luck that happened to him that day. The girl asks why he can't keep one of them in his hand all the time. He says that it's a good idea. He never thought about it. Tying it to his hand would be perfect. The girl asks Takato what he's doing. He says there was a chest here, a trap behind it, and a piece of paper inside that says 1 point. Then the writing disappears. Perhaps he has 1 point. It seems like a game. Another path leads to a dead end. The chest is empty. The floor is gray. Perhaps this is a battle zone. They wonder what's behind the door that says only 1 person can leave. The boy senses magic from the door. This must be part of the test. If only 1 can leave, then only 1 can enter. Reiner decides to go first. He has a magic stone. He goes and asks them to rely on him. He comes in and suddenly screams. They are shocked that he was caught so quickly. They ask him if he's okay. Some girl tells Rick they've met again. It's Teresa. They ask her if it was her doing. Bodies are lying nearby. They ask her if she did it, and she says they can't blame her. There's a mechanism in place that prevents the doors from opening if there's more than 1 person in there. They have to kill each other. The guy says she was alone before they arrived, and whether she was waiting there on purpose. The girl says that apparently this trick only works once. The exit opens regardless of the number of people. The exit is right behind her. The boy mentions that her rank is Roaring Sword, and that she's the only one among them who uses a thread sword. He says he'll detain her here, have her find a gap in the threads, and head for the exit. Teresa says the Holy Sword would be concerned if the meat managed to survive. She asks that in the end, isn't it true that the Knight of the Holy King should be one of the strongest in the world? The girl thinks Rick is strong, but who is this Teresa? She's just playing around. Rick realizes he needs to use everything he knows to block her attacks. 1 mistake, would be fatal. However, the next moment the main character points his finger at her and orders her to die, causing her to fall. He then asks if the stone on the floor is Reiner's, who, as he dies, asks for forgiveness for his terrible teamwork, and to place the stone in his remaining hand. Teresa has no pulse. The guy says that it could be a heart attack. Well, that's good. Only luck follows him. He is the complete opposite of Reiner. The main character understands that Rick fell for it. He says that if it is the opposite of Reiner, then even if he couldn't defeat her with his abilities, he was definitely lucky. They find their way out of the room and down the stairs. There, a girl, we hear, congratulates him on reaching the 98th floor. She's the magical doll B, and this entire floor is a safe zone, and as such, it contains living quarters for relaxation. The protagonist would like to talk now, while they're safe. It's better for them to split up. If they were the first to enter this room, they would have to kill each other. Rick realizes this is true. The trials aren't that easy. The guy says that everything will be fine with them. With Reiner too, if he waits in the room until midnight, then his forgiveness stone can replenish. Then Rick decides to move on and says goodbye, being asked to be careful. B asks if the apartment is shared between the three of them, and she'll show them a room. Takato and Reiner will share a room, and the girl will have her own. B informs her that there's room service. Reiner says he could get food poisoning, so his best option is to do nothing until midnight. The girl thinks something's wrong with him. He knew he'd be unlucky, so he walked through the door. He's inattentive. He doesn't care about his life. Reiner thinks about the 98th floor. Has he finally reached it, nearly dying 15 times? It'll soon be midnight. He suddenly realizes it was here, so this is it. There are too many forgiveness stones today, 100 of them. He wonders why they've been in this world for 20 years. In honor of the service's 20th anniversary, he's receiving a guaranteed ultra gacha. The guy is happy about the guaranteed ultra-rare gacha. He throws stones and thinks about what will happen there. Suddenly, a girl appears, saying that this man's wonderful scent is like he's hugging her. The guy doesn't understand why she appeared. She's the goddess who was able to transport him to this world. He asks her if she's his companion. She apologizes and will be back soon. She wanted to come and look around. She thought he'd celebrated earlier. Normally, she wouldn't have been able to come to this world. But he'd set a save point here, so she was able to get past the defense. The guy asks what he needs to do, whether he should start from this room if he dies. It's too dangerous here. The girl tells him that he is gifted with a stunning ability to quickly escape. Can't he come back every time at the moment of his death? If he can repeat it several times, he will do better and be able to survive. Every time he died, he had to start from the royal capital. Didn't she want him to come to this tower? No matter how many times he returned, someone like a god was bound to appear and try to kill him. When he appeared, he ran away from him. But she thought he couldn't kill him here. The girl says that around this time she can't return, so she'll stay. It's easy to send things into this world, but difficult to return, so she sent a copy and controls it remotely. This body will deform in a few hours until he can use it as he wishes. He thinks about how 20 years ago, after his reincarnation, this death god followed him and tried to kill him, but not in this tower, so that's why she wanted him to come here. What is her purpose? In the underground test tower, the girl turns to the holy sword. She is troubled by the fact that the number of souls is less than the dead in the tower. She does not know if this is due to the dead or a problem with the tower's ability to absorb them. The man says they should have a few extra years to maintain the barrier. However, this could become a problem in the future. If this continues, they might soon need to replenish the half-demons for the underground barrier. What about that woman who so boasted about her magic skills? Couldn't they use a half-demon instead? The unique specimen of devil blood will most likely break through the second barrier. The expected time is in 3 days at noon. The man announces that those who come to the trial will become Knights of the Holy King, and those who die will provide the barrier with new magic, all for the sake of protecting this world from demons and their followers. Someone tells Tomo she needs to get up. The girl asks Moko if it's really morning. She's feeling uneasy and notices a guy on top of her. Moko tells her she's here. Moto, in the wall, asks her for help. Shocked, she asks why she's in the wall, and she says it would be bad to disturb the boy who's hugging her. She wanted to disappear. She was curious about something, so she wanted to secretly check it out. But she got stuck in the wall. This tower attempts to gather all the souls of the dead into one place. The tower possesses powerful suction magic, causing the floors and walls to overlap. She is asked if she remained in the wall all night, but since it was her, she was able to resist. But she was so strong that any other spirits were easily absorbed. The girl says that this friendship was short-lived, but it left unforgettable memories. They ask her not to give up. Moto realizes the guy has woken up and is asking him to help her. If he destroys the suction thing, maybe it will work, but there's probably a reason. The guy thinks he'll give priority to Moko. Now he'll choose a target to kill. Suddenly, she flies out of the wall. It worked. She thought she would die. She died a long time ago, but now it seems strange. The protagonist says that in the worst-case scenario, only 2 of them will survive, so their goal is to find out how to return to their homeworld. They believe the spy who summoned them knows something, but there's no guarantee she'll be willing to talk, so they stayed here to see if the Holy Sword knows anything. The robot said that in order to return, they needed energy and coordinates. She noticed something similar when she was pulled into the wall. This tower could be a step towards solving the mystery of how to obtain that very energy. A collection of dead souls. It probably gives energy to that barrier. As a result, they will need a huge amount of energy to slow down time that much. They don't know if they can get the information without killing anyone, but their current goal is to reach the end of the tower and then head to the capital. Besides, he wants them to be prepared. He won't hesitate to kill enemies. The girl says that she is irritated by the fact that who would want to live in this dense forest full of monsters? If you need to hide, then this is the best place. Demons won't attack someone stronger. Even now, they're watching. There wasn't such a large territory on the map. It seems they've cleared a lot of land in this demonic forest. It will take a powerful person to seal the pact. Even so, these rice fields are beautiful. Rice is important to the Japanese, but here there are more fields and ranches. Everything here is arranged for a peaceful life. In these fields, there are only elven girls. But why are they all the same? Always choosing elves as wives. What's so special about them? Her sword thinks that she is very beautiful. She thanks him and says that in any case. She notices an elf girl and asks if anyone else is here, and she asks how they got here. She says she was out for a walk, and if anyone ever comes here, and she replies no. The elf asks if she's going to see her master, and she takes her there. Even though she said it was okay to take an unknown, suspicious person to see her master, the elf says it's because no one could do anything to him. The guy talks about how there was no seal, how long they plan to pursue him, and whether they're here to invite him to join the sages again. He has no reason to do so. The girl says that this is the last time and asks him if he is Saito Rikuto. He agrees and asks if she is Hayanoshi Doi. They finally send a sage to him. She will skip the invitation speech because it is the same as the last times. The only difference this time is that if he refuses, he will be eliminated. The guy laughs. He continues laughing and the elf says that it is not funny. Let him apologize right now. The girl asks the guy if he refuses the invitation. If so, then he will become her enemy. The guy says that he refuses and says that they both understand that she cannot defeat him. They have a big gap in strength. God gave him the most powerful abilities in this world. If we talk about pure strength, then she is certainly weaker. Even among the sages, she is too weak. Then does she understand that it is better to stop at this? Or maybe she wants to join him. Most of his servants are those who are also tired of attacking him. She agrees that this is getting tiresome, but it's work. The guy asks her not to take hostages, but she tells him not to worry. He's her only target, so she's trying not to involve others. She'd recommend Layla stay away. The boy asks Leela to take the others, although he doesn't think it's important. The girl asks if she's sure because of the eye. He's immune to petrification and charm. This is her ability, and he doesn't know the details. But it's the gaze of a hero killer. It might seem dangerous. It just allows him to analyze things. What's the point of using it on him? He's not a hero, so he shouldn't worry about it. Doesn't she see the children working here? Shouldn't this forest be ruled by some kind of beast king or dragon god? The girl says that the conversation is about nothing. We need to start. The guy tells her he'll punish her until she regrets her existence. He snaps his fingers and tentacles appear around her, saying it tastes disgusting. The girl reports that this is a cruel world that rewards only efforts. She begins to shine. The guy is shocked by this, and the girl says that she wants to settle this quickly. They said that they need to teach a lesson. The guy demands that she not look down on him. Suddenly, the guy rushes straight at the girl, which frightens the elf, but the girl simply stops him with her hand. The guy is wondering if she called it off. "It's same trick as last time," she asks. "Doesn't it look like he took everyone hostage? And why are they all so stupid?" The girl talks about this power that was given to him, why he thinks that others will not understand it. The guy screams that he gave her this power, that he told him he would give him the most powerful ability. The girl doesn't know who gave her this power, but she simply thought that if he was such a worthless person, how could he do it? Then she could too. The girl admits that she is tired of constantly cutting down guys like him. They are all nervous when they first try their hand, and immediately become arrogant and start thinking that the power belongs to them. And then those who receive power without putting in any effort begin to ridicule those who even try. The guy yells at her to shut up and uses funeral flame. He doesn't understand why he can't get out. He uses several spells and none of them work. The girl asks him if he ever thought that he would lose his power. He thinks about what's wrong. He should be the strongest. She says that it's all because he has a worthless fate. It's easy to steal the enemy's powers if they are similar to your own. The guy, shocked, asks if his power was stolen. She says that it shouldn't have been so one-sided. In fact, if he had made the effort to become stronger, if he had prepared in advance, then most likely she would have lost. He laughs, realizing that he has something else. He takes out the sword. The girl says that this sword has a great destiny and she will not be able to make it disappear. However, if the sword user is weak, it doesn't matter at all. The girl defeats the guy with a single swing of her dagger. The dagger doesn't like being dirty. Was it really necessary to use it? His servants fled, and it seems he wasn't popular enough to leave a message. The girl suggests that it would be great if they spread the news of his brutal death as a warning. Dagger says a message has arrived, apparently about the next job. 2 Japanese men, Takato Yogiri and Donwara Tomachika, both sage candidates. The girl asks why they would ask her to take care of the candidates, but Dagger doesn't know yet. They're heading to the city of Hanabusa. The girl walks along dissatisfied that she doesn't even have time for a break. Someone asks her to wait for him. The guy, in tears, says that his name is Hanekawa Daimon. He was literally lucky to survive in the forest until Rakuto found him, and now that she killed him, he has nowhere to go. He asks her to take him with her, otherwise he will only be left to await his own death. The dagger has a strange feeling. The guy shouts to Aoi that they need to run because this dragon in front of her is clearly emitting a powerful aura. Even with Aoi's powers, they will not be able to defeat it. But the girl says that it is very easy. The girl asks the dragon if he thinks that such a large creature as he cannot soar in the sky. Aoi reveals that the cruel world that only rewards effort is the ability to draw others into her world. Basically, the ability to change events in the way she believes. The guy says this ability has no limits. The girl says that what she can't believe can't happen, so she shouldn't get involved with people with high fate values. Does this mean he can defeat that guy? Is it safe for them to approach the dragon? Suddenly, the dragon bites off the boy's arm and he screams as he heals it. He asks if this thing can't fly. Shouldn't it have stopped? And if it could have done something with its powers? Not really. She thinks it's perfectly reasonable for such a creature. Suddenly, someone cuts off the dragon's head and the guy, shocked, asks what she did, but the girl says that it wasn't her. She notices the silhouette and realizes that it is the aggressor porcupine. This is possibly the worst situation for her. The boy doesn't understand why it killed the dragon or whether it noticed them. He sensed that it did. The girl admits she's standing behind it because it's big. He asks the girl if Aoi's ability can do something. It's like believing that a robot doesn't exist. Even if she says so, she can't believe whether something is possible or not. Suddenly the creature rises and the guy gets scared. He doesn't see eyes on it. He wonders if it understands their language. The girl says it's gone. Judging by the value of fate, it's unlikely they'll die here. But what does this thing mean? Is it different from status, the value of a person's fate, or the value of a person's fate, or the value of a place's fate? So high is the probability that something will happen. The guy asks if this is the real meta story. If we talk about it, then this is it. In any case, it's like she can see fate. It's as if there are multiple protagonists with their own chaotic events or scenarios, and different scenarios can change aspects in complex ways depending on the situation. When fighting an opponent with a high value of fate, there is a need to call fate. Whether Zenjubo is shot Sugatani or goes on a reckless attack in Okazami, he does not die. For his enemies, it is like a cheat. However, there is a way to kill him. If someone is protected by fate, there is no other choice but to use fate to kill him. But there is no point in trying to blindly attack him. It must be dramatic. They must create a situation to make his death exciting. Fate prefers situations that look more interesting, so you need to create a scenario in which death looks more interesting. Introduce fate into a situation that it likes more, but at the same time is convenient for it. But she tries not to be too self-confident in the end. Victory or defeat is just a story of fate. In any case, the dragon seemed to be about to raise the flag, but it was crushed by that guy. Aioi says she saw a tower, and they're heading there. The guy asks if she wants to head to the murder machine after all this. She says that he knows Takato. That's why she took him out of the forest. He will go with her until the job is finished. But he doesn't want to meet him. He will definitely be killed. The protagonist says that although they don't need the prize, they still ended up here. But maybe it's just him. Or maybe she feels guilty. They were killing the traps as they went. He doesn't really want to explore, but if he thought of it as a game, it feels like they're just cheating their way around everything. As a gamer, he blames himself. The man in the wolf skin asks if they're in good shape. He saw them before. Maybe they have a key. If he gives it to him, he will not kill him. The main character suddenly orders him to die. He dies, and the girl says that none of the attackers emit the aura of a holy knight. He seemed to have a map. It was covered in blood. It looked like a map of the tower. The passages were narrowing, so they would probably meet other participants. The girl says they have 5 points. Didn't they collect more while they were walking? They don't know what they define as murder. Perhaps they won't admit he's killing them. In fact, he doesn't think it's possible to determine cause and effect. They could probably get to the first floor without glasses. The girl says that they have explored half of this floor and are moving forward quite quickly. Someone tells him that it's too fast if they ask him. He doesn't think cheating is a good idea. He is the creator of this tower. He can freely move to any point of the tower. They ask him if he is cheating. If he says they're cheating, then that's true. But he still can't ignore what they've done. Whether they understand what it's like to be a creator who has to watch them navigate the traps he's created. The girl realizes he created it all. The creator reveals that the tower is not only needed to select knights, but also to maintain the barrier that seals the devil. They collect all the souls of the candidates who were killed inside the tower to provide the barrier with magic, to protect the world, to keep the devil locked away. The whole barrier won't break if only a small part of it is damaged. The problem is that it can be broken. If he releases them, then he won't have to break it anymore. He asks if he should trust him. He explains that he's different from those wise men. He doesn't often complain about his problems. The girl says he does so now. He reveals that his name is Aglacia. He is the one who is called the Great Magician. The man who created this tower more than 100,000 years ago. He begins to cast a spell and the girl is perplexed. The main character simply orders him to die, which frightens the girl. She asks if he was an important person. He doesn't know. Just killed him before he killed them. He was going to kill them anyway. In the test tower, the main character kills another enemy. No one listens to him. They underestimate them and attack. He thinks they believe in this status. If they would just think for a moment, they would realize that they somehow got this far. The girl asks if they're always targeting her, and if their second demand is to always leave the girl alone. So why do they want to attack her? The guy says it's because she's beautiful. The girl is embarrassed, and the guy asks her not to worry. He won't attack her. Asaka said that coercion is bad. The girl asks what if she agrees. He doesn't think it's a good idea to attack if there's consent. But isn't there a factor to consider? On the second floor of the testing tower, the protagonist asks what kind of door this is. It is bigger than those that were in the tower until now, but he will break it anyway. They go inside and see two girls fighting in the arena. The girl is surprised to see a fight between real swordsmen. It's a nice change of pace after all the others who immediately attack them, as he remembers seeing them on the roof. The guy on the throne tells Shiro that she hasn't understood yet. This attack doesn't pose a threat. so there's no need to be afraid. The girl offers to do this. She screams that she is coming and is going to attack the girl in front of her, but she attacks back. She cuts off a piece of her clothing and she screams that her clothing is getting less and less. Suddenly, she swings with a scream and the sword flies out of her hands, hitting the floor next to her opponent. Aoi is surprised that she lowered her sword. Besides, she is completely unharmed. Although her opponent seems skilled, the one who is not injured has a round tail. It could be a rabbit. But why does it matter now? The girl asks the guy not to stare so intently. Even if she were naked, she would still be just a rabbit. But without her ears and tail, she would be an ordinary girl. The guy says that even if she's beautiful, the extra parts make him lose interest. Since they don't care about the fight, they should probably just quickly leave the room. The exit from here might be behind that group. Perhaps he couldn't get through without killing them. The guy says they can just wait a little while. The girl hits the rabbit girl and it hurts. She realizes that her sore has become too heavy. She's hit again, and it seems painful, but she seems okay. The woman in the robe aims for vital points. She's skilled, but it's not enough. They tell her that she is attacking strange places. Shouldn't she become more serious? Is there any point in continuing this? The girl with the serious face says that if her life has been exposed, then she has no need to hide. She changes form and the guy on the throne says that this is the real her. She is a half-demon. Now that they have seen this form, she must finish the fight before it becomes a hindrance. She then attacks her opponent, who screams and her arm is cut off and falls to the floor. She screams in horror that she is in pain. The guy says that everything will be fine if she just attaches her hand back. She is very bad with a sword. This time, let her fight without a sword. The girl agrees and attaches her hand. The girl says that Shiro can move faster without a sword. This rabbit girl suddenly became faster. It looks like she can withstand these attacks in a cloak. They seem to be just as effective as before. They understand that this is unlikely to be resolved soon. It is annoying. The guy shouts that it would be nice to talk. The main character asks if they mind if they walk past here quickly. Everyone looks at him. The girl asks him to read the atmosphere. Now is not the time. There was a battle to the death. They are asked how they got here. They broke through the wall without going through the door that he made. Ai realizes he's convinced himself it's okay, but if they fight each other, they don't want to bother either side. So can they let them through? The guy on the throne asks how about keeping them company. His students haven't reached 100 points yet. If he were alone, he would conquer this tower in an instant. They are here to train the girls. They can get points by ambushing anyone who comes. They realize it's pointless to fight them. They have 6 points, and he says they're lying. The guy explains that they were dragged into this trial. They're not interested in becoming Knights of the Holy King and don't care about collecting points, so there's no reason not to skip it. It's as simple as going down the stairs. One could destroy doors or walls using brute force or even break through the floor for that matter. But in this game, they have to collect points. He just enjoys it and won't let them act illogically. The girl says she doesn't care. She's here to collect points, and they have no reason to fight them. The guy on the throne says a 3-on-3 match is suitable for training. If they can defeat those 3, he'll let them pass. Or they prefer he take them on as students. 3 girls, the bunny one is Shiro, the tall one is Geralda, and the little one is Ima. Tokato's negotiation skills, maybe. But he thinks he's the type of guy who doesn't listen at all. They explain that Emma is a swordswoman and Gerald specializes in magic, and he's so confident that he tells them about their abilities. Now that he thinks about it, how about leaving the half-demon and the Japanese girl behind? The guy says that beautiful people must always die. The girl turns to Takato and he agrees. He thinks that in this tower, having encountered many people, Takato did only one thing. The protagonist orders them to die. The girl thinks that if he uses his power to protect her, then it is the same as if she did it herself. Everyone falls. The girl says that this is the first time she has seen such a style. The main character says that they defeated all 3. After all, he promised to let them through for this. The guy is shocked. Takato comes forward. He asks for permission to open it. Let him open it just in case. Suddenly, the guy behind them on the throne is about to get up and attack them. But the protagonist kills him and calls him a liar. The girl asks the 2 of them to wait, and they look at the girl in bewilderment. She asks if it is possible that this is his doing. The guy agrees. She says that she is very sorry if this request is inconvenient. She asks him to help her. The guy asks Donora what he should do, and she asks him not to shift it onto her. He could at least listen to her. Her name is Theodosia. The guy and the girl introduce themselves. They ask her what she needs help with. She thinks it's not about the selection. Theodosia says that he's right. She is looking for her younger sister. She felt that she might be imprisoned somewhere under the tower, now that her disguise has been exposed. She doesn't think she can rescue herself without being captured. Donora explains that they are Japanese and unfamiliar with this world, which is why they were imprisoned. Theodosia apologizes and asks if they know that humans use the term half-demon as a derogatory term for people like her. They have silver hair and dark skin, and also have tremendous magical power. But most people in the clans don't have the talent to use magic, and she is one of them. The guy thinks that just because she has magic doesn't mean she can use it. Didn't something fly out of the sword in the recent fight? Wasn't that magic? It was just swordsmanship. Having magic may be useless to them, but it is a rare gift. For those who plan magical power, they are easy sources of this power. If her people are locked in this tower, afraid that they will be used as cattle because of their magic, the girl asks them if they could disguise themselves again. It was magic that she asked her friend to cast on her. She can only dispel it with her power. In any case, the protagonist doesn't think that the Holy Sword will find her since the tower can no longer conduct internal surveillance. This is because they advanced and destroyed parts of the tower along the way. They just got into all this on the way to the royal capital. It's okay since they were trying to become the Holy King's knights anyway. He asks Donora if she's okay with it. She agrees, but she didn't think that such things would irritate him. He asks if it is okay to help when they ask. The girl says yes, she's never seen him refuse anyone. He means there's usually no time for discussion, as they're suddenly attacked. Above all, he was the first person to help her since he came into this world. The guy says he can just trust Theodosia. He'll figure out what to do depending on the situation. Of course, she's in no position to make demands since she's the one asking for help, and regardless of his decision, she won't object. The girl says that his friends are in the basement, so he needs to go there first, then leave the tower. He just hopes that the Holy Sword is open for conversation. Suddenly, someone asks someone else to stop, because if they keep fooling around, they won't make it in time. These are people they know. They inform him that the test time is almost up, so he needs to move on. Now that they mention it, he thinks the time has already come. The girl, surprised, says that this room is the hall they entered. They are again at the entrance. The man tells them that the time has come. Now it looks like 17 people have passed, now that they are all knights of the Holy King. He is interrupted by the girls telling him about the emergency. He is told that the tower has gone silent. There is something wrong with the barriers. Difficulty maintaining the first barrier, and vibrations have begun to occur at the edge of the second barrier. Suddenly, some shaking starts, and the main character, together with two girls, are surprised by this. The protagonist looks up in shock and sees a cluster of something in the sky. He wonders where the others went if the tower has disappeared. Someone reports thinking that if they destroy the tower, the barrier will disappear. But it's probably not that simple. It turns out it's a flying man. Everyone is terrified, thinking about the terrifying miasma. The man says he was told he wouldn't break through for 3 more days, but that's okay. It's their job as knights to defeat this creature. The man tells them that humanity will come to an end if they do not defeat him. The main character suggests finding a way to get into the basement while there is still such an opportunity. The girl is in shock. She asks if it's okay to leave this thing. He gives off a final boss aura. He doesn't think it's their business, and if they defeat him, they might be interested in the Holy Sword. The guy with the sword tells Reiner to get his stones ready. Their opponent is a monster that can instantly wipe out a 100-story tower. It's an opponent they can't escape from. The winged creature asks how to remove this barrier. If he tells him, he will save his life. It looks like he was trying to use mind control magic. No matter how many stones Reiner has, he won't be able to keep up with him. The man asks if he is an ordinary person. He only destroyed the top of the tower. He decided to destroy it because he thought that this would remove the barrier. One of the knights dies, and the creature says that there is no need to lose patience. He will kill them one by one until someone wants to give him an answer. He thinks that dividing himself will only mean that the number of bodies will increase to 6. Reiner asks if the separated bodies weren't after images, but were actually bodies. The girl says that he is weak, so let him lie down. She doesn't know if her magic will affect him. If he's outside the barrier, then nothing will protect him. She uses full power. Hyper-compressed extreme light blast. The creature touches the girl's attack with its hand and the next moment simply squeezes it into a fist. The girl behind him says that it was powerful for a human. The girl turns to the man and says that another unique individual has broken out. 2 monsters at the same time. This is bad. The creature asks not to call them something like unique individuals. His name is Ayud, and the one with wings is called Orogene. They are pleased to meet, however, it will not take them long to get to know each other. The girl rushes into battle, but she tells her that her sister is not at the level to fight with them right now. She doesn't even know what she's doing. She's in shock because of this. Suddenly, she rips off the girl's hand, and the girl, in shock, asks what it is. She says that the young girl means she loves sweets. That's why he thought it would be nice to make some sweets. It looks like she turned into freshly baked cookies. The girl is in shock, trying to heal, asking Reiner what to do. Her hand is not healing. Suddenly, the guy attacks the one who did it with a sword. He dodges and says that it was close. He says that it looks like his brother can still fight. His sword and armor are very good. They might even be able to hit them with difficulty. Rick tells Reiner that he trusts Frederick to him. He attacks the guy in front of him. The girl screams in horror that it's not working, asking him to help her. He thinks he can't compete with Frederica's magic. There are only 10-star crystals left. Even if he's resurrected, they'll just return him here. So what should he do? He sees a warning that another limited gacha is taking place. The guy thinks that now is the time to gamble. He then throws up all 10-star crystals. This performance is similar to what he saw last night. Why does he have such a bad feeling? Suddenly a girl appears and says that she apologizes for making them wait. They have a goddess. She appeared in response to Reiner's call. She asks the guy why he's making a face like this is the end. He asks if this is the same as last time, when he used up all his remaining ones. They're just copies in this world, so there's nothing she can do. This time, she came in her original body. She informs that she can now use all her powers. The devil's followers are also subordinates to her. Then, just let him look at her. She will decide everything in an instant. Rick asks Reiner why the followers stopped moving. He replies that he did it. The summoning was successful, she is a true goddess, and they are safe now. He doesn't know where it came from, but he is sure of its immense divine power. If so, then maybe Frederica can be cured. Suddenly, the guy with wings bows down before the goddess and everyone is surprised, thinking that everything was really resolved without a fight. The guy says that Vahanato came to such a place. The other one hugs her and asks what she's doing here. He knew it was only a matter of time because of the barrier. They were able to escape earlier. Reiner asks the goddess what's going on. She just said she'll solve everything. She asks if it's safe to say everything will be solved if humanity is destroyed. He asks if she's considered his ally since he summoned her. The girl says that judging by what she has seen so far, her luck is the worst. The man turns to Rick and says that the situation has worsened, but he still has a trump card. He temporarily gives him the title of Holy Sword. This is insurance in case he is killed. He asks them to look around, because they are the only ones who can move while they celebrate their little reunion. This is the only chance they have. He is going to absorb the energy stored in the tower. If he accumulates enough power, it will be enough to surpass a god. This is a way to fight the devil. Everything is fine. He just needs him to distract him. Holy Sword is not just a title. If he dies, Rick will automatically become the next Holy Sword. It's time for him to go. He tells the boy that he's incapable of anything. The boy thinks that if he destroys himself, he'll start over, but his save point is still inside the tower. He asks the goddess if they can talk about something. It's the only thing he can do. He doesn't know what the reason is. But what's going on anyway? He summoned her, so why is she chatting with the enemy? Reiner asks her to tell him, because she can't help but be interested. She asks what she will get if she tells. They have a great relationship, so letting him die without knowing anything would be very annoying. The girl decides to tell him and asks where she should start. Rick understands that he is stalling for time. In the testing tower, a girl asks if the staircase is strange. It's too long. The barrier outside seems to be blocking the flow of time. Perhaps there's a barrier distorting space. The care they take to protect this facility makes him think it's something important. She senses a faint signal, the magic of her people. Perhaps this barrier was created with the power of her people. The girl asks if this is different from collecting the souls of those who died in the tower. Something like souls was suitable for maintaining the seal over time. The risk of failure would be reduced by using half-demons as a power source. The girl asks Takato if it is possible to destroy the barrier like he did when he helped Moko Moko. At that time, he was able to find this mechanism because it sucked out their souls. But where should he aim to remove the barrier? Suddenly a sound is heard, and everyone in shock asks what it was, whether it was the roar of an animal. They notice a door, and the girl asks if the barrier has broken. Why everything changed so suddenly. Donora says the black thing passed by, didn't he see it? He just felt the wind. She only saw him for a moment, but he looked like a monster with blades all over his body. She thinks he was heading towards the surface at full speed. It looks like an empty room. But there are scratches everywhere, if you think about it. There are scratches everywhere. This is a window or maybe an exit. All you can see is the center of the devil's barrier. The girl has a feeling that they are behind this door. She opens it and asks if there is anyone here. Theodisia says that she came to help. Donora asks if everything is okay. The guy asks her to wait. It's better for her not to look inside. The protagonist asks the girl if she recognizes anyone. She says they are her people, but not her sister. After seeing her people in such a state, she feels relieved that her sister is not among them. Donora says that she heard what they were talking about to think that something like this is happening. Theodisia apologizes for keeping them waiting. They are thinking what to do. They could go back, and then everything depends on the situation. By the way, that last boss appeared. How does she think the Holy Sword dealt with it? She was always taught to forget grudges. But this is not something she can just leave to others. She wants to kill the Holy Sword with her own hands. But she does not want to pay attention to it now. He understands and wasn't sure he could refuse her, even if it was necessary for the good of the whole world. He doesn't think it's justifiable to trample on people's dignity in this way. Frankly, he spilled it. They decide to head for the exit on the first floor, curious to see what's going on up there. Even if the Holy Sword tries to kill them, even just a little, it will do so in a way that prevents it from causing them any trouble in the future. The girl says that it all started when her darling wandered off somewhere. But this was a normal occurrence, so she didn't pay any attention to it. She waited, but he didn't return, and this couldn't seem strange. The guy asks about her darling, and she says he's downtown missing in action. Rick says hearing the name of Bargarm is disgusting. The guy understands that she is married to him, even though he is lower in rank, but he has a connection with Bahanato. He does not think that their ruler will object. Probably looks like a woman forcing her husband into marriage. We don't do that, unlike people. But if both parties agree, then they can be considered a couple. They are not at that stage yet. Anyway, she heard that he was heading to another world. Before she disappeared, she started looking for him everywhere, sent messengers to different worlds to find him. But after that, things became very unpleasant. She could only rely on fragmentary information that she received when the people she sent into this world died. She is asked if she is interfering now. She only managed to do it in a roundabout way. She had to add the expansion of the star crystal to the system of the new world. And she can intervene as the administrator of this additional content, so she could gather information about the death of the messenger. It finally became known that her dear one was sealed somewhere in this world. She also learned that these seals were under the control of the Holy Sword. Since then, everything has gone wrong. No matter what she sent here, no one could win, only because he carried the fate of humanity. The value of his fate was stupidly high. Even her messengers with much better characteristics for some reason could not win. Reiner asks if it is possible to win sooner or later, allowed strong people to use the ability of resurrection. The girl says it's simply impossible. A hero with a high fate value can't be brought back after death and try again. A scout like this can be defeated, which is why such an ability is reserved for worthless weaklings. The girl says that she is not laughing at him, because in the end, everything worked out thanks to him. No matter how strong the creatures sent to her were, they would never defeat the Holy Sword. This is because they have always been the enemies of humanity. The value of the Holy Sword's fate is unmatched when it comes to facing the enemies of humanity, and so she decided to change her approach. The girl says that this is correct. If a person with low luck ends up on the side of humanity, then it will be destroyed. The worst thing is that the seal will break and the devil will be reborn. The boy asks if someone like him would die immediately. The girl says that's what the stones are for. He would constantly defy fate, surviving despite his misfortune, and fate could continue to try to kill everyone in worse and worse ways. Ultimately, the catastrophe that caused humanity to become extinct would occur. For example, like this, she didn't know the exact events that would lead to the current situation where the seal was about to be broken. But since he was so unlucky, a chain of unfortunate events had to lead to this. She says she'll do some research just to be sure. She decides to take a look and says his luck really is the worst. She also says that his misfortune outweighs fate itself, because this man simply died here not long ago, and besides, the killer of gods also came here. The goddess never thought that he would do so much for her, so he became the enemy of the whole world. There is no problem in breaking the seal right now. As a result, the barrier is destroyed and the core is discovered. She holds the core in her rurak, and they ask her why she brought it. If something like the barrier simply vanished without reason, wouldn't they feel bad for the people who had been protecting it until now? She thought they would witness the resurrection of her beloved. Those at the border have already left the barrier and are gathering together while they speak, as soon as they are ready. While Hinata, Rick realizes that despite the fact that Rainer was buying time, the man does not know what they can do now. The goddess orders her subordinates not to block the view. She wants these children to see everything. Suddenly something happens. The girl says it's nice to be back, but doesn't it seem like the situation has gotten even worse? Is this darkness caused by all the monsters around? Is this scene making it seem like the end of the world? The goddess says that it is time to break the seal, but girl does it, and suddenly some kind of flash occurs. With loving eyes, she tells her beloved that she missed him. She asks if he was waiting for her. Suddenly, this guy just falls straight down into the water, leaving everyone confused. Suddenly, the girl in the robe attacks forward with her sword, which surprises everyone. With this attack, she hits the man. Rick is shocked to realize that this man is a holy sword. Suddenly, the shot girl is struck by someone with a sharp weapon from behind her back. The protagonist wonders if this is the bladed monster they saw underground. Danora replies that he thinks so. The goddess thinks about what this is. Everything doesn't make any sense. The dear one is dead, and even if she incarnated in this form, how can his attack affect the body of such a god? She understands that this monster is trying to look into her thoughts, in which case she will be able to read her thoughts. So this guy who stood in her way and killed Rainer, he cut through the tower and its barrier. He was chasing Rainer, following the faint scent of God left on him. She is informed that it is not her, and the goddess wonders if he is disappointed, if he has lost interest in her. Suddenly he continues to attack her. The girl is asked what kind of monster it was, as one would expect from a goddess to recover so quickly. The guy caught his Lord Arbagarm and asks what happened. Did he lose his power because he was sealed for so long? He knows that this is his master. This is the god who thirsts victims. In that case, they need to make an offering. Why not offer them all of humanity? Rick tells Rainer that he is leaving Frederica to him, now that the holy sword is killed. He doesn't know how long he can hold them off alone. The girl in front of them tells them to stand behind her. They ask her if she is a holy queen, if he also broke out of the barrier. The boy orders the monsters to kill them all and to sacrifice the holy queen and everyone else to their master. The saint says that they are coming and not leaving her. The girl is surprised that there are many of them and it is becoming more dangerous. The protagonist looks at his enemy and orders him to die, causing him to fall down dead. Everyone is surprised, and the guy says that it is easier to deal with things that pose a danger to him, so it was more convenient when they were close to each other. Suddenly, the goddess begins to laugh, and they ask her what happened, whether she has gone crazy. The girl starts screaming, and a bunch of weapons appear around her. They realize that she is getting out of control. The boy cries and tells the girl to send him home. She says everything will be fine. They won't die from something like this. She notices that some people seem to have survived, but they don't look Japanese, and they ask her who she is. She tells him that she is Aoi, and if he knows where Takato is. Rick is surprised and says that now is not the time for that. It's true, given how fate works, resolving this situation should come first. Rick is asked if he knows he's already become a holy sword. If he just rushed in and killed the goddess, the problem would be solved. But it was useless to fight her without a plan. He's currently unable to think clearly. If she has the power of a holy sword, he should be able to see her attacks. Normally, killing a goddess is impossible, but right now she's wounded in the chest and head. If he manages to plunge the sacred sword into one of her wounds, it's possible to kill her. Rick asks how she knows the sword is sacred, whether it's her ability to analyze things. She won't be able to maintain her magic for long. Holy Queen, he'll leave at the first opportunity. Suddenly, the guy finds himself right in front of the goddess and pierces her through with his sword. All the weapons in the air suddenly fell to the ground and the guy reported that it was all over. Aoi realizes she's dead. The guy asks if she's serious. He can't see because of the dust. He says Takato must be here somewhere, and they'll kill him if he runs into him. But they won't kill him if he runs into him. But they won't kill him unless there's no intent to kill. He notices outlines. The girl asks if Rick defeated this woman. The protagonist cannot say they notice Aoi. They don't understand who she is. Aoi at this time decides to test his value with her hero-killer eye. She is suddenly surprised because her vision is distorted. She is in a lot of pain. She cannot hear anything. She cannot get up and her head is spinning. She understands that this is a dead end. This is the end point of all destiny. There is nothing beyond. This person stands at the end because he is the end. The end of everything in the form of a person. I, shocked, asks what Shiion summoned into this world. When the smoke cleared, the girl saw Hanekawa-kun standing before her. She wondered what he was doing there. Everyone was looking ahead. Suddenly, the girl became frightened. The boy explained that he hadn't come here of his own free will. Aoi Dano had forced him to come. The girl couldn't stop gasping for breath. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Aoi Dano. The girl had fallen and started coughing. Those present became concerned about her condition, asking if everything was all right. They were worried about whether she had sustained any injuries. The protagonist noted that she looked ill. However, she insisted she needed to calm down. She shouted that she was fine and declared that the situation wasn't hopeless. She emphasized that she considered herself hostile toward Takato Yogiri and apologized for it. She warned him that if she lost her mind and attacked Takato out of fear, it would mean death. Death would find her soul. The boy wondered if she had managed to control herself. She explained that she brought this pig-coon here to him because he was his school friend. The hero listened in surprise. The girl explained that she had picked him up when she found him wandering the forest after he had separated from his classmates. Pig begged her to help him reunite with his friends. She said she was now handing it over to the guy. The protagonist remarked that it seemed they had no use for this man at all. Aidano stood up and declared that she understood everything. She decided to get rid of the boy immediately. He retorted that he preferred not to be treated like a dusty book in a used bookstore. Aoi Dano decided to simply leave. No one understood what was happening. The hero didn't understand who this person was. Hanekawa explained that he hadn't been interested in her before because she was a tomboy. But he was surprised by how completely she lost her composure. He felt like she always looked down on him. The girl noted that his appearance was repulsive. It reminded her of how he had repeatedly sent her into the forest, putting on collars she couldn't resist. She wondered why this man had brought her here. Hanekawa hesitated, unsure of what to say. The boy thought it might have been a lie. He fussed and explained that it wasn't a lie, though it might seem that way now. He just didn't claim the effect would last forever. Takato explained that he had a premonition that something like this would happen. Suddenly, a knight came running and addressed the assembled group, asking if everything was all right. The protagonist explained that they seemed to be the only ones left alive after all this. His partner nodded. He had many questions, but he decided to start with what the man behind them had done. The girl claimed to have avenged her clan's light. This concerned only her and the holy sword, not the knight. The knight replied that even if the girl said so, he was now the holy sword. And it was difficult to claim he had nothing to do with it. The girl concluded that he wasn't simply connected to this. He wouldn't simply become the sword's saint unless he intended to inherit the previous wielder's atrocities. The hero turned and said that Rick should look in the basement before they continued. If the knight wanted to avenge his predecessor, he should side with Theodasia. The knight turned to Takato and informed him that he was not allowed to speak. He was now the saint of the sword. As the Holy Queen's knight, he lacked the necessary skills. Suddenly, the girl asked the boy not to be so abrupt. He turned around and saw the true Holy Queen standing there. She explained that she couldn't defeat this man, and in the end, he defeated the devil. This is true for all those who died after being born a devil. The protagonist did all this. She approached him. The boy explained that he didn't think he could hide it. He was sealed away for 1,000 years, and he felt bad about it. He was sealed away for 1,000 years, and he felt bad about it. He was trying to protect himself. The Holy Queen explained that she was grateful, and that there was ultimately a limit to how long they could keep him sealed. This distortion could lead to him taking revenge and destroying humanity. The knight thought it was the devil who had brought humanity to the brink of extinction 1,000 years ago. The devil's knight, whom the knights and holy queens were fighting. He didn't realize it was he who had done all this. He was surprised to learn who Takato-san was. He explained that he was nicknamed the Sage, but he was just a high school student. The knight scratched his head and asked what they should do now. The protagonist explained that they were heading to the royal capital. The knight remarked that he had been thinking about returning home. Rick was approached, asked if he was from the royal capital. After all, he and Frederica were planning to find a healer there. The Holy Queen explained that she was also going to the capital to gather information. The protagonist noted that she was looking for her younger sister. She explained that she should tell Euphemia her name. She was a half-demon, like her. Everyone pondered the name Euphemius. It seemed they'd heard it somewhere. The Adisha was shocked. But the protagonist said he wasn't entirely sure. Perhaps he'd heard it in one of the cities. The girl cried out that this was very useful. She asked to be shown the way, and the heroes agreed. They would also go to the capital. The Holy Queen explained that she had been sealed for 1,000 years. First, she must go to the temple of the royal capital. Donora decided that everyone except the Odisha was heading to the capital. The protagonist nodded and explained that she had shown them the way. But having a map would be useful. Rick noted that the maps shouldn't be a problem as long as they go with them. Hanekawa noted that they needed to continue this friendly communication and head to the capital in a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, the protagonist chided her. He said that he and Donora were traveling alone. The girl shuddered at these words. The knight approached and said that he would sell the pendants along with the map. If the heroes had any problems in the capital, they should show them the pendants. And if they were citizens of the kingdom, everything would be easier. The protagonist said he wouldn't forget to do so. They decided to set out and travel together. The protagonist decided to show Dichi the route they had taken to get here. Suddenly, Hanekawa was left behind, unsure what was happening. Everyone had wandered far away. He begged everyone not to leave without him. They found themselves in a half-demon village. Or better yet, a former half-demon village. Euphemia noted that she looked the same as she had the day that man, Tachibana, attacked her. So much time had passed since then, even the Sama had died. She had hoped that those who had survived the attack had returned. However, seeing the ruins, she might have left to seek revenge. The girl hoped to avoid battle. She sat down by the ruined building and began to cry. She didn't know what to do, but she was sure her older sister was alive. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound behind her, and she flinched. The girl was perplexed as to who this stranger was. Euphemia noticed the red eyes and assumed she was looking at a vampire like Lane. She wondered why she needed the village. Lane explained that she had come not for the village, but for Euphemia. It had to do with vampires. The stranger clarified that she knew nothing, and Lane ultimately died after Euphemia became a vampire. The dark-haired woman began attacking Euphemia. She explained that it was fine even if she didn't remember her, and she would still die. However, the girl was completely unharmed. The vampire was surprised, certain she had pierced her heart. She cursed. The attacks continued, but the blows did no damage to the heroine. She cursed that she had come here to kill and should have known better. The woman was perplexed why none of her attacks worked. The dark-haired woman screamed that Euphemia was the last one killed by the one Lane herself had turned. She was the only one and would be the heir to the original blood. Euphemia wished her luck and asked her not to irritate her. Suddenly, the opponent's head exploded. There was a loud explosion, and the woman collapsed to the ground. The heroine didn't understand what had happened and cursed. Suddenly, her head started to hurt. Euphemia felt memories flooding her mind. She remembered Lane herself. It was vampires, and also the memory of the original blood. After Lane's death, all the other vampires began fighting each other for the right to become the successor to the original blood. Now, only she survived. In other words, Euphemia became the original blood. Even with this power, she didn't know what to do next. The only thing she could do was look for her friends, who might no longer be alive. At the edge of the primeval forest stood Lane-sama's villa. The girl decided that perhaps she could use it as a home for now. Though it was called a villa, the structure was more like a small fort. If she remembered correctly, this was where her normal life as a vampire was supposed to be. Suddenly, something caught her eye to the side. The heroine was surprised. She was asked to wait. She was almost crushed under hooves. A large, enraged horse was attacking a girl. The heroine asked it to stop. Suddenly, the horse froze and calmed down. Euphemia took the bridle. Someone called to her from the side. It was a little girl who, with tears in her eyes, thanked her rescuer. She explained that the horse hadn't obeyed her and she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Euphemia bowed her head and knelt before the little girl. She didn't understand what was happening and asked. The heroine introduced herself as Euphemia. She didn't know the reason, but she felt her body demanding it. The girl was shocked. She noticed that her facial features were slightly different. It seemed to her that the girl radiated the same atmosphere as Lane-sama. Perhaps she was her daughter. Euphemia asked if the girl was a vampire, since it would be easier to control the horse if the animal were enchanted. The girl didn't understand the question. She wondered why she was sleeping in a coffin, and assumed Euphemia was the same. The girl looked around and asked what had happened to the others in the estate. The girl began to explain that no one would believe her even if she started telling them. Euphemia nodded and promised to believe her. She reported that she seemed to have been asleep for a very long time, right up until the very last moment. When she woke up, the house was empty. It seemed someone had been there before she woke up. However, someone had left a message for her, so she decided to ride out and see what had happened. According to the memories, it was here, in this very place, that Lane-sama's followers were supposed to be. What happened was this. The woman who pursued the heroine to the village turned out to be the last of them. All the others were killed for blood. The girl explained that she first needed to go to the royal capital. However, she immediately clarified that getting there alone on horseback would be impossible. Risley was shocked by the distance. Euphemia explained that it would be dangerous. It would take several days even with a horse-drawn carriage. She suggested that if they searched, they might be able to find more suitable transport for the long journey. The heroine asked if the stranger needed help. Euphemia nodded, noting that this feeling of respect and desire to help the girl arose naturally within her. Perhaps it was due to the vampire powers bestowed upon her by Lane-sama. She added that she had nothing better to do. She remarked that she would be very grateful for an adult's help. The protagonist reassured her, saying everything was fine and that they should return to the mansion to prepare for the trip. Euphemia asked the girl's name. Risley suddenly came to her senses and said she didn't have a name at the moment. But she needed something suitable. Perhaps that was even part of Lane-sama's plans. The girl immediately introduced herself as Risley, declaring that this was what she would be called. The heroes found themselves in the Galura Canyon. It was noted that the car appeared undamaged, which seemed miraculous after the goddess's attack. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. The girl noticed that the entire area was devastated. She wondered about Atira whereabouts. Denura suggested that since they had a map, directions might not have been necessary. She expressed hope that Atira was safe, and that they needed to reach the capital as soon as possible. It was decided to go there again. Takato Yogiri yawned. Hanekawa concluded that he shouldn't have been left alone, as he had been abandoned. He appealed to everyone, unable to understand why he had been abandoned. The young man sank to the ground, noting that he could be happy knowing his life was out of danger. He didn't know his exact location and was part of the group that had defeated the Demon King. He believed he would be forgiven for his dreams of a harem. Suddenly, an unknown young man appeared before him. His hair covered his face. The stranger asked the young man to tell him what had just happened. Hanekawa was surprised, not recognizing the boy. His very look spoke of danger. Hanekawa didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, the boy stamped his foot and asked if they could hear him. Hanekawa nodded and said that Takato Yogiri had committed all the murders. The boy didn't understand what was happening. He asked who had killed Origin and his friends. Hanekawa insisted that Takato was to blame and that he himself had nothing to do with it. The boy in front couldn't believe it. However, Hanekawa knelt down and confirmed the truth of his words. The demon did not understand anything and asked to tell the whole story in detail. Hanekawa nodded, declaring he understood everything. He had escaped from Alcuda and Aoitan, and when he finally thought himself free, he found himself among the devil's followers. He decided he couldn't give up. As long as he lived, he surely had a chance to escape. In the sage Shiion's mansion, the heroes discussed their broken bond with Aoi. Everyone began to think about the wandering mercenary. Sage Shion explained that she was dealing with the problem of Takato Yogiri, whom they had discussed earlier. He believed Takato was involved in Lane's disappearance and Santaru's death. Sage Yoshifumi expressed doubt that Leon or Santaro could have perished. He believed that in Santaro's case, the situation could have been different. Aoi's last known location was Galura Canyon, but the destruction could have changed that. Everyone thought about the canyon. Rumor had it that the Holy Sword lived there. However, it was hard to believe that Ayu could have been at odds with the Holy Sword, or that anything had happened there. The boy noted that, in any case, they didn't know where this Takato was. Sage Arisa explained that Shion had summoned this man, and shouldn't she be responsible and handle the situation herself? The young man explained that he hadn't thought Aoi would have to deal with someone like him for so long. He decided she would deal with him herself. Fortunately, she knew the people summoned with him and would try to contact them for information. Sage Wang lamented the significant decrease in the number of sages. Everyone agreed. Shion confirmed that she tried to replenish the ranks by recruiting many people, but did not achieve significant results. Van was surprised, noting that she was recruiting candidates from another world. He expressed confusion as to why anyone would bother with them. The girl explained that she was trying to increase the number of sages. The heroes couldn't comprehend that before them stood the grandson of a great sage. The question arose whether it would be so difficult to find new sages. In that case, she turned to Van for help. He agreed without objection. The question remained whether finding replacements for Lane and Santaru would be enough. Shion explained that 2 people wouldn't be enough. She added that the aggressors had been getting stronger lately. The boy nodded, declaring that he would definitely look for a few more people then. The heroine thought it would be too easy, though in reality it wasn't easy. She wouldn't have fought so hard. Yoshifumi explained that it was their own business. As long as aggressors didn't invade his region, it wasn't his problem. After all, they weren't obligated to deal with other people's problems. They should only deal with aggressors who invade their territory. Besides, he didn't understand the gist of their conversation. Even if they leave the aggressors alone in the regions, they'll still have to deal with their neighbors. Besides, it's now an unclaimed region, and he intends to occupy it. He spoke of Lane's lands. The girl expressed a desire to acquire Hanabusa. A verbal altercation ensued as their regions were far away. Arisu pointed out that Yoshifumi's land was an island, not even connected to the mainland. She doubted what a small-time pawn like him could accomplish. The argument continued, and they began bickering about how rude it sounded coming from her. The question arose as to how she'd learned to do that. Arisa shouted that he provoked the fight himself, as her imperial order wouldn't stand idly by after something like that. Shion suddenly intervened. She suggested simply dividing the territory equally between them. They should figure out who would get which half and leave it at that. The bickering continued, and the girl froze. Van decided the meeting was over and promised to contact the master as soon as he found the sages. Shion was upset. Suddenly, Yuichi-kun approached her and knocked on the door. The boy exhaled, explaining that the other sages always acted as they saw fit. For some reason, she was the one who had to keep track of the sages' numbers. The girl explained that it was probably just her nature. She couldn't help it. Do what you want, that's what her grandfather used to say. And that's what she herself wants to do. Her subordinate wondered what to do with Yogiri. They truly didn't know who this guy was. The heroine explained to Yuichi that he was talking about using the magic of innocent death. But in fact, he went to talk to the ruler of Hanabusa, unable to tell her anything useful. Yuichi suggested asking his classmates. The girl agreed, but perhaps didn't want to distract them from their missions. Shiion considered the possibility. She could simply summon someone from Japan who knew about Takato Yogiri. Her subordinate was surprised she was capable of such a thing. This should be possible since the summoning data was still there. The thought occurred to them that it would be easier to summon Takato directly to them. However, Shiion explained that this would be difficult since he was somewhere in this world. Summoning someone from another dimension was easier than from one's own. If one world was below and another above, the gap had to be bridged, and the person would fall into the desired world. Summoning someone from one's own world was much more difficult, even for Shion's power. Suddenly, someone appeared before the heroes. A man in a lab coat with a badge suddenly appeared right in front of them. He looked around confused. Shiion explained that they would only know if their intent had worked after asking the man. She introduced herself as Sage Shiion, the man who had summoned him. The man didn't understand the words about the sage and the summoning. The girl explained that this was a different world, not the one Japan was in. She had summoned him because she wanted to ask him something. She wanted to know if he knew a man named Takato Yogiri. Hearing this, the man shuddered. He didn't understand how he had been summoned, how this was possible, why he had ended up here. He explained that another world was entirely possible, and his origins had always been a mystery. If other worlds existed, the source of his abilities could lie in one of them. He paused for thought and took out his phone. He began writing down information about the energy source. Suddenly he laughed, glancing at his phone. He repeated the girl's words about another world. Shiion confirmed that everything was absolutely correct. The boy exclaimed that this was the answer to his question. After all, he couldn't die. He wondered if they had brought him here. If so, then they were the saviors. He declared that they had saved the world, and humanity was grateful to them. The boy didn't understand what the man meant. The scientist shouted, asking why this world was facing a crisis. He explained that it was because one of the seals had been broken. He cried out that despite saving the world, why did he have to go through this? He screamed that no one understood him. He always stared at the monitoring. He was always overcome with fear whenever he began to move. The heroes didn't understand what he was trying to convey. It was confirmed that the first seal had been broken, and the self-destruct system for personnel began activating. The man began begging for help. The countdown began. He was advised to move 5 meters away from the hero. The scientist screamed that he didn't want to die and asked to be sent back to his world. Suddenly, a series of explosions thundered. The countdown was over. Shiion and her assistant moved away from the scene of the explosion. They were very scared and didn't understand what it was. It was self-destruction, and it seemed like something had been staged. The man didn't understand what had just happened. A mug of coffee was spilled all over the floor. Master Shiion remarked that she had no idea what had happened. But she didn't think summoning more people would help. She uttered the name Takato Yogiri. The more she pursued the protagonist, the more questions arose. Who was he exactly, and perhaps he simply didn't use instant death magic? Or perhaps he was even more mysterious than she thought. There was a village that wasn't marked on any map. It remained hidden for so long that no official records existed of its existence. Residents didn't even have house registers, and it seemed as if it shouldn't have existed. However, as long as people live somewhere, complete isolation is impossible. Indeed, it was well known in that region not to mess with that village, as strange events had occurred there. Nevertheless, some people showed interest in Hikyu village and attempted to travel there. Although the areas around the village were under government protection, infiltration was not difficult. However, those who entered never returned. What lay inside remained a mystery. This also applied to the government, which hid and isolated the village. They were simply following orders. There have been many similar situations in various countries around the world. Japan had a policy that never changed, even with a change of government. Folklore grew, and rumors grew, and the sightings continued. When the surveillance network was hacked, the reason for the village's closure became clear. Asaka's second working day passed peacefully. The boy told Asaka that the food wasn't to his liking at all. The girl sharply ordered him to shut up. The guy didn't understand what was going on, but she said he had no right to speak. Even if the food she cooked was disgusting, he had to say it was delicious. Otherwise, he would become unpopular with the girls. The young man didn't understand what it meant to be unpopular. But his interlocutor said she needed to think about it, and she needed to think about how he would be treated, as if he were a caterpillar. He would be scolded, called disgusting, and cause trouble. The hero replied that he knew what caterpillars were. The girl dejectedly explained that of course he knew, but the food simply didn't taste good, no matter how much she tried to convince herself. She realized she'd ruined everything. Clutching her head, she concluded that boys should eat everything and simply say it was delicious. She asked Yogiri to do this. The guy reassured her, saying it was fine and that's what he'd do. He crunched on it a bit and declared it delicious. Asaka admitted she felt uneasy. She felt guilty because her cooking really was bad. Honestly, the food was so authentic, she didn't know what to do with it. Even here, it was isolated, and she couldn't access the internet or make a phone call. The young man thanked her for the food. The bowl was immediately emptied. The heroine felt that she couldn't leave the guy here alone. Asaka noted that, despite their underground location, they somehow managed to reproduce the night sky. She wondered what kind of mechanism they were using and suggested it might be something like a planetarium. Was she really going to have to stay in this underground facility all the time? She wondered. It sounded like terrible work. She wondered what the previous people had done at night. Takato explained that they usually left before dark. The girl turned the notebook over and checked the instructions. She decided to take a look. Asaka discovered what appeared to be a staff dormitory, albeit off to the side. Then she could return. Takato warned her that going outside was dangerous. She noted that the road would be dark, but she would use a flashlight. Suddenly, ominous shadows appeared outside the window. A multitude of these shadows crept up and began screaming right into the window. Asaka couldn't understand what was in the garden. She saw a figure. Takato explained that they come and go at night, and it seems they think they can enter through open entrances. So they have to lock the door at night. Suddenly, the girl closed the window and asked if it was the same as during the day. The guy explained that he didn't know what it was and that they came here all the time. Asaka felt sad that in that case, going outside would be impossible. She would have to spend the night here. She didn't want to leave this place in the dark. The guy brought bed linens. Yogiri was asked if he was going to bed yet. He remarked that he had nothing else to do here. Now that he mentioned it, there really was nothing to do in this house. The previous teacher hadn't done a very good job. In any case, today had left the heroine exhausted, and she thought about this after waking up. A multitude of shadows surrounded their house, clinging to it. The next morning dawned. The girl peered out from under the window and noticed that the things from the night before had finally disappeared. Yogiri explained that they always go away in the morning. The girl began reading the instructions again. She noted that she was sure there was some work that needed to be done. She read that she was supposed to take care of something called an artifact and provide a minimum level of Japanese-style education. The girl screamed that these were stupid instructions and that they were dumping all the work on her. She wondered what a company would do if they kept a new employee in the basement for 24 hours immediately after the interview. Perhaps the organization wanted to take advantage of this. They wanted to build some kind of large-scale underground facility. Suddenly, a crash was heard from the side. They wondered if someone had arrived. The boy explained it might be a courier. Asaka didn't understand what kind of courier it could be. Yogiri explained that they occasionally asked for food and other things. The girl peeked out from behind the door. She explained that they were very different from the dark shadows of last night. She turned to the one who was ahead. Suddenly, a woman was right next to her, carrying a backpack full of food. She shuddered when she saw it. The stranger explained that she knew Asaka. It was an autonomous work machine that had come to deliver food. The girl was frightened. Any everyday items needed for training other than food could be reported. This was possible only after approval from senior management. Asaka recalled that in such a case, she would have wanted to receive recommendations for new elementary school curricula, a cookbook, and some consumer electronics. She also asked for a TV, an iPod, and a game console. She also asked for some magazines and manga. She also wanted a change of clothes. The courier said he'd pass it on. But for now, there was no harm in asking. And Asaka remarked that, in any case, she liked her humanoid form. The courier left. It seemed this autonomous robot could mimic humans well. Asaka wondered if this would impact Yogiri's emotional development. The boy turned to Asaka and asked if they would be catching creatures in the rice fields. The girl paused and noted that she had said something similar yesterday. She explained that they didn't have their textbooks yet and needed to move on. They emerged into the forest. They all went out into the fields together. The girl explained that if you look closely at the people working on the farm, they're all like robots. There must be some advanced technology involved. It feels like all the efforts are going in a different direction than expected. I wondered how much money was invested in this. The boy explained that something gelatinous and floating had been discovered in the rice field. The girl noted that many of these phenomena, in her opinion, foreshadowed a good harvest. She tried to remember what they were called. Next time, she promised to ask for a picture book. A study schedule needed to be made. The teacher decided that she had a teaching license and needed to start with a few elementary school lessons. A month passed, and the boss thanked Takato for her hard work. The teacher expressed surprise at how quickly the time had flown by and noted her undeniable courage. Human labor proved hard to come by. The girl explained that she saw that today was the day of the report, but these were just formalities. In the end, most people didn't survive the first night. She didn't understand what these shadows were. People explained that they didn't know, and the reports only recorded what was there. However, it was clear that something clearly wanted to harm the hero. He wasn't very knowledgeable about cultural nuances. But it seemed these protective barriers were created differently to keep certain things inside. The heroine wondered if the mission was to save the world, but the young man explained that the boy had already lived for a whole month. According to their predictions, inaction would not change the situation. However, they expected it to continue growing, and they didn't know what would happen once it developed a little further. So the goal of the project was to reverse this growth. In any case, the boy read the report to the heroine. She managed to bring her charge's knowledge level up to that of an elementary school student. The girl explained that she had expected him to reach 3rd grade, but they had already moved on to 6th grade material. When it came to teaching a student, she felt it was beyond her training. The man agreed they needed to find a good teacher. He assured her there was no problem, but it wouldn't be easy. They just received 2 useful reports belonging to Misaki and the heroine. That's why they had to leave the robots there. The man explained that their approach was still far from standard human education. The boss asked her if she was happy with her job. The girl agreed. She expressed her regret about her charge and didn't want to remain locked up in this crazy village. The man nodded, noting that they certainly had something to think about. Their work had turned out better than expected. She was highly valued. She was given money and benefits. The girl didn't understand what exactly was being offered to her. Her monthly salary amounted to 5 whole bundles of cash. That was 5 million yen. It might not seem like much, but to her, it was enormous. She was surprised by the reward. Asaka explained that it would be useless if she was locked underground. The man explained that she could leave. The girl was surprised that she hadn't been told this from the start. Of course, they couldn't just let her go without warning. If they'd let them know in advance, they could have left on the weekend. The girl asked about the boy. He assured her everything would be fine in 2 or 3 days. The robots would be able to cook for him. Asaka exclaimed, why on earth had she taught him to cook? 4. But the man explained that wouldn't it be boring to only eat robot food? Asaka replied that she was perfectly fine with it. And why hadn't they told her that at the very beginning? She asked him not to say such strange things again and whether there was any way to leave. The guy explained that the work would be ineffective if the contractors weren't willing to do it. They decided to sign the first contract. The man wanted to explain to her that she should continue working there. If she had any complaints, she should raise them. The woman noted that she felt tired and wanted to take a break. She was offered 3 days off. Some more time passed. The heroine noticed that she was finally able to get a real signal from her phone. She thought she should probably contact her parents and friends to let them know she was still alive. Asaka explained that she didn't think her work deserved such a reward. She had a wad of cash in her bag. However, there was no guarantee she'd survive the next month, so she figured she could spend the money on lunch. Then the girl planned to buy a designer bag, have coffee, and update her wardrobe. For the first time in a month, she planned to get a new haircut and makeup. After all, she could stay in the city for the whole day. She even considered staying at a luxury hotel and ordering room service. The girl slept peacefully in her room. Someone addressed Takato Osaka. She didn't immediately realize where she was. She wondered where her signature bag had gone. She assumed it had been stolen while she slept. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out, assuring her they meant no harm. The girl didn't understand who was speaking to her. She assumed they hadn't done anything bad to her. Wasn't this just a simple kidnapping and detention? They simply repeated that they wouldn't harm her. A female voice explained that they would rescue her in this situation. Osaka was surprised at what exactly rescue meant. She even thought it was some kind of laboratory. The voice explained that if they became sea-level personnel, it would be too late to save her. They hoped they could save the world. Osaka noted that she had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. She didn't know why they always assumed she knew. The voice explained that it was a secret lord or object, and anyone who had seen it even once must be a sea-level employee. Of course, they only had access to part of the lab. They had already collected a lot of materials. That's how, the voice explained, they learned which employees needed rescuing. The heroine didn't immediately understand what this meant. It was all because she'd seen the child. The woman clarified that they had been with the object themselves, knowing nothing about it, and had treated it very poorly. They asked Osaka if she hadn't heard that the secret lord could instantly destroy everything he saw. The woman froze. She couldn't believe it. After all, according to her data, everyone in the lab was avoiding any contact with her charge. It was because they knew he wouldn't be able to see them. The voice continued to explain that it was obvious she was on the bad side. The Strangers were an organization that destroyed evil. Their goal was to prevent the destruction of the world. Several days passed. The girl approached Takato Osaka. She asked for his cooperation, as she had repeatedly stated that they were trying to prevent a global crisis. The heroine explained that she had already told him everything she knew and could not lie. The employee explained that the polygraph revealed no signs of lying. The employee herself was surprised that she was actually dealing with someone who had direct contact with the main character. They hadn't obtained any new information since the lab break-in. The question arose, did they extract the most useless sea-level employees? The woman with the equipment suggested they might have received false data. Another responded that she doubted such a large lab could have committed such a large-scale fraud. They continued to receive confidential information. The search for the missing Takato Osaka has been abandoned. Apparently, they decided it wasn't worth the effort, even though she was a sea-level employee. Perhaps she was just a disposable pawn for the lab. After all, they needed someone to make contact with to continue their research on the hero. Perhaps that's why she didn't know anything. They decided to leave Osaka where she was and see if anything happened. They beefed up security just in case. The voice announced that everything had been said and it was time to return to her room. The girl was surprised since she had told almost everything and she didn't understand why she couldn't just go home, since she was the one who had been captured. She was unfastened and found herself in an empty room. They explained to her that this facility was safe and that they would be warned if there was any danger. The girl exhaled. She was sent back to this room. Osaka fell onto the bed and burst into tears. She needed to find a job somewhere normal. What if they laid her off, and there would be no trace of her existence left? In any case, both the lab and this institution spoke of the hero as something evil, but she saw Yogiri only as a victim in this situation. She'd lived with him for a month, and he seemed like just an ordinary guy. Sitting on her bed, she thought about her student. She remembered telling him he couldn't play without permission. She was curious about everything. The boy wondered where Osaka was. The robot explained that a certain Osaka was on vacation. Yogiri nodded. Suddenly, Nicola's dog appeared nearby. The boy petted her and asked what day it was. He wondered when Osaka would return. He thought she must be very lonely. The dog looked sad and whined softly. The hero noted that perhaps it was boredom, but it seemed strange. In the end, Osaka had arranged everything and collected a multitude of things for him here. Textbooks, manga, toys, and even a dog. That was all he knew about. He never really thought about who he was or what he did. He felt like he was simply letting time pass him by. He could barely remember the time before she arrived. Dinner was ready. The android had brought it. The hero nodded. After eating, he thought about the girl. He noted that the food was delicious, but the girl was not there. Now that he thought about it, before Asaka came, he always ate alone, just like now. He turned to Nicole, the dog. He asked him to wait there while he decided to go home. He set off to look for Asaka. Once outside, he asked the farmers if they knew where she had gone. They replied that she was on vacation. The boy nodded that he knew that. But he asked if they knew exactly where. They said no. The hero asked to call someone who might know. The android agreed, figuring someone from the lab staff would know. The girl standing in front of him, at his request, directed him to the lab staff. Those watching on the monitors were puzzled as to where the boy was headed. They realized that, despite the hidden projection, the staff were very close. It turned out to be an ordinary door. Yogiri explained that the door was controlled by a dioptic system, and they couldn't open it from the inside. The hero became visible from the cameras. One of the employees screamed. She explained that her eyes had just met the guy's through the camera. Another employee became alarmed and told the girl to move away. The man noted that the subject had never previously shown any interest in self-care. He also mentioned that their reports stated that they were unaware that he was being monitored. The man approached the bystanders, stating he wanted to leave and asking for the door to be opened. An emergency situation arose in the control room. A call came from a man who said that the door was not open. He explained that the object was passing through doors opened by the staff. The man shouted that everyone had gone crazy. This situation wasn't covered in the emergency procedures. He decided to head there immediately, taking the head of security with him. The order was given to seal all other doors. The man quickly disappeared without leaving a trace. The people who suddenly entered the office with the security guard found everyone exhausted. The guard informed the chief that 3 people had no pulse. The employee opened the door without permission. The woman explained to Shiroishi that she couldn't do anything. She was afraid that by going against Yogiri's wishes, she would get in his way and die. The boy continued to move forward, his faint image barely captured by the hidden camera. The hero found another door and asked to open it. The girl continued to cry, unable to do anything. The chief assumed someone was controlling her. However, the girl pointed out the bodies of the people lying there. She explained that everyone who tried to stop the guy, including those who tried to block the doors, faced the same thing. It happened to everyone who stood in the protagonist's way. So, it didn't matter whether the person saw him directly or not. The guy could look into the camera and then through the eyes of anyone who tried to stop him. The man was amazed by such heroic capabilities. The chief believed that in such an emergency, the guard should have a gun. The man ordered the girl's elimination. Taking full responsibility, the guard winced, brought the gun. But suddenly he felt ill and fell. The hero thought it looked like a sign of surrender, and he hadn't expected such a thing from Yogiri. Perhaps he decided to use his abilities, and the lab worker might have died before fulfilling his duty. For the first time, the chief realized that keeping him underground was pointless. The boy was now rising to the surface, and no one could stop him. At the hero's request, the girl began opening the remaining doors. He was inquiring about the scientist's whereabouts. Everyone was discussing the protagonist's motives, as if he'd wanted to leave, he could have done so at any moment. The young man announced that he needed to ask the scientists a few questions, and so he was heading towards them. He suddenly opened the door and asked where Asaka-san was. The crying employee didn't know what to say. The boss was also surprised. He explained that the girl was currently on vacation. Yogiri asked when she would be back. The man winced, noting that this was unexpected. The scientist didn't expect to become so attached to her. On the one hand, he could say good results had been achieved, but he understood that his colleague would never return. They explained to him that she had been kidnapped, and the guy shuddered. The chief confirmed that they knew about the kidnapping. However, he noted that this time the enemy was truly dangerous. It was a world-class organization. They explained to the hero that they didn't know which organization had kidnapped the girl, but they couldn't do anything because the kidnappers were too powerful. Yogiri declared that he would find the heroine and rescue her. The scientist thought the enemy would be able to locate anyone he'd seen before. He explained that he hadn't done this with Asaka, but he had done it with Misaki. He remembered how scared she had been and figured Asaka wouldn't like it and would get angry. The girl, meanwhile, exhaled. She described the room she was in. There were no windows, and there were almost no objects except perhaps a door and some plumbing. Asaka added that the room was being monitored and she was sure they would have noticed any attempts she made to trial and error. She put her ear to the wall and noted that the sound outside was faint, but there was noise coming from the other direction. A code red alert was issued in the office. Multiple employees reported that something had broken through the facility's entrance gate. No one understood what was happening and watched the cameras. Other employees reported that the guards had suddenly collapsed, showing no signs of life. The entire staff suddenly went silent. Finally, one of the cameras began transmitting an image, which was displayed on the main monitor. The employee froze. The intruder turned out to be Yogiri. He walked forward. The girl was surprised. The boy asked where Asaka-san was. The guards didn't understand his question. One of the newcomers pointed a gun at him, but suddenly they both collapsed to the floor. The protagonist continued on his way. He wondered if he was going the right way as no one was answering him. The remaining staff had ordered the corridors filled with elite troops, and everything now depended on them. The remaining heroes decided it was finally time to stop idling. Van also noted that such events were extremely rare in their world. Yoshifumi assumed it was some kind of magical vision. Then they needed to eliminate the intruder before they were noticed. The girl explained that that was precisely why they were there. It was easier than it seemed. All they had to do was sit still. Suddenly, they all felt ill. Yogiri muttered that people were just getting in the way, but that could mean he was on the right track. The boy approached the camera and addressed her, knowing where Asaka-san was at that moment. The girl shuddered upon hearing all this. The officer announced that all security personnel were to report to Asaka's containment area. No one knew where the supervisor was headed at such a late hour. She reiterated that they couldn't afford to lose such a valuable source of information. Meanwhile, Takato Yogiri was rushing around desperately calling for Asaka. He couldn't figure out where she was. Asaka leaned against the door, noting the noise was growing louder. She hoped it might give her a chance to escape. Suddenly, the door handle began to move. The door opened, and a female employee appeared in the doorway, asking what had happened. The girl suddenly pointed a gun at her. Asaka was puzzled, having been promised no harm. She was abruptly asked to shut up and follow her. Asaka began coughing and declared she couldn't walk. At that moment, a boy's voice echoed throughout the hallway, calling for the heroine. He was glad to have finally found her. The girl was surprised to see Yogiri and didn't understand what he was doing there. Suddenly, she was grabbed, held even tighter from behind, and ordered not to move a single step. The employee yelled at the boy not to do anything. The girl should have also asked him to stop. She was uneasy. If the boy moved, Asaka would die. She had to wait. The teacher urged Yogiri to run. Suddenly, the employee felt ill and began to fall. Asaka turned around, trying to comprehend what was happening. She saw a motionless body. Yogiri immediately ran up to the girl and hugged her with a smile. She was surprised by his actions, unsure if he was okay. The boy nodded that he was fine and asked them to go home. Go home where Nicole was waiting for them. She doubted they would even be able to return. The boy confirmed that he had flown in specifically for her. Asaka was horrified by the sight ahead. The floor was littered with the corpses of numerous organization members. She realized with a start that this was Yogiri's power. He had confirmed that he had come for them and everything had come true as he had predicted. The girl trembled and the guy was surprised by her reaction. Suddenly, footsteps were heard to the side. The large group of guards didn't understand what was happening. The heroine became frightened. Soon these guards too began to fall. Asaka asked Yogiri what was going on, looking at him carefully. All she had to do was ask the guy to stop, and he would have. However, those guards probably still would have overpowered them both. The time for calm conversation is long past. The hero has won. They went outside where a helicopter was waiting for them above. Asaka didn't understand where it came from. The boy explained it was a machine from the lab that had delivered him. The guards were confused. All the heroes started waving to attract the helicopter's attention. They were returning to the lab. Asaka found it hard to believe the scale of the base. She'd been kidnapped, but she'd been rescued. She was sure they were right. Yogiri dealt with the entire base single-handedly. Arriving at their home, they walked through rice fields. Nicole was overjoyed to see them and barked joyfully. Asaka asked the boy to play a little with Nicole in the living room. She was left alone with her superior. The girl explained that this was the first time she had managed to return and asked what awaited them now. Shiraishi paused, expressing concern that they would hardly be able to do anything. This incident was a demonstration of the protagonist's power. It was unlikely the organization would attempt to interfere again. The girl expressed concern that they might have problems in the future. No one could deny it, but for now they were powerless. Asaka asked what would happen to her now. Shiraishi scratched his head, regretfully noting that he couldn't let them abandon him now, and laughed. This situation clearly demonstrated that at this point, there was no one who could do anything against him. They realized that keeping him in the dungeon was only providing false security. Even if this became known, it's unlikely anyone would target Takato in the future. That was just part of the difficulty. The heroine asked if she herself would become a target. Perhaps someone was behind all this. Shiraishi explained that, of course not. They never planned to target low-level employees. From that point on, they were promised increased security and improved working conditions. He asked if she would be willing to continue working. She was surprised that they still didn't object to her possible dismissal. They explained to her they didn't want to let her go. If they tried to restrain him by force, they would have feared the boy's reaction. After all, they were mistaken in thinking they understood the limits of his power. He could use it on anyone, even a stranger. That's why the chief himself descended upon the village. Asaka understood everything. The chief apologized, admitting that he'd always considered the dungeon a safe option. Besides, they were planning other improvements. The heroine pondered her decision. She didn't know how long she could hold out, but she decided not to leave for now. At this point, she was sure she was a little afraid of Yogiri, but even more so, she felt sorry for him. He was dangerous, but if left unchecked, he might do something even more ridiculous in the future. She decided to do everything she could to help this boy become a better person. She still had a lot to teach him. The chief looked at Asaka in surprise. Suddenly, Yogiri called her over, announcing he wanted to play games. The girl quickly agreed, determined to return to work. The scientist gave her permission. The teacher ran up to the boy, asking if he kept his promise in her absence. He nodded and asked to play again. Shiraishi watched silently. The guy played video games while the girl changed. She remarked that she was glad to be back home. Suddenly, she felt like she'd forgotten something, but she couldn't remember. Horrified, she screamed at the entire village. She'd left her signature bag in another world. The travelers surveyed the Meld Plains. The landscape was beautiful, but the thick fog evoked foreboding. The girl assumed the strange plants were crystallized atmospheric creations. Buildings were visible nearby. The protagonist doubted that ordinary people lived here, meaning by normal beings resembling humans. He noticed crystalline animals, including a dog. The boy noted that they hadn't shown any aggressive intentions, and he preferred to avoid conflict with dogs. Dominator asked why Takato loved dogs so much. He confirmed that he had an old dog he was a little worried about. The girl also had a dog named Akito at home. The hero recalled fighting styles where direct attacks, like a bite to the neck, were part of the technique. Judging by the map, the railway they used to travel to the capital also passed through these plains. They decided that if they found the tracks, they could travel parallel to them, making the journey to the capital easier. The question of using a car arose. Are the tires puncture-resistant enough? Spirit expressed concern about driving on grass. The boy remarked that the atmosphere of these plains seemed cursed. Danura inquired about the cause. The woman promised to protect them from it, admitting that she herself did not understand the nature of this phenomenon. The young man could not pinpoint the source of the curse, but he knew of its existence. Danura asked Takato if he had harmed anyone. He noted that he had become much more cautious. Although the situation seemed dangerous, he believed that traveling safely was the best option. The woman urged the boys to be more careful. The hero suggested that they would have to travel around the plains for a long time, and perhaps it would be better to follow the road. A station appeared ahead, surprising the travelers. They thought perhaps the station wasn't crystallized, and they could stop there. This phenomenon was strange, and the hero wanted to know the reason. He wondered whether they would be treated as casual guests or as a target. The girl explained that it would be impossible to reach the capital secretly anyway, so it would be better to act openly. Takato Yogiri assured her that he would not hesitate to use force if necessary. The girls shuddered but agreed that in that case they would go there. After driving a little further, they got out of the car and discovered a sudden, intense cold, wondering why the atmosphere had changed so abruptly. The station didn't look icy. The young man suggested they go inside. They found a waiting room decorated in an old-fashioned style. The girls saw no one and assumed the station was abandoned. However, the heating was on there. Upon entering, they greeted someone. Suddenly, sounds were heard from the side. Several officers appeared from around the corner, alarming the heroes. But Takato grabbed the girl's hand, asking her to wait. Suddenly, one of the men exploded. His body fell, leaving a small pool of blood. It was a shot that had hit the man in the heart from behind. The soldier noted with annoyance that it seemed he had been allowed to escape. More officers appeared. They thought a shot to the stomach wouldn't be fatal, but that turned out to be one of their mistakes. They couldn't believe he died so quickly. The other officers declared that they wouldn't let anyone who betrayed them live, and that they had to drive him to the point of complete despair. They realized the station the old man had mentioned was a hoax. Suddenly, some women appeared ahead, alarming Danora. She pointed fearfully at herself, thinking he was talking about her. The hero froze, speechless. Suddenly, he ordered them all to commit suicide. Suddenly, the men fell to the floor. The girl was scared, not knowing what was happening. The guy nodded, confirming that there was nothing they could do now, since the man who had been shot was apparently dead. The heroes didn't look guilty about what had happened. Now they had no chance of finding out that those people were planning to simply shoot him on the spot, without asking a single question. Suddenly, a magical spirit ran up. He noted that Danaru didn't seem overly concerned about the situation. This was considered a promising sign for the family heir. In that case, the girl decided it would be best to speak up. The protagonist reminded them that they should take weapons. He explained to Mokomoko that perhaps she was familiar with such weapons. However, she explained that they looked like soldiers, but they had no supplies. The young man assumed this meant their main army was nearby. The girl thought they were soldiers from the capital, but they had no documents. The heroes decided they better leave quickly. They once again witnessed the deaths of several problematic individuals. The celestial record is considered to be the repository of the world. All of its constituent things were located on the surface of its celestial record. This included the intelligent species inhabiting it. The world from which Yogiri and friends came was an example of this model. However, their current world had land and sea directly on the surface of the celestial record. In other words, the celestial record served as the basis for the world perceived by the primary observer. There were countless such celestial records. They were all located in a space called the sea. The celestial records resembled bubbles floating in this sea. Like the sea, this space had its own depth. It was easy to move from the shallow celestial record to the deeper one. However, problems arose when attempting to transition from a lower celestial order to a higher one. This required someone who couldn't simply return to their previous world. Beyond the heavenly records, they were living creatures swimming freely in the sea like fish. They fed on celestial records, that is, worlds. They were called celestial record eaters. Given the advanced and intelligent state of the world's beings, comparable to gods, most people couldn't even notice their existence. The devourer of heavenly records was considered ordinary food. The inhabitants of this world simply disappeared without warning and without understanding the reasons. The celestial record devourer's operating principle was simple. They swam the sea and devoured nearby celestial records. When resistance became too strong, they gave up and swam away. Spending eternity devouring various worlds, they absorbed knowledge like food. A small number of these beings awakened the mind. Devourers of the celestial records, having gained sentience, began to act in various ways. However, ultimately, they always sought to merge with the intelligence within the celestial records. Life in the sea was boring for a sentient being. The surface of the celestial records was protected by a durable shell called a canopy. But for the world devourers, a small opening was enough to penetrate. There was no selection. They chose the closest celestial record. Then they sent out a sort of probe to observe the intelligent life of that world and alleviate boredom. One such devourer decided to become the dominant species in its celestial record. It chose the status of an ordinary human peasant. Forming the embryo into a sphere with his power, he compressed the information within the womb of a suitable farmer. He implanted the human body within himself. As an alter ego, he acquired the consciousness of a human child. He abandoned the main body in the sea. The devourer watched the people. He allowed the child to live an ordinary life. Like his parents, the world-devouring alter ego spent his childhood in a routine environment. At some point, he married a woman from the village, and they had children. They were poor but happy. He enjoyed being a farmer. His life was simple and monotonous. Eventually, the boy began to tire of the mundane. The turning point came one tragic winter day. A band of bandits suddenly seized the village. They plundered the villagers' meager possessions, killing many. Houses were set on fire. The alter ego of the Heavenly Record's devourer perished along with his family. And at that moment, the devourer felt true pleasure. A powerful tragedy shattered the creature's boredom and brought a stimulation unseen at sea. With this in mind, he turned his attention to the rest of the world and found it full of varied stimuli. The devourer of heavenly records began to develop an individuality. He wanted to experience the world's stimuli for himself. He decided to create a second being through which he could penetrate the world on a deeper level. He was a little annoyed that his first exhibit had been destroyed, so the second creature had to be stronger. It had to be an ordinary human enjoying the simulation, but able to use its powers as a devourer. The devourer of heavenly records was born again in this world. Everything went according to his wishes. He walked around killing and destroying everything around him. However, this was only interesting at first. He had no worthy opponents. He felt it wasn't worth it. The hero began to display intelligence, striving for dominance and control. People immediately began to listen to him. Then he built an army, captured cities, and constantly urged people to fight for him. War became his favorite pastime. This being had no particular military talent. Being in charge, he often left everything to chance. If he was close to defeat, he simply exploited favorable forces to achieve success. As he continued to grow, he decided to establish his own country. He built the Arganda Empire and began his conquest of the world. Conquering neighboring peoples by force brought him no profit. It was merely a pastime. He enjoyed watching people interact with each other most of all. To add to his interest, he devised ingenious tactics. The more unusual the plan, the more exciting. If it failed, he could always unleash his true power. The Arganda Empire set its sights on the kingdom of Mania. The kingdom's capital served as a gathering place for sage candidates. The kingdom itself was considered inviolable. This was due to a seal containing the demon world, sealed beneath the capital. The protagonist noted that the forces seemed to have almost broken out of the crystallized region. He wondered if the giant wall was part of the capital itself. The girl accompanying him hoped so. She apologized to Takato, thinking she'd gotten used to what was happening. However, the trail of fallen bodies threw her off balance. The boy explained that the attackers had attacked themselves. It was interesting to see who, other than a hero, could defeat 1,000 soldiers. They remembered the 5 soldiers. Such behavior was strange for organized troops. They pursued them until they were completely destroyed. The devourer of worlds, capable of consuming an entire dimension, cared little for the balance of power within the celestial record. Once the Manium Kingdom was in his hands, he would be able to lift the seal on the demon world. This would give him pleasure. After all, for an awakened heavenly record devourer who could do everything as he pleased, this was the most interesting thing to do. The Meld Plains were a magical place. Numerous monsters known as crystal bugs inhabited them. Everything around them had a crystalline structure. No one would have thought that a large contingent of soldiers could hide there. Constant attacks would have exhausted the troops, and they would have crystallized. Normally, such a strategy would have been foolish, but the element of surprise allowed it to work. The devourer set up camp in the center of the plain and ordered his soldiers to seize the railroad. However, the station was under the control of outside forces. Intelligence reported that the station's control unit had been destroyed and its weapons stolen. This was bad news. There was someone more powerful than the futuristic weapon created from his knowledge. A vehicle was reported breaking out of the area and heading for the capital. If his army had been spotted in the capital, the surprise attack would have failed. The devourer ordered the entire army to stop the transport. He believed he would be dealt with quickly. After all, he could easily destroy the kingdom of Mania with his power. But there was no fun in this. It was all part of his fun. Much time passed and still no good news arrived. He decided to use some of his power to observe the situation. He saw only one armored vehicle. But the soldiers of the Arganda Empire were under his complete control, without firing a single shot. Whether they were fighting judges or dragons, they simply fell, colliding with each other, or crashing into rocks and trees. The devourer of heavenly records couldn't comprehend what was happening. However, in a short time, he lost over 40% of his soldiers. This meant he couldn't follow through with his original plan to attack Manium from the Meld Plains. The devourer wondered if he should now take a break from the machine and rebuild the army. First, it was necessary to deal with the main characters and defeat them. At that moment, the devourer realized he would die in 10 seconds. Although he had no experience with simulations, this was his first alter ego. He still didn't understand what it meant. Space and time were considered integral parts of such beings. Such things could be altered at their will. The concept of predicting the future was non-existent for them. However, he couldn't see more than 10 seconds into the future. As the devourer of worlds, he couldn't comprehend his own death. The hero, though powerful, was still a novice in this form. The lad who devoured worlds couldn't comprehend his own demise. He could barely imagine his own disappearance. The devourer came to the realization of his own imminent demise. It was the only thing he could comprehend. His fate, it seemed, was sealed. However, the reason for this remained a mystery to him. His mind was filled with questions, but he couldn't formulate them. 5 seconds of his allotted time had already elapsed. Beyond the remaining 5 seconds, he saw no future. Instinct told him this was his end. A devourer of celestial records, capable of manipulating time, manipulating it for a few seconds was no problem for him. 10 seconds should have been enough to prevent death before the fatal moment arrived. So there were 15 seconds left before his death. He froze. Returning 10 seconds back, he found nothing had changed. He noticed an anomaly even after the time travel. Death still overtook him exactly 10 seconds later. The cause of death would occur exactly 10 seconds before the actual event. It was logical to assume that going back 15 seconds would have avoided this. However, imminent death held him tightly. For the first time since awakening, the devourer felt fear. Something invisible held him captive. It was something intangible, and he didn't know how to get rid of it. What was happening seemed absurd, beyond any cause and effect relationships. Unable to undo the events of the past movement, the devourer of heavenly records abandoned his human body. He left the Emperor's body in the heavenly record and returned to the consciousness of his original body, the one that had been in the sea and could absorb the heavenly record. It was in this body that he awoke. The devourer remembered he was no longer a tiny human. With his omnipotence, the passage of time became uncertain for him. Despite this, he became enraged. He decided it was best to flee and let this heavenly record disappear. He opened his huge mouth. Suddenly, the hero ordered him to die. At that moment, the devourer of heavenly records thought he heard something, and then realization dawned. 10 seconds had passed since he had seen his death. In the end, the heavenly record devourer wished for something, but its consciousness never truly awakened. The heroes continued on their way. The boy told Danora he felt sleepy and was going to rest. The girl nodded, noticing that he had been using his power a lot lately. Mokomoko noted that it seemed they were safe for now. Although they had reached the royal capital, they could have returned to their own world from here. At worst, they would have had to learn to live here. The girl wondered what they would do in such a situation. They had plenty of money and precious materials, but safety remained the main concern. She admitted that without Takato, she would have found herself in hopeless situations more than once. Looking at his sleepy face, it was hard to believe that he was a creature capable of instantly defeating any opponent. Mokomoko exclaimed that if she couldn't return home, she would definitely want to stay with this young man. The girl blushed, afraid that the spirit was reading her thoughts. The spirit replied that, unfortunately, no, but she was very easy to understand. Mokomoko added that the young man was not bad, at least he had a pleasant appearance. Perhaps it would even be worth considering incorporating him into the Danora clan. She continued that it was not only about that, and asked that if they could not return to their world, shouldn't they preserve their family? The spirit expressed confidence that the young man would have the same feelings for the girl. Danora explained that if she were dating him out of need, it seemed impractical to her. The entrance to the capital appeared before them. The railway was functioning. The awakened youth asked Danora where they were. She noted his awakening with surprise and explained that they were at the entrance to the royal capital. Some people were approaching. Their uniforms were different from those at the station. The heroes were worried about what would happen next, but they didn't sense any hostile intent. It felt more like a test. Mokomoko expressed her wish that they be allowed through without any problems. Torx, a senior security officer at the south gate, approached them. He asked the travelers to exit the car and answer a few questions. The heroes exchanged glances, unsure of what to do, but decided to comply for now. The officer asked if the car belonged to the Immortal Corps. The girl confirmed that it was theirs, but quickly added that they probably didn't have a good reputation. The guy quickly explained that they weren't Immortal Corps members. The car was given to them by the mayor of Ryuta, and it was connected with the sage Wine-sama. In fact, they themselves were candidates for sages, heading to the capital for trials. They presented amulets. Rick advised them to show this pendant if they had any problems in the capital. The officer flinched, recognizing it as Richard's amulet. Suddenly, everyone present before the heroes fell to their knees, bowing their heads. The travelers were confused. They realized the object was of great significance. The officer explained that this amulet with the coat of arms was given only to those who had sworn allegiance to the royal family. He wanted to examine it more closely to rule out a counterfeit. At this point, another officer interrupted him, stating that there had been a misunderstanding. He explained that the amulet merely conveyed the will of a member of the royal family, but could not silence the guards. He apologized, explaining that they had knelt as a sign of respect for Richard. He asked that the amulet not be perceived as provocative. The officer introduced himself as David. He occupied a lowly position in the royal family and therefore saw no reason to worry about conflict with Richard. The senior officer chided David for his rudeness, but he retorted that he was the captain's second in command, and his job was to advise his superiors when they made poor decisions. The amulet was given to him by Richard and carried two messages. The first was to provide housing for the two. David didn't understand what the second message meant. He didn't believe the heroes were knights of the Holy Queen. The young man explained that they had passed the tests of the tower's first floor. Soon after, Rick became the new holy sword and handed them amulets. The guard laughed, taking Yogiri at his word, claiming that Rick couldn't possibly be a holy sword. If they could prove this, they would truly be knights of the Holy Queen. They had to demonstrate their swordsmanship. The guard shouted at David that he was doing wrong and thought it would be easier to prove the truth. No one knew what to do. Mokomoko suggested the girl participate, adding that it would give her a chance against people who could shoot swords. Denora calmed everyone down and decided to use her sword in the fight. Mokomoko countered that it wasn't worth it this time. She noted that the opponent was slightly stronger than ordinary humans from their world. Denora's style would work well against him as well. The boy turned to Torx. He asked if they would be recognized as knights of the Holy Queen and allowed entry into the capital if the girl won. He nodded. It was enough for him that they had Richard's amulet. But since the second-in-command disagreed, he couldn't simply let them through. He added that David was of royal blood and therefore understood the predicament. The protagonist nodded, hinting that he had his own power if needed. Mokomoko reassured him, saying it was a perfect opportunity to prove himself. David began preparing for the attack. He asked someone to give a signal, the duel to be cleared, and for everyone to retreat. It was decided that this would be a one-on-one fight. The winner would be the one who could no longer fight or who surrendered. There was no need to kill. The fight was supposed to reveal only one winner. Torx nodded and gave the signal to begin. David began the fight against Denora. The girl raised her weapon forward. Mokomoko noticed that her opponent was using a Western sword stance. However, the boy remarked that his opponent looked confident. David used a fighting style, but Denora's style was different. The motto of Denora's style was cowardly techniques of the first class. Winning fairly is for idiots, because it ends in death. Takato remarked that Denora wasn't suitable. Mokomoko agreed that she was naturally obedient. However, there were reasons why the heroine was expected as the successor. The competition was about to begin, and it seemed they were only just beginning to grow closer. The enemy planned to defend himself, so when Denora approached, she would strike down with her sword. She stood with her left leg concealed and advanced slowly. This was a trick to misjudge the distance. The girl was still preparing to attack. The heroes looked at each other in silence. When the enemy begins to advance, you need to slightly toss the weapon upward so that it hangs in the air. At this point, you need to attack forward, as if she suddenly run out of steam. At the very last moment, a left-handed lunge was required as if sprinting. The aim was to strike the back of the opponent's knee, using this pressure to determine the direction of their movement. This created an opening in the opponent's stance as he attempted to close in, and it had to be exploited. You had to deceive the opponent with unexpected behavior, find the most cowardly way, and never hesitate. This is the teaching of the Dono-ura style. Mokomoko explained that the man's movements were very strong. Suddenly, David fell to the ground. Danora explained that she had won and asked if she should finish the boy off. The officer concluded that the girl had won. The winner was declared to be the Knight of the Holy Queen. No one understood what this technique was. It was claimed to be one of the gifts of the Sword Saintu. There were no signs of magic being used. Everyone concluded that the girl was naturally very fast. Mokomoko was amazed by such speed. She wondered about the possibility of spreading the Donura style throughout the world. The young man wondered if it was right to leave a defeated opponent right there. He felt sorry for him. The spirit explained that it was just a kick and it was unlikely anything was broken. She added that there were other techniques. The young man didn't understand why she was so fixated on this. The woman explained that there will always be cheaters and they need to be confronted. The girl asked if her victory would be enough to allow them to proceed. Mokomoko explained that it was more like the Danareya style. It was so powerful that it seemed insignificant. She decided the style needed to be renamed. The true name of the protagonist's power is instant kills, and it is so great that others don't stand a chance. Suddenly, the boy turned to the captain and asked if they could now enter the capital. He noted that they had only stopped because the car looked suspicious. Entering without it would have been less of a hassle. He would be interrogated as soon as they found out who owned the vehicle. The protagonist decided they would leave the car on foot. The captain asked if they wanted the squad to watch the car. Ultimately, they needed to provide housing for the hero. The young man agreed and asked to take care of her. He also turned his attention to his fallen opponent, noticing that he was in great pain, and asked to be left alone. Donora asked if she had hit him too hard. The boy explained that it looked like she had hit him with full force. The girl asked about the possibility of using restoration magic. The captain replied that they had a few such specialists, but they were only used in extreme cases. Donora suggested that they could be hired for a fee, as her father had done. The protagonist turned to Mokomoko. She explained that it was, of course, connected. Guarding and protecting is natural for them, and Donora knows it. Her father was very kind. The young man noted that getting into the capital would hardly be easy. It was an effective way to fight men. He taught his daughter to aim where necessary in an emergency. The girl didn't understand what was happening. The captain didn't know what to call the being the hero was speaking to. He explained that he had a spirit. Mokomoko considered this rude. The captain noted the logic of the Queen's Knight using a spirit, but it could cause problems in the capital. Magical creatures aren't exactly welcome there. It felt like a tower. It seemed a certain weakening was inevitable upon entering. Mokomoko was deemed useless, so it wouldn't matter. She cursed and perhaps lamented that Donare needed to be taught more about respect for her ancestors. The captain explained that if they left the car at the garrison building, they would look after it and allow them to proceed to the capital. He pointed the way. The heroes found themselves at a large tower and went inside. Danura asked the young man to wait while she checked in her luggage. He didn't understand what the wall was. It was white and perfectly clean. The young man noted that it resembled a transparent rubber layer. David suddenly explained that the wall was covered with a magical layer. When asked about his condition, he nodded. The guard said that the wall was created long ago by the great magician Aglasia, and it is capable of withstanding any attack. The hero recalled this name, associating it with the nickname Golden Lad. David clarified that in folklore, the magician is known for his golden robes. Takato Yogiri felt he had created quite an unpleasant situation earlier. He had nothing more to say. The officer nodded, admitting defeat. Donora thanked Takato for waiting. She expressed joy, turning to David. He explained that other sages had also arrived and he could escort the heroes. They walked through the city together and the officer told him that he could not refuse a duel because of pride. The girl noted that perhaps he was not such a bad guy and wished him luck in his future training. David pointed to the castle building and said that the city was large and had many difficult roads. There were many soldiers and heroes in the city, which was a great surprise. The officer explained that these people were researchers. The boy explained that beneath the capital lies the sealed realm of a demon god. His followers are trying to escape. A researcher studies the demon world and deals with them. Denora pondered the canyon. The knight decided the heroes needed to know more about the demon god and his followers, whose location and numbers were unknown. David pondered the role of the targeting device and noted the rarity of open information about such threats in cities. They had to move forward. David decided to leave the main characters behind. It would be difficult for Yogiri to discuss their next steps if he was constantly around. The guy would be hard to get rid of. The hero noticed the girl shudder. They decided to make up a story about how they escaped the dragon. That was true, but they had one more thing to consider. He asked if Denora was ready to forgive them for what they had done. The girl thought. They found themselves in a room with a view of the royal castle. The view was spectacular. It seemed they could extend their stay if they wanted. For now, they decided to stay at this hotel to store their extra luggage and focus on the main topic. They wondered if it was absurd to make up excuses if they were going to beat everyone anyway. The girl found this dismal. She chided the guy, calling him a psychopath. She asked if he had a rule of only persuading those who attacked first. The young man replied that they had left them to die. Therefore, complaining about it was very unkind. They were abandoned in a place where they would have died if not for the protagonist's abilities. He believed this gave them the right to revenge. The girl objected that that wasn't true. She was against taking revenge on her classmates. Defeating them would be too much, even with all her hatred. She asked if he really didn't want to defeat them. Mokomoko explained to the hero that this wasn't a problem that could be solved with words. She had no choice. A certain amount of intensity was needed before action, and Denora did not have that level of rage. The protagonist noted that whatever her decision, it must be final. The girl also asked about Takato whether he was angry. The boy explained that he didn't care. He wasn't close to them and didn't feel betrayed. He probably would have been chosen as a victim if that were necessary. They needed a plausible explanation for their abilities. The rings given to them by the first city's concierge disguised their status. The hero believed that Mokomoko would be able to analyze the rings and tune them. Denora explained that Takato's unique ability required a cover story. The hero doubted its credibility and feared the reaction. Mokomoko suggested keeping it simple and calling him Insect Hunter. The hero agreed. Denora couldn't come up with a cover story for herself. The hero suggested she resembled a psychic and the spirit mentioned exorcising other spirits. The problem remained how to convey information about the spirit to outsiders, as it was difficult to see. Mokomoko jumped up, declaring she had an idea. Preparations would take time, but she could rely on it. However, she emphasized that they didn't have much time. Takato explained that a meeting would likely take place soon. At worst, they could simply claim she was the swordsman who kept the country going. The heroine didn't consider this her best asset. And the dragon plane was tense. Diagnostic mode began to activate. This was due to certain circumstances. The personality unit needed to be disconnected from the virtual body, and Shinozaki needed to be awakened. Ayaku. The girl opened her eyes. She didn't immediately understand what had happened. Her body moved unnaturally, and she felt as if she were controlling it from afar. She had no idea where she was. Looking around, she saw a fallen body. She realized she was in a damaged bus. The guy in front was covered in blood and appeared to be dead. His chest was covered in blood. The heroine didn't realize what was wrong with her own chest. She couldn't comprehend why she was alive and in this state. She remembered a school field trip. The bus suddenly stopped, and a woman in cosplay appeared. Her classmates were discussing her strange skills. She and a few others were left behind. Suddenly, a voice asked if the girl understood the situation. She turned around, trying to figure out who it was. The voice explained that he was a diagnostic unit, and she was a person, known as Shinozaki Ayaka. Their memories were confused, so they decided to clear things up. During the trip, they were attacked by a mysterious creature. It caused injuries incompatible with human life. As a result, the girl was put into a coma-like state as such treatment was unavailable. She noted that despite the hole in her chest, No blood was flowing out, and touching it did not cause any sensation. They explained to her that Shinozaki Ayaka was an android, a lifelike imitation created from organic and inorganic materials. The heroine clarified what the voice represented. It was emotion sensed from a distance. This was the medical unit. When they were put into a state fatal to humans, he began feigning death, awaiting recovery. However, he was unable to connect to the network. Under these conditions, they were unable to cease functioning. The heroine looked around, thinking that even as an android, they would die if the information wasn't saved and restored. They could have united, but they remained in this situation, awaiting restoration. Vital organs were damaged. Drastic measures were needed, so the medical unit contacted the personal unit. Ayaka began to wonder if she could control this body. They were dying from fatal wounds. The question arose, was there any point in forcibly prolonging life at all? The personality block claimed to be the project's executor. If they died, they would be in trouble together. The girl asked what the project was. This was a project to create the next generation of humanity. It involved simulating humans, resulting from the salvage of living material using machines. They were expected to observe and adapt to society. Ayaka's responses weakened. This was explained by the disconnection from the virtual human body. Since emotions are part of the body, they affect the personality block. The shutdown was a temporary measure to address injuries the enforcement unit claimed. The project was unnatural under these circumstances, as it was only natural to die in such a situation. Most of the energy was expended on maintaining life, which was a waste of time. The top priority remained restoring the human body. They had to do something before time ran out. It was decided to re-establish the connection between the personal unit and the virtual body. Suddenly, the girl became ill. Ayaka noticed that feelings and emotions suddenly returned. The heroine screamed that she didn't want to die again. She didn't want to die here. She realized that her wounds and form had been restored. In fact, the damage was still present, but it blocked her perception. No one could act rationally with such a large hole in her chest. Ayaka inquired about what was required from the other unit. The missing organic material needed to be replenished urgently. The girl realized she wouldn't be able to retrieve the organic material. She looked at the fallen man next to her. They shouted at her that this was no joke and that she shouldn't harm another person. Her inner voice explained that it was also against harming people, and that it contradicted the project's goals. This was unnecessary. Therefore, the search needed to be expanded. The girl asked how much longer she could move. They told her about 30 minutes remained. Apparently, some others were still alive. There was no record of when Ayaka had been knocked out. Such a person could neither see nor hear. The heroine noted that the policy had been too stubborn, but now, some principles had been changed after discussions between the groups. Their main goal was to return to the Institute by any means necessary. The girl burst into tears, declaring that she had no reason to die. She was still in school and had great ambitions for the future. Her classmates simply abandoned her and left her to die, and with great skills, they got something that could help her. Ayaka kicked a chair, complaining about being used. Suddenly, the bus lurched. A dragon flew past. A notification came through. The restraints had been disabled due to forced body movement. The hero was warned to be careful. She saw a dragon ahead, seemingly dead. This organism wasn't in her database. However, it was likely composed of carbonaceous materials. This creature should be sufficient to regenerate the missing parts. The girl felt very sick. She saw no buildings or people around her. She had 25 minutes of activity left. The heroine assumed dragon was the cause of her death. She remarked that she would definitely survive and promised to remind her classmates that they had abandoned her and left her to die. Ayaka began to state that there seemed to be no problems with the team and that she should soon recover. Hanekawa said they should take advantage of the opportunity and escape. The girl replied that he should stop and not hurt the man. The boy asked if it was possible that she wouldn't defeat her. She confirmed it, and the young man asked if it was possible despite her being from the line of the demon god. She asked why they were trying to provoke her. She was not going to overestimate her strength, since the difference between her and her opponent was too great. The young man asked what his plan was for escaping the conflict between the god-demon's relative and the sage. She replied that she wanted to revive Imoto Kami-sama and avenge her master and didn't want any trouble. And she explained that the only reason she was still there was because she might be attacked if she tried to escape, since she was considered his friend. She told the guy that if he had time for nonsense, he better answer her. The young man replied that he did not want to be presumptuous. He timidly asked if she had come specifically to meet him. Shinozaki confirmed that she had, and she wanted to ask him about Takato Yogiri-san. The girl said that it meant he had seen his abilities personally, and that this was the first time she had heard that he could sense bad intentions and that he had even defeated the demon god in the tower. The heroine asked the blonde what she planned to do with Takato Yogiri. Shinozaki replied that she wasn't sure yet whether it was better to get rid of him to avoid future problems, or to keep him alive for her own purposes. The girl asked her not to do anything and declared that she would deal with Takato Yogiri herself. The boy exclaimed in horror that she was saying such a thing to Sage Soma. She said that she couldn't imagine how the subordinate of the demon god who defeated Takato-san would be able to deal with him. She declared that a family versus sage situation was beginning to unfold, and she would find herself at the center of it. Shinozaki replied that she would not participate in this venture, as she had already heard the story she had come for. The sage said she simply wanted to know if there was still a reason to keep Hanekawa-san around. He replied that even if he was no longer needed, there was no need to touch him, since he was a sage candidate. The girl said he acted independently and had no intention of becoming a sage. She described herself as a methodical person who likes everything to be clean and organized, and therefore unnecessary things bother her. The blonde smiled and suggested that this was called cleaning. She noted with interest that it was curious. She thought that he could be simply defeated with a heat beam, but she did not expect that he would transform into something like fresh cream. Hanekawa excitedly asked her to wait a minute and said this was the demon world. He added that she had promised to tell him about the demon world. Shinozaki said she'd completely forgotten and asked what he wanted to ask. He asked where the entrance was, but first they needed to find the bar and buy a ticket. She explained that entry into the demon world was restricted, so they had to try to buy a ticket. The guy asked if that meant he couldn't do it. The girl replied that he'd said something that wasn't necessary. She assured him she didn't need to do anything else. She added that there was no point in defeating humans right after telling him about the demon world. After she left, the guy remarked that she could win or lose at will. He called her reckless and admitted he had no idea what she was thinking. Hanekawa thought no one would win if someone like him was covered in cream. The girl asked him not to be picky about how she saved him, and added that no one would have thought that you had to buy tickets to enter the demon world. It's reported that this is the royal castle, a guest house. Someone wondered if Shinozaki-san had defeated Ashio-kan. The guy said she suddenly appeared and hit him. He tried to help, but the difference in strength was too great. He added that Ushio had tried to resist, but his powers had failed. Ultimately, she had completely defeated him so he could neither be cured nor revived. Another boy asked if she had said anything. The boy with glasses replied that she said it was revenge, and asked him to tell everyone in the class that she would defeat them all one by one. Shogun Yazaki Suguru asked if he knew anything about Shinozaki-san's abilities. He reminded him that when they separated on the bus, neither of the remaining members were supposed to display any abilities. The boy replied that he didn't know. The difference in their levels was so great. The young man noted that she had hit Ushio without any problems and easily tore off his tentacles with her hands, suggesting that she was a master of hand-to-hand combat, and said that Ushio's body seemed to have been erased by magic, and admitted that she could be a combat mage. Consultant Utori Haruto concluded that since he was no longer with them, the difficulty of conquering the demon world would increase significantly tomorrow. He suggested they rework their strategy and formation. Akino Sora said they didn't know who the next target would be, so it was best to avoid leaving the city. If necessary, they should leave with as many people as possible. Izaki replied that there was nothing to be done. Shinozaki thought she'd already defeated the first one, but declaring war like that was a bad idea. She assumed that no one in her class would go into town now, as everyone was on guard. They'd be less risky knowing they were being hunted. Someone reported that, according to information from the townspeople, they were staying in the royal castle's guest house. The girl said this would ruin the whole plan to frighten them and make them think they could be attacked at any time. And she suggested using the mysterious method, going to their base, defeating one, and returning. Someone asked why not just defeat them all, and whether all this inconvenience was worth it. The unknown person ordered them to stop. She wondered if there was an easy way to find out where everyone was, through scent, magic, or something else. Someone said they could find people by their soul characteristics, but to do that, she'd have to meet them first to memorize them. Shinozaki wondered if she was going crazy, as she couldn't even distinguish herself from the blocks lately. And she decided that in that case, she still needed to visit their base at least once. Someone noted that the impact was causing a concussion. She was yelled at for being slow and told to turn off her human body simulation. Someone reported that her dragon scales weren't able to absorb the full impact, but prevented penetration. The girl thought she wasn't human after all. Someone reported that 2 shells had missed their target. They also reported that the source had been determined from the shell's trajectory, and she decided to go there. The heroine asked in surprise how she was able to cover such a distance in an instant. Shinozaki said it was her classmate Shirayama. Riona asked if it was okay to involve strangers in this matter. She replied that she simply couldn't sleep peacefully unless something was done to her, and that no matter what happened, everything would be fine. The girl responded that it was rather selfish of her. However, she added that it wasn't too surprising for someone who could safely leave their classmates as bait. Riona declared that it worked, and that it wasn't in her nature to end things too quickly. She said she would eventually finish the job with her own strikes. Someone asked if she practiced real combat karate, noting that it wasn't much different from kickboxing. She described it as a rather brutal combat karate fighter. Shinozaki admitted she'd been caught off guard, but decided she simply needed to focus a bit. She then asked her opponent if she was among the strongest in her class. A classmate said that when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, she is the strongest. The unknown person asked if this was a systemic ability or some kind of enhancement. She said she wouldn't defeat her right away and advised her to simply be afraid for now. She also suggested she beg for her life. And she thought that if this was the strongest hand-to-hand combatant, then the others shouldn't pose much of a threat. Riona exclaimed that if only her abilities weren't sealed. The girl said she would never lose with her rank of 4th. The stranger suggested it was some kind of effect operating in that area. He explained that this seemed to lower the ranks of skills using the system. However, it didn't affect the dragon language magic they used. Shinozaki asked what her abilities were and what changed when she increased or decreased her rank. She explained that the ability's power increases 10-fold at rank 1, 100-fold at rank 2, and 10,000-fold at rank 4, and now it's only sealed at rank 2. She noticed the difference was significant. She asked if there was a way to remove this seal. Someone said that, according to information, the seal was a royal family ability. The girl decided to ask the dragon people for more details on how to deal with it. She suggested they fight again once the seal was broken. When she asked what she meant, Shinozaki replied that her defeat had not been in vain, and they would continue later. Someone wondered if it was right not to defeat her. She decided that since she had met her, she could find her again by tracking her soul. She wondered if there were any dragon worshippers nearby, as she needed information on how to remove the seal. The stranger asked if she should go so far as to trust the words of the one she sought revenge on. The girl decided that otherwise it wouldn't even be revenge. And she said she would let them all end their lives, trembling with fear and despair. The next day, Yazaki asked what had happened first to Usuo and now to Shirayama, and asked if Shinozaki had done it. He was informed that the girl had been brought to the guards with serious injuries, and that Nurse Masano-san was currently caring for her. A boy asked if this meant Gorilla Shirayama had lost the power struggle. The girl protested, saying it was rude to call a girl a gorilla. Another girl explained that her class was called Gorilla. Someone reported that not only the Sage candidate was damaged last night, but also several civilians and buildings. David said the guards were investigating, but there were few witnesses. And it wouldn't be good if rumors of discord among the candidates spread, as they are considered guests of honor and the face of the royal capital. The young man informed him that he would act as their escort. The young man asked if they were safe and assured them that the royal family and guards were on their side. However, he thought it would be best if they completed the test and left as soon as possible. Utori replied that he understood everything, but they had lost 2 of their strongest men. Akino asked if Utori-kun's skills could somehow solve this problem. Someone said they could try, but first, the strategists would have to travel to the demon world. One of the girls said that today would be another tiring day. The enemies had become stronger since the 5th floor of the demon world. Another replied that she didn't know if they could continue at this pace. A third remarked that it was getting hot and cold, which was very tiring. The boy suggested that maybe they should help out somehow, but the other replied that there wasn't much they could do. The girl told him to relax and said they would take care of the demon world. The other added that there was no point in complaining and that they should just go. The heroine happily announced that she wanted to return the hand charger and reported that she and Ryoko were able to fully charge their phones. The young man asked why all the pretty girls were only around Takato since he was a nice guy too, and asked if David would be at the castle today. He replied that most of the people in reserve weren't combat classed and that he should be there just in case. The young man asked if he could ask for a favor and asked for some training with the sword. David admitted that he thought his fighting style was a joke the other day and that if it helped, he might give it a try. One guy exclaimed that Takato-kun was a great guy. The other one said he refused to believe it. It is reported that a few days later, in the secret room of Sage Shiion in the royal capital, the sage candidates reached the 6th floor of the demon world. The young man said that at this rate, it was only a matter of time before they reached the 7th floor. The girl replied that they would simply need to increase the difficulty. He noted that conquering the demon world itself was not such an easy task, and that, however, one of the sage candidates had passed away. But the circumstances of what had happened were a little strange, and he said he was defeated in the city, not in the demon world. Rumor had it that it was the student who remained on the bus, Shinozaki Ayaka. The girl asked what about the 4th. He replied that he'd gone to check on the bus and that there was one guy left behind. They'd taken him away just in case and also scrapped the bus. He added that in the future, they should be more careful about the fate of those who didn't pass the test. She said that if she was acting out of resentment for being abandoned, they could just leave her alone. And if this made things more difficult for the candidates, it would solve the previous problem. The guy asked what about a boy named Takato Yogiri. The girl replied that she had some information and was considering what to do with him. She said she vaguely recalled something strange, but for now, unless there were any particular problems, they should touch him. He asked if this was a sage's intuition. She replied that there was nothing like that, and that the problem had originally been the porcupine. She explained that since it had invaded this world, one of the sages had been defeated by it, and they needed to find a replacement. She said she had no new information about the porcupine and thought it remained largely a mystery. She wondered where she should begin to figure it all out. A young man in glasses apologized for disturbing them and introduced himself as a sage candidate, Utori Haruto. Another boy asked how he got there. The girl guessed he used the teleporter's door-to-door ability, and she said that's what a rank 4 consultant's problem-solving skill is capable of. She also added that he's only a true candidate for sage if he can accomplish the most incredible feats with his abilities. The heroine asked what business he had with them. He replied that there wasn't enough time to complete the trial, and so he came here to ask if they could extend the deadline. The girl said that since everyone was working hard to become sages, she might consider it, but she wasn't sure changing the test conditions would be so easy. She then asked if they could defeat Takato Yogiri. Utori said that they had already done this once and they could do it again if necessary, and asked if that was all that was needed to extend the deadline. She said that it would not be such an easy task and would send information about him to assist him. He said he understood and it seemed he couldn't be defeated by conventional means, otherwise retribution would follow. The heroine said that if he used the problem-solving skill that had allowed him to find her here, perhaps he could come up with something. The young man said that he thought it would work and that he would do it. The man introduced himself as Miyonari, Resuke. He explained that he was called from Japan. He explained that he'd been offered trials and become a sage, but he'd refused. All he needed was freedom and motivation, so he'd carefreely sought adventure, amassing a fortune saving trees and hunting monsters. Over time, he grew bored with the repetitive quests. He decided to take a break from his work as a defender of justice and now owns a small flower shop. He decided to work on the ledger. When he got upstairs, he was surprised how he could have missed the letter in such a prominent place. Opening the envelope, he saw it was a request for covert work addressed to the head of the Dark Garden Mercenary Guild. He confirmed that he was currently posing as the owner of a flower shop. The man thought the mask concealed the head of a mercenary guild, a fact known only to a few key members. He wondered what kind of person could outsmart him. A possessor of the gift of a sage. After reading the letter, he noted that the target was the sage candidate Takato Yogiri and that the letter contained detailed instructions. He was puzzled by the phrase that the task should first be entrusted to subordinates and then the plan would become clear. Miyonari thought that all he needed was freedom and motivation. If he was capable of winning, then there would be no difficulty with it. And I thought that while a person lives, he develops connections that collapse after life ends, leading to tragedies. You quickly get tired of monotonous quests. But the drama generated by death is a good way to dispel boredom. He noted that there was definitely some mystery to this case, as no one had previously insisted on their methods or plan, and it was completely unclear who the client was. He became curious as he was just getting bored, and I wondered whether to accept this request. The man explained that his ability was called imitation, and that he could create duplicates of things from his home world. He also suggested that the city already had surveillance cameras installed, but perhaps they should be supplemented with reconnaissance drones. He also gave the order to the members of the Dark Garden to begin work. A few days later, at the capital security office, the young man was training with a young man using swords. He encouraged him, telling him he was doing great and that he should keep going. David explained that when an opponent blocks an attack, you should hit them on the wrist to make them drop their weapon, and that this technique can be used to hit specific parts of the body. He praised the hero, saying he was doing well for a newbie, adding that he had some credit for explaining things well. Takato thought there was someone out there who wanted to defeat him. He thought he was being targeted, but that alone wasn't enough. David said that when you're taught by someone knowledgeable, you make progress quickly, and called him lucky. The sniper informed his boss that he thought the target had spotted him. When asked if the target had attacked, he replied that the target had simply turned in his direction for a moment. Reski ordered him over the radio to act according to instructions as planned. He also reminded him that they were monitoring his vital signs and would cover him if necessary. The instruction instructed him to place his finger on the trigger but not fire, instead pulling the trigger at a random time. The man noted that the target's vital signs were normal and the ability had not activated. He cursed, reporting that his vital signs were down. Several guild members have reportedly felt it in the past few days, and they ended their lives precisely when they were about to attack. He thought the reason for their death and the method of their victory were still a mystery to him. Now he seemed to understand the intent of that request and wondered if that only made things more interesting. And he informed all members of the Dark Garden of a top priority order. He ordered a thorough investigation into the target. Reski thought that the guild members had tried everything, weapons, poisons, magic, but all in vain. And how could it be explained that they could not defeat him? 3 girls entered the room, announcing they were home and asking why he was lounging. One of them joked that this is how people turn into Japanese gigolos. The girl chided him for even his fellow gigolos joining the demon attack squad. He asked if those two weren't combat class. Another girl explained that food prepared by Izumida-kun using ingredients from the demon world can grant buffs, and Takara-kun seems to be able to read any texts from the demon world, so he's been gathering information. He asked if it would be okay to eat foods from the demon world. They told him that apparently even ordinary adventurers could eat them in an emergency, and that if he ate, for example, a magical boar, everything would be fine. Takato suggested that he should then hunt magical insects to use as ingredients. The girl replied that he could stay here and do nothing. The protagonist replied that he was training with swords for their future. The heroine replied that she didn't think it was pointless and asked if it was necessary. The young man explained that he wasn't planning on fighting with swords in a real fight. It was all about concentration. She asked what it was. He replied that he remembered how she had also trained her agility before, and after listening to the sage, he understood what was truly needed. She called it death in fragments and said it was the result of him training himself to focus on specific spots during sword training. The girl thought it wouldn't be necessary and suggested they go sightseeing. He said he sometimes goes for a walk and mentioned that something strange had happened. He added that he seemed to have been at gunpoint while walking around town. The girl asked him if he was sure. He replied that he had sensed an intent to defeat him, but it was too far away and that he was followed every time he went into town. The young man reassured her, saying that no real harm had yet come to him. She countered that bad people died somewhere every day. The blonde said that since they were bad, it was okay. Denora noted that if this was continuing, it meant there was a ringleader somewhere, and he was alive. Takato said that before arriving in the capital, someone had been following him too, but he never found out. This time it seemed to be some other group, and he asked for help. She asked if by help he meant a simple walk around town. He confirmed this and added that it would be a good idea to figure out who was targeting him without defeating them. He said she had good eyesight and thought she could find the culprit. The girl asked if he had a specific destination in mind. He replied that he decided to simply walk through the areas where he'd been targeted before and that they were mostly open spaces. Donora thought she'd been really looking forward to this outing, as it was the first time they'd done anything together in a while. However, she noted that they were just walking down the street, and she decided he was in no mood for a date. The young man noticed her mood had soured and asked what was wrong. She offered to tell him if he bought her a drink. The protagonist asked why she didn't have as much money as he did. The girl said that wasn't the problem. He agreed to buy her a drink. She suggested they try dividing the money, and then happily dragged him to the place he'd recommended. They arrived at the site and found everything in ruins. The guard warned them it was dangerous and advised them to be careful. Also explained that the candidates for Sage had recently gotten into an argument there, so bad that the tower collapsed. He added that all the nearby shops and buildings had also been damaged. The heroes decided that Shinozaki-san and Shirayama-san had fought and that nothing was left of the bench. Donora exclaimed that she would not forgive Shinozaki Ayaka. The boy remarked on what a terrible disaster had happened here. Someone ordered another to hurry, otherwise the pain would get worse. He screamed that he didn't want to die. The girl explained that the only way to get rid of pain is to defeat the target and asked what someone who does not want to win will do if he is forced to. The man asked if he would end his own life if he tried to defeat him. She replied that until you try, you won't know. But even if he doesn't try, it will all be over in 70 hours anyway. And she asked if it wouldn't be better for him to be free from pain as soon as possible. He yelled at her, reminding her that she'd been kicked out. He asks if she understood the point of the boss letting her develop her own plan of action. The heroine wondered how long the cause and effect relationship would last and that all possible safety measures needed to be taken. Resuke said he wasn't involved in this plan and was leaving everything to her. He added that further actions would depend on her calculations. She noted that this time, too, it didn't work out. At the very moment he decided to win, he himself was defeated, and she concluded that the outcome doesn't depend on one's mental state. The man ordered her to immediately send the data and continue the experiment. He added that the only thing that could be said for sure was that the target was clearly dangerous. And also, if you aim, they won't touch you. But if you decide to shoot, you're already defeated. And if you aim at someone else, even if you shoot, you won't die. However, if you use magic to attack, it's all over. It said that if he steps on a mine, it doesn't explode. If you try to attack him with long-range magic, the attacker's life ends, and the poison has no effect, and it is impossible to collapse a building on him, since he easily dodges the debris. He thought that at first he'd assumed he'd noticed when someone was trying to defeat him and was using some kind of ability, but as he watched, he realized it seemed as if, when his life was threatened, the cause was automatically eliminated. Reportedly researching this counterattack using equipment and magic. Even legendary armor and defensive magic have had no effect. Resuke explained that close combat attacks were prohibited as they could be tracked through the body. He decided to leave all planning and execution to his most trusted subordinate while he himself kept a close watch. The man revealed that he had created a duplicate of the humanoid machine from his home world. It was willing to forsake its own life to carry out his orders and, in the worst case, buy him time to escape. The girl, calling herself Inju, ordered the sniper at point B. She asked him to aim at the girl who was next to the target. The young man realized he hadn't had such an idea before. He wondered if it would have any different effect than usual. Donora asked what had happened. Takato replied that they had just stopped aiming at him. The man reported that a shot had been fired, and the sniper was still alive, which had never happened before. The main character asked her to wait a little and said that he was now going there himself. The girl was surprised to see the drone and asked if it was a criminal. The guy said they were being watched and that he finally spotted it since there was no cover nearby. She asked if this meant that the detected enemy was defeated since the drone was shot down, and she said she detected the source of the radio waves. Moko Moko confirmed it. The girl asked how long she'd been there. She replied that she'd been there from the very beginning, because they needed to be protected. The young man decided that even if it was someone who was simply watching and didn't mean to attack, he believed there was no connection between what was happening and that he needed to hear what he had to say first and then decide. Donora asked him how much longer he was going to hug her. Reski panicked, thinking he'd been spotted. He thought he'd have to end his life if that were the case, so he decided to take a sedative, reminding himself that he had the ability to duplicate. And he decided that he had to be calm in order to create something small for resistance, and that since the sniper at point B had not died, there had to be some kind of trick. The man was horrified to see security cameras being broken as he approached the flower shop. He was informed that the target had started moving and was heading here. He shouted that he was running away, and you said that in that case she would abort the experiment and asked her to hinder their pursuers and avoid detection. Reski cursed, thinking that she was supposed to buy him time, but would that really work against their goal? He wondered if he should boost his physical strength and defenses with doping. The girl on the phone told Takato-kun that the helicopter was taking off from the place where the signal was coming from and asked if he should shoot it down. The guy calmly replied that he'd leave it to her. Denora was surprised that he'd suddenly started talking on the phone. The young man explained that they needed to cooperate with Ninomiya-san. Moko explained that smartphones didn't actually work in this world and she was simply acting as a relay. Denora asked Moko-san in surprise if it had become a radio tower. She replied that it was a necessary base for the work of a high-ranking guardian spirit, and she said that he would be here soon and shouted not to miss him. Reski screamed in horror that he had to get out and fell out of the helicopter, and she was surprised by such a force that was able to break through his defense, strengthened by doping and artifacts. Takato asked if that wasn't a dangerous blow just now. The girl replied that she had been told to go. The young man said that it seemed he hadn't finished life, so that was fine. And he asked him if he had been the one who had been following him all the time. The man thought he needed to calm down. If he gave in now, it would all be over. He indignantly asked what he was talking about and why they were attacking him as soon as he took off. Moko said they couldn't treat him like a criminal just because he boarded a helicopter, even if it looked suspicious. Takato replied that he'd planned to meet him first and then sort things out. Reski decided this was his chance. He figured they didn't yet know he'd been orchestrating everything from the shadows. And before they decided to defeat him, he needed to get away from here quickly. He decided he had no choice but to rely on someone and called upon the spirit princess Elysian. The spirit asked him if this was what he was looking for and showed him the spirit she was holding in her hands. Denora asked the spirit what she was doing. She replied that a suspicious spirit had appeared, but she had already taken care of everything, adding that this was probably the first time they'd heard of guardian spirits. The man, horrified, asked why she had been captured, considering she was at the top of the hierarchy. Moko replied that he seemed to be able to see her, but no one could defeat her in a battle between spirits. She assumed that if it was a princess, it must be the Spirit King. The girl said she couldn't see anything, but asked if she was picking up strange things. The spirit said that after she overpowered the woman, this spirit appeared, which was a little stronger. Reski decided to use a smoke bomb to buy time and use a buff to escape. Takato warned him that if he ran away, he would be in trouble. The protagonist noted that he did not run away and asked if this meant that he knew about his power. The boy told him not to explain, but simply to escape quickly. The man cursed and called for help from the queen of the underworld, Yama, shouting that he was in dire straits. The woman who appeared said that coming only when called was a sign of good manners. She then asked if his request for rescue meant he agreed to become her companion. She agreed to help, though she noted that forcing someone you were protecting into marriage was not very nice. Reski explained that the concept of death did not exist for Yama, and he explained that she was an invulnerable queen, ruling over life and death. Therefore, she could not be defeated. The young man replied that many people had said that before, but they had all died. Denora, however, thought she looked cool. The young man said he didn't care. They all might know something. Reski exclaimed in despair that even Yama hadn't managed it, and he was out of ideas. And Ju shouted for her to get away from the master. He wondered if she could defeat this monster by pelting it with throwing knives. And he was surprised that she stopped attacking, since with her ability she should have ended her life. The girl asked the master to retreat. Denora asked what had happened to Takato-kun. He apologized and said he was a little surprised. The girl asked in surprise if they had visitors. The bespectacled man confirmed, saying there were 15 people planning to stay for a week. He explained that he would house them in empty village houses, so the group would split up, adding that he had given instructions that this would not affect those already there. The girl asked him to wait a bit. She asked what these people were planning to do and whether it had anything to do with Yogiri-kun. The man panicked and replied that they couldn't risk the entire world, and if such an order came, he would lock himself in this building and resist. And I thought, this request comes from a source who's hard to refuse, and his power is completely unrelated to this matter. Apparently he wants to use a room that's temporarily off-limits to anyone, the most isolated place in Japan. The young man decided that this was a very influential group, so they had all the information and could only accept it. The heroine called their leader a terrible man, controlling Japan from the shadows. The man reassured her, saying that although it was suspicious, as long as they were doing business in this country, they couldn't resist him. He added that they would be living separately, so there was no need to do anything special. Asaka-san told Yogiri-kun she had something to talk to him about. He greeted her and asked what it was. She explained that starting tomorrow, people would be moving into the empty houses in the neighborhood and would likely stay there for a week, and she asked him to try not to walk around the village at this time. She added that he could live as usual, since he didn't go far anyway, and she thought they wouldn't come here. The girl wondered what to do if strange things happened at night and whether she should go check on her own tomorrow or just warn them, although she really didn't want to deal with them. The next morning, she asked a local resident if the guests had arrived. She replied that they hadn't yet arrived in the village, but should soon be at the back delivery entrance, not far from the staff entrance. Seeing the trucks, she wondered if it was something so serious. The girl complained that she couldn't believe how rustic everything felt after they had been going down a huge elevator like something out of science fiction. One of the men ordered her to be quiet and threatened that if she came closer, she would be hurt. She apologized for her companion, saying he meant no harm. He asked what they would do if she was an enemy and called her a suspicious person. Asaka-san said that it was dangerous here at night, and she came to warn them to lock the doors properly. And she asked if she could go back and that she would not bother them anymore. After lunch, someone wondered if this was the delivery entrance, noting that it was huge and looked like they were going to launch a giant robot out of it. The girl thought that without such a large entrance, it would probably be impossible to build an entire village, and it seemed more convenient to pass through this entrance than through the staff entrance. The girl said she'd ridden elevators many times and that he should introduce himself first. The boy introduced himself as Takato Yogiri and introduced the girl as Asaka-san. She noted that he had a strange name and introduced herself as Sumeragi, Anju. She added that she shouldn't be touched, that beautiful roses have thorns and poison, and she was just like that. She also said that she was wearing gloves, so everything should be fine, but she shouldn't be touched unnecessarily. Asaka-san said that last time she was with a crowd of people and asked if it was okay for her to walk around like this alone. She replied that she ran away from them because she was bored. The girl assumed they were desperately searching for her then. She replied that they probably were. Asaka decided that if she was near Yogiri-kun, those guys would act hostile, and she said she didn't want to meet those people. Anju assured her that everything would be fine because they obeyed her in everything. She asked the boy to be patient if her escorts came and said something unpleasant. The man ran up to them, shouting that he told them not to approach Milady. The girl replied that she was the one who came to see us, and she asked the girl if she understood what problems would arise, especially if she left without permission. Anju said that hiding really wasn't in her nature and invited the boy to come with her. Asaka suggested they just wait a week. The next day, the boy was asked what he was doing, and he replied that he was playing with a net. The girl asked Anju where her escorts were. She replied that they were waiting nearby on her orders to ensure they wouldn't run into them. Asaka asked how the night had gone, mentioning the sounds of gunfire. The girl confirmed that her people had been a little worried and seemed to have seen something appear. She became worried about whether everything was okay. Anju reassured her, saying she'd be fine even if she encountered empty people, and decided to simply lock the door. She asked what the place was, mentioning that her grandfather had called it the safest place in the world, and suggested that it was a shelter. She agreed that the place resembled a refuge, but its essence was different, more like a prison from which there was no escape. However, she knew that Yogiri-kun could escape if he wanted. Anju asked who they were and if it wasn't strange to live in such a place. Asaka replied that it was probably best for them to stay away from each other. The girl asked if personal circumstances prevented her from communicating. She replied that no, it was just that problems might arise, and apologized. The heroine asked if Yogiri was a judge, and I was surprised that she didn't know, and I realized that she wasn't bluffing, but really didn't know. And Yu told the boy she'd been watching him and that he hadn't caught anything and asked him to lend her the net for a while. She also asked him not to approach her, but to just throw it away and reminded him not to touch her. She asked the boy's age, but he replied that he didn't know. She said she was 10 years old and asked what grade he was in. The boy replied that he didn't go to school and that Asaka-san taught him, and she decided that since they were about the same age, he would be her younger one, to which the boy happily agreed. She also said that as the younger one, he should listen to the older one, and decided that it was time to stop playing. He asked what they should do next, suggesting some village fun, and asked Asaka-san's permission. Inju remembered that her grandfather had forbidden her to play, but she decided that he wouldn't say anything here and ran off to play. And she remembered the words of her grandfather who told her not to get involved with those who live in this underground village. She asked him why he lived here, to which he replied that he'd always lived here. She thought it was strange to lock a child in such a place, especially since he was being cared for by robots. The girl thought that it wasn't so important who he was and why he was here, and said that she decided to tell him a terrible secret. And she warned that anyone who touched her could end their life, even him, so he should not touch her under any circumstances. And Yu thought that he accepted her words without doubt, fear, or sympathy ever since she had this power. She realized that for the first time in her life, she was not being avoided like the plague, but now that too was over. When midnight struck, one of the men shouted at my lady to duck because someone was right behind her. The guy who showed up said it was useless and said that exactly a year had passed. The judge said their loud crying made it impossible to speak and asked him to stop for now. Inju asked him what he had done to Takaoka and the others. He asked why no human could have reached here, adding that whoever had done it was a remarkable mage and didn't think anything was stopping him from getting here. He then asked that if she was here, she must survive. The young man asked her if she understood that she had no reason to ask such a question. He explained that, having been divided into two camps, one for the destruction of humanity, the other for its survival, the judges had decided that the decision would be made by those who survived for a year after the battle. The young man replied that during the battle, one had to consider the pros and cons of human survival. The girl protested, wondering if the majority hadn't been for victory from the start, and that everyone except her who had advocated for survival had died. He said they'd tried their best until their hands were damaged, and asked if he found that touching. She also added that if nothing had been resolved after the battle, there was nothing he could do about it. The judge said he was wrong, since she hadn't expressed her idea clearly enough from the very beginning, and therefore he was giving her another chance. As before, let those who are for destruction and those who are for existence fight again, but this time here, and the decision will be up to those who survive. And he announced that if the one who favored destruction lost, a circle would appear underground, which they had to find and defeat, and they only had an hour to do so. If nothing happened within an hour, everyone would lose. He said he was starting the countdown and advised her to simply spend the remaining time calmly. When the man in glasses tried to intervene, saying it was pointless, she threatened to kill him, reminding him that she was just there to observe. Asaki wakes the boy up, saying that there is something strange outside and the sounds of gunshots are getting closer. The boy assumed almost everyone had machine guns, like in the games. The girl, not knowing what was going on, assumed they were guests who had come here fighting the shadows outside, and suggested they run away. She asked him not to touch them if possible, since they didn't even understand what had happened yet. The young man replied that he understood, but didn't know where to go. The girl suggested that perhaps there was something in the work instructions, and she thought that it was very similar to a self-destruct button, and she was uneasy, but she had no choice. An alarm was reportedly sent, and it was impossible to understand the situation underground from the surface. They should act accordingly. The boy assumed it was daylight, but the girl doubted help would arrive immediately after the alarm was pressed. Hearing the sound of gunshots, she panicked that they were indeed breaking in. Meanwhile, someone outside was shouting at them to come out. She asked the boy to grab something. Takato asked if it was for protection, mentioning that they did the same thing in the movies. Outside, they were warned that if they didn't come out within 10 seconds, they would be fired upon by a launcher. She asked them to hide Nicole in the basket and for him to climb in there too, and she decided to try to talk to them. And realizing that these people were armed, I wondered who they were going to fight. The boy asked Asaka-san if it was okay to deal with those who were threatening their lives, to which she replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, another girl asked them to wait, as they had power, and ordered them to refrain from attacking. And she realized that despite the fact that their comrades were falling one after another, new ones were decisively coming to replace them. The girl asked if this was related to the boy's power and what that light was. The man warned that if she tried to attack, she would end her life. Azaku, covering the boy, panicked and asked what was happening and why he was doing this. Someone commented on the beautiful sacrifice and explained that for some reason they couldn't defeat those two, so they bet that the very person who was for destruction was one of them. The judge said there were 3 remaining, and it was time to figure out who they were. He apologized for forcing them to participate without even explaining the rules and introduced himself as the judge, whose role it was to make the final decision on whether humanity would be destroyed. And she explained that a year ago he had bestowed power upon people all over the world. Their plan was simply to wipe out humanity, but those who had received the power were divided into 2 camps, those for existence and those for destruction. And Ju was left alone and hid here until her time was up, escaping. The boy said it wasn't fair, so he decided to continue the battle here. He added that everything was the same as on the surface, but on a smaller scale. He asked the girl what she would do, since time hadn't yet run out. The boy shouted in despair at her to stop. She cried out in tears that he was her friend and could not defeat him. The judge said that, in general, she may not do this. But as soon as the hour is up, humanity will be destroyed. And he reported that there was one person left underground who was for destruction, but he only learned about the existence of these 2 now. He also added that he was simply curious about where they had gone, armed as they were. The girl realized with horror that she was one of those for extermination, and she realized that she had no chance of survival from the very beginning and that humanity would be destroyed if she remained alive. And Ju asked him not to touch her. Asaku asked him what he was planning and what his final decision would be after everything that had happened. The judge said that it didn't really matter, whatever it was, because he had originally intended to destroy humanity, and this was just a formal last chance, and that he had imposed a suitable, impossible demand on everyone. Takato said that he was demanding that this nonsense with the final decision be stopped and asked to disappear somewhere. The guy asked why he should listen to him. The girl asked what it was, noticing something appearing in the sky. They told her it was the performers. One of the angels announced that they had received the results of the final solution program and their goal was to remove humanity. Someone said he was truly sorry. She introduced herself as a mediator and apologized for any inconvenience caused. Asaka replied that she hadn't done it deliberately to appease Takato. At that moment, the rescue team arrived. The girl asked for help, explaining that she had no wounds but she suddenly lost consciousness. And she said that a man from a research institute had just arrived here and offered to talk to him, since they had a lot of questions about the final solution of humanity. The boy petted the dog named Nicole, saying that everything's fine now. Headmaster Shiraishi said the story was difficult, but he got the gist. Human extinction would be reversed, meaning the abilities of all survivors would also vanish. The girl, however, admitted she still didn't really understand it. The man said they called themselves apostles, the creators of humanity. The girl wondered what kind of parent would touch their own child. The young man asked Yogiri to stop attacking them and asked if he agreed. The boy agreed. The manager assumed that the heaven-sent executors had been completely destroyed, and those above panicked, sending a negotiator to them. He said that he still had to deal with the mess and restore the buildings, so he would go, adding that letting them in here was still a bad idea. But thanks to this chance, they were able to resolve everything peacefully. Takato said he was wondering how Inu was doing. The girl replied that when they had time, they would visit her in the hospital, and she thought she was more concerned about her mental state than her physical one, and there was no point in worrying her further. He wondered if he would be able to play with her again. Asaku replied with a smile that she could when she got better, and she asked in surprise how this should be understood since that girl was able to survive Takata's attack. The protagonist told Enju that he was going into administrator mode and then told her to shut down. Denora asked who the girl was, to which the boy replied that it was a long story and asked if he had anything he wanted to tell them. Risuke said that he was simply fulfilling an order and introduced himself as the boss of the mercenary guild Garden of Darkness, and said that he had no personal grudges against them, but did not know who the customer was, since they simply sent him a letter. The boy asked where he got the inju sample, a work clearly from the primordial world. The man explained that he made a duplicate using his skill, which allows him to copy anything created in the primordial world except living beings. Resuke begs for mercy, promising not to come near him again and offering to share weapons or information in exchange. The young man, however, replies that he must lose. Denora, shocked, asked if she'd heard wrong. The boy explained that he didn't want another inju specimen to appear. He explained that if he stayed, he could make as many duplicates as he wanted. The man countered that he wasn't alone, and that the world was full of people with skills that defied the rules. The protagonist thoughtfully said that maybe he was right, but back then he was just annoying him. It was reported that at the same time, in Ryosuke Miyagi's flower shop on the second floor of the Garden of Darkness base, a young man was reading Takato Yogiri's victory plan report and asking if he had written anything. It said that the problem-solving skill allows one to filter information and find what they need, and that before hunting the hero, they obtained all the information about this world. Tachibana Yuki died the moment the order was given. In terms of skill, Tachibana and the servant are part of the same whole, and the servant can only be stopped by defeating Tachibana and the other servants, as in the story with the Miasma Tower and the order to destroy the source of evil. The report also indicated that there were other bandits and opponents he defeated without even trying to figure them out. This suggested that he perceives anything that could harm the hero as a threat, and uses his skill to defeat them. He thought the report was within his expectations, and that he would notice any attack. At first glance, the guy seemed invulnerable, but was that really the case? And he decided that he had been called into this world, but the sage Shiion, who had called him, was still alive. And also, did the guy really never want to deal with the one who summoned him here by force and began giving him orders? The boy thought that with the skills of instant victory and detecting the thirst for victory, he seemed invincible, and wondered what would happen if these skills were used against him. And I decided to trick his radar, or direct his thoughts towards the end of life. Later at the hotel, Denora was indignant at why she had to carry the girl. She declared that she was his girlfriend, so he should carry her. Takato objected that she was a girl, so a girl should carry her. The girl was indignant that she was heavy. Mokomoko said she knew a trick for easily transporting a sleeping person and was very proud of this technique. She added that with the power of the battlesuit, it shouldn't be a problem. Denora asked the boy to tell her about herself. The young man explained that her name was Enju, Sumeragi, and she is his childhood friend. The girl asked how she ended up here. He reminded her of what the guy had said about being able to duplicate any object from the original world. The young man confirmed that Enju was a robot who was kept in a top-secret storage facility, and he never thought he would meet her in this world. She wondered how it was possible to create something so human-like. She was told that the research institute had developed numerous technologies for the military. Denora asked why they needed a robot that looked like his girlfriend. Takato replied that there were people he would never touch, and Enju was one of them. So they used the robot to attack him. The girl panicked and exclaimed that this was bad, thinking his radar would instantly trigger on her. She then asked if he had glitches too. The guy explained that the radar detects any hint of violence, but it won't work if it's someone he doesn't want to touch or a brainwashed puppet. He assumed they'd seen everything. He added that if he spotted anyone, he would immediately counterattack, and if they found a way to bypass the radar, they would have a chance to attack. Denora asked if this wasn't a serious problem, to which he replied that everything would be fine. Takato said he now had a purpose. The girl thought that if Miyanaga was telling the truth, then there were others in the world capable of making copies, which meant he should be eliminated after all. The young man decided that Enju should no longer wake up, and he wanted her to continue sleeping peacefully. She wondered who she was that the hero cared about her so much, how long they had known each other, and what had happened to her. And she thought she was very curious, but she couldn't break the calm atmosphere. The young man noticed that she had turned pale and asked if she was feeling unwell, to which she replied that she was simply lost in thought. The protagonist asked if she had anything to ask, and expressed hope that she didn't think Enju was dead. She asked, surprised, if she wasn't dead. The guy suggested that the real girl was currently sitting at home with her parents, eating chips. Denora was indignant, asking why he was referring to her as dead. He asked if she would want someone using a robot with her appearance without her permission. He replied that he simply decided it was the right thing to do, even though his logic was incomprehensible to this world. The girl said it was good to be alive, though she'd been expecting a story about a dead woman. Someone asked what they should do with this Inju. They told him that throwing her away wasn't an option, and carrying her around wouldn't work, so they decided to leave her here for now. Moko Moko offered to teach them how to dispose of bodies, noting that she would be an excellent model. Danora, horrified, asked where she'd even picked up all that information. The spirit suggested leaving her here and keeping an eye on her through the camera. They asked her if that was possible. She said she was underestimated, and it would be easy for her to set up the camera so they could observe her in real time. Takato guessed that Lady Mokomoko must have been someone influential in the original world. She, however, replied that she was no one special. She explained that the internet could be used to remotely control many things and even create the appearance of something supernatural. Someone asked if she was to blame for all these mysterious incidents. The guy asked why she did it. Mokomoko admitted she enjoyed watching their confused expressions, which Danora dismissed as a terrible excuse and decided it would scare off the weirdos. The boy said he trusted Inju's spirit and they would return to class. It was reported that this was the top floor of the royal castle, the king's chambers. A man with a sword asked who she was. The girl introduced herself as Shinozaki. Ayako explained that the seal that blocked the gift was causing nothing but trouble, and that's why she came here to defeat the king and remove the seals. The king doubted she could handle him without her gift. Ayako, noticing a strange visual effect on him, asked if he really was the king. She thought she'd been sure it would take longer, but he'd ended his life so easily, and now his body. Someone had reported that the seal, capable of containing the power of any gift, had nothing to do with the dragon's power. The girl asked another girl if the man was really a king, and she confirmed it. Ayako asked if the girl was a member of the royal family and knew how to use the seal. She replied, frightened, that she had been sent as a bride from a neighboring country and was not related to the royal family by blood. She asked if the seal's power diminished with the king's death. The bride confirmed this, adding that the duty of maintaining the seal would soon be transferred to another living member of the royal family, and she realized that she needed to deal with Shirayama before the seal was restored. The girl greeted her, announcing that she had defeated the king and removed the seal, so it was time to begin the fight. Ayako, remembering the words about the seal, hoped that she wouldn't have to say, "I wish it were more serious." Shirayama firmly stated that they would check everything now. It is reported that it took only a second to recover and that Riona's blow sent her flying outside the castle, but the dragon's scales were not pierced, although the impact of the blow could not be completely absorbed. She admitted she was impressed, but now the gist of it was clear to her. She asked if there was anything else she could show, and she asked if she could no longer resist and stated that she would slowly lose. The girl expressed disappointment, saying that she even worked hard and broke the seal, and wondered if this was all the power the class had received. Someone asked if they would continue like this and why not finish it quickly. The stranger mused that they couldn't let their guard down and, since their opponent's abilities were unknown, it would be easiest to pick them off one by one. Ayako decided that although there was no threat now, she suggested defeating a couple more individuals, and then, if everything went smoothly, attacking the groups. A multitude of voices agreed with the plan, and she thought she was beginning to lose count of them and doubt the necessity of the whole process. One of the voices said that some guy showed up and she asked who it was and felt dragon feelings. Someone said he was asking to be approached. The girl took this as a provocation, but she wasn't going to let him go anyway. And she recognized the guy as Izumida Yu, admitting she only knew his name. He said she was going to beat him anyway. She also asked why he'd shown up. The guy replied that since he was already being hunted, something had to be done, otherwise he wouldn't even come into town. She noted that the previous ones were also confident in themselves, but this did not save them, and that he would not understand until he experienced everything for himself. An inner voice told him it was impossible. He'd managed to cut the dragon's scales. Ayako asked if it couldn't be cut by anything in the world. The guy introduced himself as a chef, for whom chopping ingredients is a piece of cake. The stranger said things were bad, as his attacks were effective against dragons. She realized that simply being careful and dodging wouldn't work, and she'd already decided he was weak. And I realized it was a copy of the chef's skill. He confirmed it was for cooking multiple dishes at once. Ayako realized that this explanation would be enough for her and decided to use Dragon Sense's enhanced version. The guy said that once he saw the ingredient, he'd always know where it was. She realized he only had 158 copies and asked if he'd like to match her numbers. It was reported that all traces of Izumida Yuga within sight had been destroyed and that bystanders had been hit. The girl decided to consider it an accident. Takato explained that he sensed danger and grabbed her. Donwara asked where this unexpected beam had come from, which had blown everything apart, since everything had been intact just a moment before. He said he didn't know what it was, but the source was in the royal castle. Ayako noticed something ahead. Moko asked if anyone was there. The girl recognized Shinozaki but noticed something was missing from her right hand and said that she was alive after all. Someone suggested that she seemed to be aiming at the wrong people. The girl asked if that was okay with him, since she was targeting the class. The guy replied that he didn't think he had the right to stop her. He replied that it was a problem only for Shinozaki and the city. Denora said she knew she could go far. The young man thought she was getting closer, but he felt no desire to win and thought she wanted to talk first. The guys said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she confirmed it. The girl asked if it was true that she had started a hunt for her classmates. She confirmed it and asked if it was dangerous for her to go outside alone. And he told her not to worry, that she had no hard feelings towards her. Ayako asked them not to try to stop her, saying that she was not going to touch them. But if they wanted to stop her, she would quickly change her mind, and it would be even better if they stayed away from her. She also said that her business here was over and left. Denora was surprised that she didn't touch her and asked if she recognized the boy. The guy replied that she didn't even look at him, as if he wasn't worth any attention. The girl said that was strange. The townspeople complained that the city was reduced to rubble and that nothing but trouble had been happening since they had come to the capital. One of them asked why the king was protecting them and not ordinary citizens. Donora thought she had nothing to do with it. Moko decided she was quite strong, and only the boy could match her in strength. The girl asked him if he wanted them to fight the girl who fired the dangerous beam. A girl appeared and said she'd just gone out to look for people. She added that Akino was gathering the whole class for a talk. The guy remarked that this was unusual, as it was usually a gathering of leaders. The girl said they needed to hurry to the meeting, as Akino still scared her. It was reported that this was the underworld, the first floor. The young man said that this was his first time here and asked what they should do next. The young man replied that the sister goddess should be on the lower levels. He said the underworld was 140 kilometers in diameter, and even a demon would have a hard time reaching its very depths. He replied that he was initially simply curious about what would happen if he came here. Lute replied that he'd already made up his mind, and if he didn't like it, he could stay here. The boy said he'd been dragged here by force and asked if he knew the way. He decided to go ahead and figure things out as they went along. Hanekawa countered that this was a magical place, and if they simply went wherever their eyes led, they would never reach their destination. The young man remarked that with his fat, he wouldn't even need food. The boy was surprised that he hadn't even brought any food. Then they noticed someone approaching. He asked Mrs. Manu in horror what she was doing on the first floor. She explained that she'd smelled her older brother and couldn't sit still any longer, so she'd come here. She said it was expected that only Lute would come, and she confirmed that she was the goddess they had come to meet. The boy panicked and exclaimed that she must be sealed in the lower levels. She also explained that there were no seals here, and that she could move freely around the underworld and leave the lower level at any time. When asked if the seal actually existed, Mana replied that it did, and that her brother had placed it there, though the reason was unknown to her. The goddess added that since her brother had decided to seal her, it meant she had done something wrong. The boy asked, but the seal didn't completely restrict her actions, she confirmed. Mana explained that he didn't want to completely strip her of everything, so he used a weak seal so she could easily escape it. Lute countered that the master had used the strongest seal, precisely to permanently trap her deep underground, and she asked if he smelled like his older brother, which meant he brought something of his. He replied that it was the key to the seal. The girl was delighted, deciding that her brother had sent him here to free her and ordered them to immediately go to the lower floors, and she showed them the direct path down. The boy doubted it was that simple and suggested that they had sealed her for a reason. Lute thought that she didn't look like someone who should be released, and therefore this was a last resort. The young man panicked and said he needed to run right now. The young man asked, and that's all he thought about. Hanekawa asked what was deep in the underworld, adding that it looked more like some kind of fairy tale land, and asked if people lived there. Lute replied that they were all the offspring of Lady Mana. The goddess confirmed that they were her and her brother's children. The boy thought that this was probably a common occurrence for gods. The young man thought that the master would never touch his sister, and that they were the result of Lady Mana's pseudo-pregnancy. She said that they would be at the printing center very soon, and told them not to lag behind. The young man thought in despair that they would never get out of here, and how they had come to this. He wondered if even if he had run away before they entered the demon world, Lord Lute still wouldn't have allowed him to do so, and whether it had been a good idea to separate from the class. And he decided that if he stayed with them, he would end up as bait, so it was the right decision. But the problem is that as soon as he separated from the class, he made himself the worst possible opponent. Namely, Takato Yogiri, and he may have managed to survive, but where did that lead him? Lute said he shouldn't have been brought here. Hanekawa asked her to stop it, as he already had a bad feeling about this and he didn't need any more bad feelings. He said he'd changed his mind and shown himself to be a good person, and that was obviously a problem. He agreed he was right and that when it was all over, Lady Mana would likely defeat him. And he said that the blame for the master's death would lie with him and that she would never forgive him. The boy said that he ended his life because of the destroyed seal and that he had nothing to do with it. Lute said that he would see the matter through to the end and explain that for Lady Mana, the owner of the key was the master's right hand, and she would definitely not touch him. The boy asked if it wouldn't be better for him to keep the key to himself. He replied that as soon as she learned of the master's death, a hunt would begin for everyone who had been with him and failed to save him. He added that if this way he could avenge the master, then everything would be fine with him. He said that traveling with him wasn't so bad and that it was all new to him. Hanekawa panicked and asked him to stop, saying that he was only adding to his own troubles. Lady Mana declared this to be the finest sealing center her brother had ever created. She added that it had been created for her protection, and he had poured all his love into it. The young man noted with surprise that it was a perfectly ordinary bedroom without locks or chains where he could enter and exit at will. And he wondered what the point of breaking the seal was. He said he had something to confess to her, and he reported that the master, the demon god Lord Albagar, had died suddenly. Mana calmly asked how this had happened. He explained that the goddess Vahanet had carried out her plan to resurrect the master. He also said that the master suddenly ended his life and, as far as he knew, he was defeated by a man named Takato Yogiri. She said that she believed him because he would not lie to her about his brother. Hanekawa noted that she took the news much more calmly than expected. She supposed she had boundless respect for her brother, but not exactly a belief in his immortality. And she admitted that her brother was weaker than her, and she was always worried that gods of a higher rank might attack him. The goddess confirms that there was always a chance her brother would end his life, so she could only accept reality. Hanekawa asked her about revenge. He added that Lute wanted her to help him take revenge on him. She replied that she would, of course, do so. But first she needed to attend to more important matters, giving birth to her brother. She also asked if they thought she didn't have plans in case he died, and stated that since her brother had passed away, she simply needed to create a new one. The girl said that if they didn't succeed on the first try, she would simply fill the entire earth with her brother, and ordered them to break the seal so she could begin. Hanekawa, horrified, thought she had gone mad. Mana said that she felt a piece of her brother in Lute's hands, and taking his hands, she decided that this would help her recreate her brother since there were many memories of him there. And she suggested taking the brain at the same time. He asked if she shouldn't help Lord Lute since he was one of her brother's few surviving servants. The goddess agreed to help if he broke the seal. Hanekawa thought that if he broke the seal, the world would end. Takato would be defeated, and he would be lucky if he survived. The boy wondered why Mr. Lute had gotten himself into such a bad situation. At that moment, the key activated. An administrator rights check began, and full access was granted. Hanekawa asked if the seal was now broken. Lady Mana happily confirmed that since there was no seal, her brother wouldn't scold her if she came out. The boy asked if she would help Mr. Lute. She replied that she would, but suggested they leave before she changed her mind. The boy told Lute that they needed to leave, as all they could do now was wait for Lady Mana to defeat Takato. He tried using healing magic, but it didn't work. He begged him to hold on, asking if he wanted Takato to end his life, since they'd only ever talked about revenge. They realized it was Lady Mana's body, which had grown larger after the seal was released. It was said that she was most likely preparing for the birth of her master, and that this slippery thing was part of her flesh and viscera. Hanekawa noted that they were warm, which he certainly hadn't expected. He suggested that while Lady Mana might not want them, at this rate her body would destroy them as a foreign organism, and they needed to hurry. The boy said he knew how the demon world worked, and that somewhere around here there had to be a shortcut to the first floor which they needed to find to escape together. They told him it was impossible and said goodbye. Meanwhile, in the capital, in the church of Osi, on the holy throne, someone noticed the sign and exclaimed that there could be no mistake and Lady Mana had been resurrected. And he said that the holy king had a hard time while he tried with all his might to restrain Albagarm, while the goddess hid peacefully under the city, following the will of her brother. He also said that he had infiltrated the Axis Church, taken control of the entrance to the underworld, and sent researchers there, all to alleviate Lady Mana's boredom. When asked what she would do here on Earth, he replied that he did not know. But one thing was certain, humanity had no future. In the guest house on the grounds of the royal castle, someone said that there had been 26 people at the audience with the king, and as far as was known, 7 of them had died, and asked when their number had managed to decrease so much. And he added that the culprit was Shinozaki. Ayaka. The guy, shocked, asked if it was true and if she was capable of such a thing. One of the girls said that Senya Ushio, Keiichi Munakata, Mitsuo Yatate, Ryona Shirayama, Yugo Izumi, Erika Uta, Nina Minamizono, and the king were all defeated by her. It was said that Munakata and Yatate were defeated in their own rooms, and apparently Shinozaki can move around undetected by the guards. The girl declared that they should go to the underworld as it was the best solution. She explained that the king had been defeated and they had been asked to leave the country. They were being targeted by Shinozaki, who was willing to do anything, even destroy the castle. Takato said that the underworld was not part of the kingdom's territory, so while exploring it, they should work together as one, and that they needed to gain strength and return to take revenge on Shinozaki. It was decided to prepare for departure to the underworld, and that those without combat skills were in greater danger. The girl announced that from now on, their base would be the 6th floor of the underworld, and she would like to ask their carpenter to expand it. She said that they should control themselves and move forward, and if they could conquer the underworld, then a bright future awaited them. On the 6th floor of the underworld, at the outpost, the guy reported that everything was ready and it seemed they were on schedule. The girls announced that dinner was ready. One of the girls happily reported that they had gotten rid of the monsters in the area. Another noted that Shinozaki was nowhere to be seen today. The young man announced that the battle squad had returned and they could have dinner celebrating the beginning of their conquest of the underworld. The heroine explained that Izumi was no longer with them, so they could only prepare simple dishes. The young man invited David to join him, saying he was also their comrade. David replied that he was just a guard. One of the boys wondered if Izumi was hiding his powers. He decided that if he wanted to survive, the easiest way was to pretend to be harmless. Though now he wasn't so sure. Takato remarked that since he'd been assigned to watch over them, he was clearly unlucky. He explained that he'd volunteered to accompany them because he'd always wanted to see what the 6th floor of the underworld looked like. The hero advised him not to overdo it, and, as soon as he realized he couldn't take it anymore, to return home. He said he definitely wouldn't get out of here alone and that all he needed to do was destroy this Avenger and the demonic god. Danura asked him if they could defeat this god from here. He replied that they had no idea what kind of deity it was, so there was nothing he could do. But he would think of something when they got to the bottom. The girls greeted each other. Danora noticed that everyone was already relaxed, as if nothing bad had happened. Mikachi replied that the battles had been fairly easy so far, and at this rate, they'd be down to the 7th floor by tomorrow. The heroine asked if they could do without the observation rooms. Someone thought that, getting here from the capital, they constantly posted guards, but Arima's skill was strengthened, and now, while in his buildings, he can see everything that is happening outside. The girl was afraid someone might spy on them, and this definitely wouldn't become some kind of eroge. Mikachi reassured her, saying that Arima would never do anything like that, as he was an excellent student, dreaming of becoming an architect and a gentleman. One of the girls said that such sincerity should not be ignored, and he happily agreed to take the oath. Mikochi asked Donora what about Takato. She was confused, asking why she was suddenly talking about him. Donora replied that they were always together, and it would be strange if it wasn't something more. And she asked when Takato had managed to disappear. The protagonist thought the moon was so bright in the underworld. He wondered if this was the center of the 6th floor, since the 7th floor should be home to a deity. He thought you couldn't even tell they were underground. The moon, a house in the middle of the forest, and a god locked away in the very depths. Asaku said that there is a science fiction novel called More Than Human, which is about creatures that are superior to humans, and that it contains the word ethos, which seems to translate as character. The woman explained that some believe it translates as norm, and the point is that extraterrestrial beings cannot be judged by human standards, since every living being has its own standards of morality and ethics. The boy asked if this meant he was included. She answered affirmatively, but asked him not to take this as a new rule, since even with everything in the world, it's hard to exist without a moral compass. And she advised him to think carefully about this and decide what character he would adhere to. Takato heard someone coming and assumed it was one of his classmates. He recognized David approaching. He asked him if he was okay and if he had overindulged. And he shouted to him that there was a cliff ahead. The main character decided that he was behaving strangely and that he couldn't be left in this state. He needed to be stopped. The boy tried to shout to him, but he couldn't hear. He decided he'd have to carry him, and it was a good thing Donora had shown him how. Horucho thought that everything had worked out and that it was not in vain that he had pushed them into action. The girl asked if something was wrong because he looked so happy. He replied that he was just glad everything was going so smoothly between them, and he said that he had made a small crack on the edge of the cliff in advance, added medicine from the capital to David's drink, and lured them both to the cliff. Under their weight, the crack gave way and the cliff collapsed. The young man was sure that Takato would not be saved from the fall, and that it would look like a simple chain of random coincidences. They decided that they had cleared the 6th floor without much effort, and there would be no problems with the 7th floor. Suddenly, the sage Shiion appeared. Everyone, shocked, asked what she was doing there and how they hadn't noticed her. Haruto asked what she needed since they were doing well. She confirmed it and expressed hope that it would continue that way, but added that this time she was there for a different reason. And she said that, as she had said earlier, it seemed to her that they were coping with this test too easily, and that it was not far to victory over the demonic deity. She also suggested that there was a good chance none of them would ever become a full-fledged sage. One of the boys countered that by achieving a great feat, one could become a sage. She explained that one becomes a sage by acquiring useful skills along the way to achieving great feats, and the only way is to hone one's skills and push the boundaries of one's capabilities. And she said that without making any effort, they will not really achieve anything, and therefore she wants to arrange an awakening event. The girl explained that someone would be cornered by a crowd of powerful opponents, while someone would see a friend lose, and in this way they would be able to awaken hidden powers within themselves. Jean announced that she wanted them to start defeating each other, using everything they had until only one was left. She added that, to make everything fair, they would start the competition in an hour, and until that moment, they were not allowed to attack each other, and anyone who broke the rule would be disqualified. Everyone exclaimed in horror that this was nonsense and that they would never attack each other. She said that the event would last exactly 1 hour, and once it was over, she would personally defeat everyone who refused to participate. One of the guys asked if they could defeat her. She replied that that was also possible, and if they could defeat her, the event would automatically end. Also said she doubted they had a chance of defeating her and advised them to focus on trying to beat each other. The guy yelled at her to lose, and he cried out that it didn't work. She replied that everything worked as it should, and she could feel it. Shiion said that after her life ended, she immediately came back to life. The girl explained that she didn't seem to have told them about her abilities, which could be described as automatic leveling. Every second her level increases. With each new level, all her wounds heal, and if necessary, she resurrects. The sage suggested his ability could instantly defeat him. She also asked why the others were standing still and added that this was a great chance to defeat her. But she would fight back, and she suggested discussing the rules. Return to their world with Donora, and I decided that the second gate was sealed and that it was night on the 6th floor now. Time moves differently here. He thought David had lost consciousness and was in a terrible state, so he decided to contact Mokomoko. The spirit answered the call and asked where he was, saying that they were in a real mess. She said that the sage Shiion had appeared and wanted all the candidates to defeat each other, and there were only a few minutes left before the start, and Tamachika was all alone there. Mokomoko explained the rules. The zone of effect is located within the walls of the 6th layer castle. No one can leave, and it will gradually shrink. They have an hour to complete the task, and if no one is defeated within that time, the participant will also be disqualified. He reported falling to the 7th floor. She added that the main problem was that they needed to defeat someone, and if they were cornered, things would be even worse, especially since everyone else had gifts. The young man said he'd try to find a way to get back to the 6th floor and asked to contact him immediately if he got into trouble. He figured he'd have to resort to a method he wasn't particularly fond of. And a friend also heard it. Someone asked why he was being attacked. Takato recognized Hanekawa and asked him what he was doing there. He tearfully replied that he should ask. The hero explained that the boy had promised to defeat him the next time they met. But Hanekawa denied it. Suddenly a monster appeared and the young man asked what kind of monster it was. The young man thought that his strength was still just as absurd. The boy asked him if he knew how to get to the 6th floor. Hanekawa asked why he couldn't go back the same way. He explained that he'd fallen off a cliff, so it wouldn't work. The young man was surprised he'd survived, to which Hanekawa replied that he'd overcome the momentum of the fall. Hanekawa offered to show the way up, saying that he was well versed in the underworld and knew the shortest route, but on the condition that he would be protected. Takato asked if there was any way to get David back on his feet. The boy replied that he had a high level of healing magic. The young man noticed that the wounds had healed, but he still did not wake up and said that he would have to carry him on his back. And he said that since he was level 99, it would be easy for him. He pointed to a door in the mountain, calling it the shortest route. He explained that they could use it since he had gained control of the underworld. Hanekawa announced that it was time for him to go, and he left. The boy explained that the device wouldn't move without him, and he wanted to return to the surface with Inora, so he wanted him to help them. Mokomoko replied that the boy had fallen to the 7th floor. The girl asked if he was okay. The spirit said that he did not know how to get back, although he promised to try as quickly as possible and suggested waiting for him here. Danora heard the sounds of gunfire and realized that it had started, and also assumed that it was Takakura's shooter. Takuro is reported to have Kyoko using a firearm, and he decided to hold his breath and hope she would duel away. The guy thought she was trying to find out if he was in the attic. After a moment of silence, she pulled the trigger and it turned into a sieve. The young man explained that his class was Reader, and his book contained his immediate future, which he could rewrite as long as the events of the future did not contradict the events of the past. He thought that reading books was just one of his skills, and this book was his main advantage, in which he was the main character, Akira Yukamasa, and that he's not the only one hiding the true nature of his abilities. The young man thought that truly strong people don't show their strength first, but hide it. He decided to rewrite the future so that Takakura would pass by without noticing him, but the words disappeared. And I also realized that it didn't work and Takura would come here anyway, so I needed to come up with something else to avoid becoming her target. The guy read that at that moment someone else appeared from the next door. Ayaka Shinozaki's name appeared in the book. The girl asked her if she would pursue them into the underworld. He realized that he had to run, otherwise he wouldn't be able to escape Takakura. The voice noticed that she was shooting at one point, which meant that her shots would even pierce the scales of a dragon. The young man was overjoyed to have escaped the girl and thought that if Shinozaki defeated her, he would get credit for it too. At that moment, a new text appeared in the book, and he read that it wouldn't count for him, and he realized that he was in trouble since it was impossible for him to defeat someone in a direct confrontation. He also read about an old-looking room that no one seemed to have used for a long time, but something about it bothered him and a familiar man came out of the door. The book said that his classmates, Takato Yogiri and Hanekawa Daimon, were coming here, and that David was lying on Hanekawa's back. The young man decided that Takato's skill was useless while Hanekawa's specialty was healing, so he had a better chance against them. So he ordered the ceiling to suddenly collapse on all three of them. The guy saw the text disappear and realized that he couldn't defeat them like that, and wondered what else he could use. A note appeared in the book that the ceiling suddenly collapsed, and I ended my life. And I thought with horror that this was odd for a first-person novel. He decided that while he was alive, everything could be fixed by simply erasing and rewriting. But the words "I" disappeared in the book. He also saw the inscription that his heart had stopped and that this was the end for him. And he realized that no matter how many times he erased it, the inscription would reappear. The young man panicked and asked why his ability to change the future wasn't working. The young man wondered why the writing was not erased and realized that he could tear the book, losing the skill, but save his life. Suddenly, the ceiling collapsed. At that moment, someone announced that they had arrived, and beyond the door was the 6th floor of the underworld. Hanekawa said they barely met him and that he was his classmate. Takato noted that he'd been trying to beat them and that the game had already begun. The protagonist was unable to reach Mokomoko and assumed that something had happened and that he needed to find Honora quickly. The guy saw a system notification that his participation in the battle between the candidates for the sages was approved. He asked if the battle on the 6th floor had already begun. Takato said he was too lazy to explain everything and asked him to read it. He replied that he didn't want to participate in this and needed to get out of there. He clarified that if he left the 6th floor now, Zion would come for him and she would do everything quickly. He decided to stay. A girl named Hanami Yame, a second-year high school student, realized that they were supposed to have a meeting about a school field trip that morning and decided to take a shortcut. And she saw a cat fight and thought that maybe she would manage to slip past. She screamed in surprise as she fell to the ground, doubting that it was just a normal cat fight. 2 cats told her that she had finished her life. Hanami asked if they would send her to another world now, to which the cats replied that they would simply bring her back to life. The girl wondered if she shouldn't be reborn in another world. The cats thought they'd defeated the strange man and could just quickly resurrect her. The white cat refused, saying that they, as gods, had a responsibility. She asked if they could give her special skills. The cats explained that they simply wanted to bring her back to life, and as compensation they could bestow good luck, to which the girl was indignant that she would not receive any skills. And she threw a tantrum, saying she didn't want to return to normal life, but wanted to learn how to use magic. The cats decided that magic didn't exist in this world, but maybe someone from other worlds could help. The gods offered to send her to another world, but without a way back. The girl agreed, saying she had no unfinished business here. The black cat explained that they would simply resurrect her now and she would end up in another world in a couple of days when the hole would completely open. They said that there are many worlds, and that one can travel through them through holes, and that someone has already begun to open holes, which they will take advantage of, since someone is trying to call people from their world to his. And they said they'd make sure she got into that hole. The girl was delighted by the group summoning and again asked for powerful magic, to which the cats replied that she would be their priestess, and that they could lend her their power. The cats explained that it was impossible to grant magic to a person, but this workaround should work. Hanami explained that she and the entire bus found themselves in another world as planned, and there became a true saint. She added that the system is controlled by divine power, so it is not subject to any restrictions. God told her he didn't think her classmate's victory was the right decision. She replied that she disagreed and needed to take advantage of the opportunity. The girl said that they all considered themselves strong, but they received this power from the sage, and she wondered how they would feel in front of the power of real gods. Someone had told her she was brave, and he couldn't believe she was acting so relaxed on his territory. She recognized Arima's voice and asked why he had to talk to her when he could attack her suddenly. Era replied that he had already made his decision. Hanami asked if she should wish him luck. One of the guys asked Arima if it had worked. He replied that the block transmission had been successful and that it should have been crushed by now. The guys, shocked, asked how she ended up there and whether the saint's power wasn't to erase monsters. The girl saw the lava and was surprised, and she realized they had decided to unite their architect and transporter. She also suggested that she was invulnerable and that no attacks would work on her. Hanami said that this is what she wanted to see, the overconfident humans coming face to face with real power and their faces seeming to be in despair. And she said the saint's blow leaves no trace of the enemy. One of the boys said that if she was capable of such a thing, she could defeat even a sage, meaning they didn't have to defeat each other. She replied that maybe she could do it, but what next and who would come up with interesting events for them? She also said that she could do whatever she wanted in this world. But she wanted someone to give her a specific direction, to which he suggested discussing everything. The girl decided that it would be boring to defeat everyone at once, and, having fulfilled the quota, she could rest for an hour. An announcement appeared about the approval of the next participant in the sage selection, Hanekawa Daimon. Hanami decided she needed to somehow defeat him and get rid of him. The boy exclaimed that they had guests and recognized the saint, and also said that they were lucky. The young man wept, imagining his goddess becoming her victim. Takato told him he had no understanding of people, and if they didn't attack, they would attack them. He asked if she would attack. She remarked that his calm irritated her. She decided she had no choice but to defeat him. Hanami said she was in pain. Someone pointed out that she was under God's protection and shouldn't feel it. She panicked and asked what was wrong with the gods and where her omnipotence was, since they hadn't agreed on that. And she asked him to answer her what would happen to her if she couldn't use magic. One of the cats asked how it happened. She said she didn't know and asked him to do something. The black cat said he would lend her his strength. Takato explained that he decided to separate her from your source of power, and it was quite easy. She asked, shocked, how he'd done it. Hanekawa asked if he would defeat her. He replied that he didn't do that unless necessary, and this time he had only defeated strength. The girl, horrified, thought he had defeated God, the all-powerful gods. The boy explained that usually a person and their power are inseparable, so by defeating the power, he defeats it as well. And he added that this time he just tried it, and everything worked out. Hanami thought that no one could defeat the gods so easily. But this time they lost without even moving. She also thought, in horror, that he was a monster. Hanekawa assumed she was powerless now and offered to take her with him. She ran away. The young man said she ran away because of his disgusting words and they were obligated to chase after her. The girl ran and thought that this was too strange and this should not have happened, and she cried out to the gods. And I thought that I just wanted to have fun in another world and a normal life. She also realized that she didn't know how to go back, and realized that the 6th floor of the underworld was overflowing with monsters, and she had become an ordinary person. Danura wondered where Takato was. Mokomoko replied that he wasn't responding and the signal was weak. They suggested that perhaps it was because there were so many spirits around and someone had deliberately brought them here. Someone had called the girl. They were surprised that she noticed them so quickly and suggested it might be a trap. She asked them not to ignore it. The spirit said they'd been discovered and advised them to remain vigilant. Danora, however, said that Mikachi was, after all, an accountant, and if she were a medium, she wouldn't have revealed herself. And she asked her if she had teamed up with Juna. She replied that she had been distracted for a minute and she had disappeared, and she had no idea where she had gone. She then asked why she had come here and if they had started winning yet. The girl said they wouldn't do that and knew she wasn't the type to defeat a human. Mokomoko countered that she was very dangerous. The spirit asked if she could hear the voices of spirits. She added that she hadn't expected there was another spirit caster. Mikachi explained that she was guided by spirit. Denur was envious. The girl imagined a princess of the past named Tiana. Mokomoko said she came from a wealthy family and could also be considered a princess. The heroine thought she'd been at a disadvantage from the start, as this princess looked more like a deity. The spirit said she wouldn't lose. The girl said she'd already lost, and if she started fighting, she'd only embarrass herself further. She was upset that she had lost so quickly. She thought she hadn't known such a high-class spirit existed. Mikochi explained that Tiana, while sweet, wasn't the most powerful spirit and could only help with the counting. Danora realized she was actually a medium and had hidden her true powers from everyone. She confirmed that she didn't want to stand out, and this is what happened. She added that defeating someone with the powers of Tiana and other spirits takes time, and she said her spirit was stronger. Mokomoko was delighted to be recognized. The girl asked if she could lend her a spirit. Danura cried out in surprise as she saw her spirit being pulled into her body. And she said that she was forced to enter her body by force, and all her powers were taken away from her. She also added that she could barely contain it, and at this rate she would be in danger. Mikachi asked where such strength came from. She asked if such moves required a combat suit. Mikochi replied that she already knew Denora's style well enough to handle it. Hanekawa heard some noise and assumed that someone was fighting here too. Denora decided to use the power of the battlesuit and escape. The girl shouted at him to return everything. Takato praised Mokomoko. She was overjoyed to see him, her savior. He asked if the spirit was there, adding that he didn't know what was going on. But if she attacked, he'd have to deal with her. Mikochi thought that her legs were shaking and that with such a strong spirit she would easily defeat Takato. And she thought that she had just taken away the strength of spirit, but why had her fear been transmitted to her, and she wondered what she should do. Someone asked her if she wanted power and said that she had not yet awakened to her full power as a necromancer and that she needed to get rid of her fears, and that this was the awakening that Sage Shiion spoke of. The girl decided to get rid of the spirit so that her fear would disappear and thought that after awakening, she would not have to rely on the power of one single spirit. She also decided that right now she could absorb the power of all the spirits inhabiting these lands. The boy asked what was going on. Mokomoko replied that she didn't know. Denora asked for her clothes back. The spirit said something had awakened within her, and that was probably why she had let her go, and perhaps this was the sage's plan. The girl felt wonderful, and she said that these were the spirits with whom she had made a contract, and that the whole world would bow before her. Mokomoko said they could have done without it. Takato said she would have defeated them already if they had hesitated. Denora replied that there was simply no other choice. Hanekawa asked how she could agree to such a thing. He said she was a heroine of justice, and he should have said it was too much, and maybe she could have done something. She replied that she doubted there would be a situation where he could save everyone, and he noticed that the outfit she was wearing was quite nice. Takato asked if he could help him close his eyes. The girl asked why Hanekawa was there. He replied that he didn't know how he ended up on the 7th floor, but he had access to the local elevator. Mokomoko said the main thing was that everything was in place, and asked what they should do next. The hero said they would discuss it later, and that when Hanekawa reached the 6th floor, he was automatically entered into the battle royale. And if they helped them win, they would confront the sage. Denora said they had no confirmation they were part of the game. The guy said he didn't meet Shiion on the 7th floor, and when he went up, he wasn't listed, suggesting they'd forgotten about him. The girl said they were absolutely certain about Hanekawa. He replied that if he left this area, he would immediately become a target, and they weren't even on the player lists, so they had nothing to fear. The young man became worried that he was risking his life here. She had said that everything would be fine. The young man said that it would be better if they chose the path of the humane heroine. She replied that it may not be humane, but it is not effective. Takato said everything would be fine. He asked if he would protect him. The protagonist said he would avenge him. One of the girls said Yajiki-kun had a real mini-group, and she didn't think it would be possible to assemble such a group in this competition. He replied that these girls had entrusted their lives to him, and he invited Akino to join their group. She refused. The young man said that the negotiations had failed and ordered everyone to move into a ring encirclement battle formation. She asked if they really thought she was alone. At that moment, someone shouted that they were surrounded on all sides. Akino replied that an idol exists because of her fans. One of the guys suggested it was the ability to summon fans. The other urged her not to be alarmed, as she was an ordinary person without a gift. He asked if she'd made her own fans lose. She replied that for them, it was a given. Another young man thought she was far more dangerous than he'd realized. A monster appeared. The young man cried out that he had been denied access to the world's data and didn't know who they were. But one thing was clear. It was so powerful that it dispatched Azaki and Akino in a split second. He decided that his analytics wouldn't achieve anything here and he would have to use his trump card. And he said that this was his real form, and in that world he pretended to be an ordinary person, since he decided that it would be stupid not to use such a convenient thing as a gift. But still, there are creatures against which it is not enough. The guy watched in horror as the monster swallowed everything in sight, and their numbers grew and wondered what was going on here. Someone shouted at the girl that an attack with such a swing would be a loss, since in close combat the enemy was clearly faster and more maneuverable, and such large moves would not hit, and advised using claws, fangs, and tail to wear her down little by little, and that the best thing to do was to deprive her of a breather and wear her down. The girl replied that it was incredibly annoying and asked how she managed to hit from such angles. It is reported that this is a smart gun, the same development as theirs, which has built-in sensors and AI, so that even a clumsy person can hit the target, and the longer the battle, the more accurately it shoots. The voice told her to calm down, and she was deliberately irritating her so she would open up, And he added that her reception radius had already been calculated. It was said that her opponent seemed to be able to summon firearms at will and that she should go outside and create some distance, but she immediately dismissed the thought, suggesting that she could summon even more powerful weapons from a distance. The girl with glasses thought that Shinozaki Ayaka had incredible endurance and her regeneration was already inhuman, and that she would gradually become exhausted and lose. And in despair she thought that she needed at least some strength to win, and that even if she ended her life she had to do something. Ninomiya and Carol appeared, overjoyed to see them alive, and explained that they thought that if they ran away, they would meet somewhere. Hanekawa asked the boy if he'd pretended not to be interested in girls while he'd assembled his own team. Takato replied that he'd never said he wasn't interested in girls. Carol called the young man a Japanese otaku. The boy explained that they were just about to send him outside the zone to lure Zion out, to which he was surprised, thinking he would go with them. He told him that using a girl as bait was too much and ordered him to show he was a man. He shouted that he didn't need such manliness. The protagonist asked everyone to stand up for him. Takato assumed it was a nuclear weapon, since the last time they were attacked, it was the same thing. Panicked, the boy asked what it meant that they'd already been targeted with a nuclear weapon. Ninomiya reported that the second gate was open. He explained that this was necessary to deal with invisible threats, like radiation. And he said that he had missed all the processes and now they would simply destroy all the phenomena that threatened their lives, and that until they got out of the demon world, they would have to keep the gates open. The girl asked if it was absolutely safe and whether the laws of physics would disappear. He replied that as long as they eliminated the dangerous elements individually, everything should be fine. But he didn't understand where the other side of the wall was. Carol asked if he could have neutralized the bomb before it exploded. He said he thought someone had put all their effort into it, and he thought it would be wrong to interfere. The girl realized with horror that he had completely different moral compass and was a being from another world. Shinozaki wondered what had happened, and assumed it was a nuclear bomb that was impossible to evade and that she couldn't see or hear anything. Someone said they were right at the epicenter and were damaged by the heat, and although barely alive, they couldn't move. And they asked how Takakura was doing. Kyoko, after all, an ordinary person, cannot survive in the epicenter. The voice said they needed to restore their senses and heal, and fortunately they had the power of a dragon. The girl asked why they hadn't used it right away. She was told that permission from the personality unit was required and there would be irreversible consequences. It was said that since it was the dragon's power, healing would result in transformation into a dragon. But after analysis, this possibility was ruled out, as no signs of dragon intelligence were found, and although it would take longer, they could heal in the usual way. She said they didn't have time for such extravagance. The dragon said that, surprisingly, he felt no disgust and decided to continue his revenge. And if she could convince herself of that, then that would be enough. And she asked if there were any traces of Takakura. Kyoko, they told her that it would be difficult to find. Someone suggested using dragon soldiers, since she was now in the body of a dragon, which would find targets themselves and attack. The voice explained that dragon soldiers could be created from a fang by simply throwing it on the ground. And he added that when he let the soldiers go, they would be able to find out everything, and if they came across an enemy they could defeat, then let them win. The dragon noticed the 3 girls in Hanekawa, as well as the boy they were carrying who was not from their class, and ordered the dragon soldiers to attack in close formation. Someone asked if it was all Shinozaki and her ability. Takato explained that they were going to attack, so he defeated them and said that there was someone else. And it seemed to be the case that the main body was somewhere else. The dragon, horrified, asked what had happened. The voice said the phenomenon was being analyzed and ordered that no more soldiers be moved unless necessary. And he decided that nothing had happened, but by simply sending soldiers to them, they began to lose them one by one. The voice announced that their revenge ended right there and they needed to retreat immediately. The girl asked what he was saying and asked for an explanation. They are reportedly a prototype for the next generation of humanity and designed to survive a nuclear war. But their creators had a different priority, a more pressing threat than nuclear war, and they added that Takato Yogiri cannot defeat him, cannot fight, and cannot even get close to him. And when he unleashes his power, like now, they can't even perceive it. The girl countered that they had taken this form for revenge, and their target was right in front of them. And she asked if she was going to let the enemy go, then what was the point of her existence? The voice reported that the personal unit had disappeared, but they were still active, meaning the multi-layered system of autonomous units had worked after all. The only pity was that they wouldn't be able to tell anyone the results. Danora asked if it was the same one who attacked the bus when they came to this world. Taka told her not to make such comments, as if nothing had happened. Hanekawa reported that the system showed the area beyond the combat zone and that after such destruction, even a sage probably wouldn't understand anything anymore. Shiion said he understood everything perfectly well and that this was within the expected range.